Hi guys, it's Shadow. Uploading high-quality audiobooks for you, it's very time-consuming and hard-working process. So please support me so I can keep uploading for you. This is how. You can donate directly through my PayPal or Ko-fi. You will find links in the description. Or you can join our Telegram channel where you will find all paid audiobooks that we provide. Also, you can make requests and you will find proof of payments from our plus 200 paid members. If you can't support me financially, just like and subscribe our videos. Thank you guys, your support means a lot. And as always, enjoy Shadow.
Chapter 701 Luring Trouble Away 1. Defeat this monster? That was easier said than done. Standing in front of the profound light mirror, the three powerful divine pillars fell silent. They had thought that they had already reached the peak of the current spiritual chi environment. However, they now discovered that something was actually half a step ahead of them. Moreover, that guy was neither human nor demon. It did not even have a complete mind. Of course, this was actually normal. Their cultivation path was all discovered bit by imitating the ancient immortals and gods. As for the guy in front of them, it was directly stitched together with the immortal beast divine body. With the dragon vein spirit that had eaten for so many years, it was natural for it to be stronger than them. If they faced that monster head-on, they might be able to rely on their brilliant Tao techniques to injure it. However, they could only injure it. Although the two sides had not reached the level of immortals and mortals, under the circumstances that the strength of the spiritual chi was greatly inferior, it was as if there was a huge realm difference. The effect of all the Tao techniques and divine arts would be greatly reduced. Without risking their lives, the move that the two divine pillars used to slash the dragon imprisoning lock was their strongest attack. However, after being defeated by the dragon imprisoning lock, they did not have much confidence in facing the monster in front of them. The scene in the profound light mirror ahead became blurry again. It was the clouds of the misty cloud immortal being torn apart again. However, as the clouds gathered again, their vision quickly recovered. In the ruins of the Apang Palace, the air was filled with a large number of dust particles. They blocked the monster, making it difficult to see clearly. However, at this moment, a beam of light suddenly pierced into the turbid dust ahead. That's sunlight. Why is there sunlight in this Apang Palace? They looked up. On the dome of the Apang Palace, a small crack had already appeared. The rays of sunlight shone in from the gap. The Apang Palace was actually pierced through. Jiang Li was fine, but the three divine pillars found it difficult to accept. This huge palace had been in their hands for 5,000 years, but they could not enter it. Perhaps it was because he was afraid of damaging the dragon vein. However, they also had a deep understanding of the toughness of the Apang Palace. It was relatively easier to break through from the inside out. Moreover, the dragon vein as the core had been taken away by them, greatly weakening the defense of this city. However, to be able to break through the palace in such a short period of time was really shocking. This stitched monster also discovered the beam of light that entered from the outside world. Ever since it was stitched up, it had never seen such ordinary sunlight. It was as if it had sensed the fresh air and smell of freedom in the outside world. The monster stared at the crack for a moment before slapping it. In the outside world, the original location of the pure white pagoda was currently covered by a vast palace that covered more than 300 miles. Under the sunlight, the palace was emitting a brilliant golden light. There were carvings and unique patterns on it. It was not difficult to tell that this was the royal palace of the Cultivation dynasty 5,000 years ago. However, this size was really impressive. Is this the Apang Palace that has been spreading like wildfire recently? In the distance, more than 20 figures flew in the air and were looking at the palace from afar. They were the hall masters of the 8 branch halls of the Divine Judgment Hall and a few experts who stayed behind. In order to kill the Blood King, the Divine Judgment Hall almost mobilized all its forces. They were already the only forces left of the Divine Judgment Hall in the eastern region. The 8 branch halls had actually sent people to support the headquarters once. However, as soon as that batch of forces arrived at the headquarters, they were all lost. To their horror, the headquarters Pure White Pagoda also cut off contact with them. When they contacted each other and ran over in fear, they realized that their headquarters was already gone. Instead, it was replaced by a huge palace that was suffused with golden light. The world changed too quickly for them to react. Did the three divine pillars and the other divine judgment forces all enter the Apang Palace? Has the Blood King been dealt with? Damn it. I wonder what the situation is now. We can't do anything outside. Previously, there was a small number of Earth Immortals who did not enter the Apang Palace because of their injuries. At this moment, they stood together. They also told these people what they knew. However, the situation before entering the palace was quite terrible, and it could not reassure them. Look, something's coming out. At this moment, they also discovered the abnormality of the Apang Palace. A gap had been opened on the top of one of the palaces. Could it be that they want to come out? Let's go help. Somewhere in the center of the palace group, the dome of the palace was suddenly pushed up forcefully. Runes appeared on the red bricks and green tiles, forming a round bulge. Under the power of those runes, they were pressed back. However, from just now, the power of this palace group began to quickly decrease. This time, it did not directly break, but more than 10 tiles shattered. Without any chance to breathe, another collision occurred. This time, the already damaged dome could not withstand it, and more than 100 pieces were sent flying. Chapter 702 702 Luring Trouble Away 2, 702 Luring Trouble Away 2. From the huge hole, 8 bloodshot eyes could be seen spying on the outside world. The ferocious aura made anyone who saw it tremble. The Earth Immortals who had just approached also saw the eyes under the hole. They turned around and left. No, that's not one of us. What a terrifying aura. Everyone, retreat. They had just left when the third collision shattered the dome. The Apang Palace fell to the ground. The strange and ugly stitched monster darted into the sky. Roar. It raised its head and roared. The wind and lightning wings that had not been used for thousands of years unfolded under the sunlight. This pair of wings had the power of wind and lightning. It could instantly reach 10,000 miles. Poor Zenzi. His wings were even cut off after he died. The monster darted into the sky. Behind it, another cloud floated out from the hole. The hearts of the people from the Divine Judgment Hall who were hiding inside turned cold. The space in the Apang Palace was limited just now, so they could still restrict the sky's movements. Now that they were high in the sky, with the power of the wind and lightning wings, they would probably be at a disadvantage in terms of speed. How could they fight? With their heads? Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a loud sound came from above. However, it was not the wind and lightning wings that made the sound, but the monster's stomach. This guy is hungry. The 8 blood-colored eyes darted around and immediately targeted the dozens of Earth Immortals who had not run far. The Earth Immortal body was probably very delicious. Oh no, they can't escape. Just as Jiangli and the others had guessed, the wind and lightning wings shook, and in an instant, an enormous figure had already appeared behind dozens of streaks of light. The green hand enveloped down and sealed the space with a method similar to the sky-toppling seal. No matter how hard the dozens of escape lights tried, they could not break free. Just as they were about to be crushed by the palm, the stitched monster paused, and the 6 fingers that stretched out stopped behind them. The monster turned around in confusion. It discovered that the chain that it had wrapped around its feet had pulled it back. At some point, the chain had grown several times longer, spreading out for a long distance and pulling at its feet. Looking along the chain, the other end had been buried underground at some point. It turned out that being connected to the ground could stop this monster. The wind and lightning wings flapped again. A terrifying force spread to the chain. A large number of cracks immediately appeared on the ground where the chain was buried. With the chain as the center, it was pulled up. That was a power that Jiangli and hundreds of Earth Immortals could not match. The chain was not pulled out at once. This was only a short period of time, but how deep was the other end of the chain? The monster continued to flap its wings. 1,000 miles of land cracked as if it was about to be pulled up. The dozens of Earth Immortals who fled were led by the misty clouds and finally saw the organization. However, they were not safe yet. This monster clearly ate people. The human emperor's successor could temporarily stall that monster. But that could not be delayed for long. Following the chain, they went 100,000 feet underground. The Fengdu city lord, who had the dragon imprisoning lock tied to his waist, was using the 9 nether escape technique to dive as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a huge force dragged him back. Jiang Li felt as if his waist was about to be broken by the chains. The originally solid ground was forcefully pulled out by this pull, creating a huge cavity that was enough to fit a city. After wiping away the blood foam from the corner of his mouth, the 9 nether spiritual chi surged around his body, and countless roots spread out along the dragon imprisoning lock. He used the roots to bind the chain tightly to the ground. This way, the pulling force would not directly affect him. After letting the 10,000 feet rock layer temporarily share the pressure, he landed on the ground behind and continued to drag the chain down. As long as the lock was thick enough, even that monster would be dragged down. Jiang Li's 9 nether escape technique came from the spiritual root of heaven and earth, the 9 nether wood. It was definitely not an exaggeration to say that it was one of the most brilliant 5 elements escape techniques. Moreover, only he could control the dragon imprisoning lock like this, so only he could complete this delaying mission. Of course, on the surface, he, who did not belong to the Divine Judgment Hall, would obtain revenge for carrying out such a dangerous mission. As he continued to burrow into the ground, more and more earth rocks were connected. The monster used all its strength to flap its wings but could not take another step forward. This chain that originally sealed the dragon vein wrapped around its ankle. The monster's stomach was rolling. The 8 eyes could see a city with millions of people ahead. It was unknown what creature the stitched monster's stomach came from, but it instinctively yearned for human flesh. However, the chain stopped it again. The angry monster grabbed the soil on the ground and stuffed it into its mouth to swallow. However, this thing without much spiritual chi could not alleviate its hunger at all. After filling its stomach with soil, the stitched monster flapped its wings again and flew back to the place where the chain had sunk into the ground. The monster reached out and grabbed it. A huge rock was dug up and casually thrown to the side. Then, it did this again and again, quickly digging down along the chain. It was furious and wanted to beat Jiang Li up by pursuing him. "We can't defeat this monster. What should we do? Why don't we lure it elsewhere?" A high-grade divine judgment leader who had recovered suddenly suggested. He only said to lure them elsewhere, but he actually wanted to divert the trouble. In the cultivation world of the eastern region of the azure cloud continent, far away, there were also the southern region, the northern region, and the central region that was even more powerful. If they led this monster to other territories, they might be able to temporarily ensure the safety of the eastern region. This made sense. Although it was cruel and would still cause a large number of casualties, it was still a solution. However, when the 3 divine pillars cast their Tao techniques and looked in a direction, they discovered that there was a divine light directed in 3 directions. It was clearly a warning to them not to do anything stupid. Otherwise, it would be an all-out war between the 2 large domains. The commotion caused by the appearance of the Apang Palace and that monster was too great. When the neighboring 3 regions saw that their neighbors were in trouble, they had long taken precautions. This was a headache. With precautions, this plan could be ruined as soon as it was proposed. In the Azure Cloud Continent's central region, there were many outstanding people. It was said that there were several reincarnations of immortals and Buddhas who were leading the era. There were also more top-notch experts on the same level as the 3 divine pillars than in the eastern region. There was a high chance that they were not a match for the central region. The cultivation world of the eastern region had just suffered a huge change and did not want to fight the other 2 large regions. If none of these 3 directions worked, then there was only one choice left to get this monster out of the cultivation world of the eastern region. The outer sea. Under the ground, Jiang Li flew down in a straight line as quickly as possible. After breaking through the threshold of life and death, his 9 nether escape technique had also improved greatly. At this depth, he still did not feel any pressure. However, unknowingly, The surrounding temperature became higher and higher. After passing through a layer of hard black crystal rock, the area ahead suddenly became empty. His entire body felt hot, and Jiang Li discovered that he was soaked in scorching magma. There was also magma under the continent of the 9 provinces. However, this caused Jiang Li some trouble. There was no longer any rock layer around him, so it was useless to continue diving. The vibrations in the ground above became more and more obvious. That guy's digging speed was actually not much slower than his 9 nether escape technique. It was already about to catch up. After the monster dug into the depths and discovered that it was not convenient to throw soil out, it simply sent the soil and rocks that it dug into its mouth and ate them along the way. Fengdu City Lord, please follow me. Jiang Li was hesitating if he should try to open the spatial crack in the Azure world. A flaming figure appeared beside him. It was the Flame Dynasty Lord who had come to help. Chapter 703 Crowded Fengdu City 1. 703 Crowded Fengdu City 1. The surrounding fire attribute energy was too dense. When traveling in the magma, Jiang Li's speed was inferior to the mysterious Flame Dynasty Lord. After handing the chain to the other party, Jiang Li followed his guidance and hid by the side. After activating the power of the Netherworld Mountain Robe, his figure and aura were completely concealed. Even he could barely find himself. In just a few breaths, a huge hole suddenly opened in the ground. Endless high-pressure hot magma surged up through the hole. With such a wide and straight hole in the ground, a dangerous active volcano would probably be born in this region. Against the surging magma, the monster squeezed in nimbly. The sticky and scorching underground magma made it a little uncomfortable. After all, it had never swum in its life. In the thick and sticky magma, this guy lost its composure for a moment. However, soon, the phoenix claw on the monster revealed its power. The flames in the magma actually instinctively submitted to it, holding up the monster so that it could move freely. One of the 2 feet of this stitched monster was extremely thick and thin. It looked very incongruous, and there was no reference to the principle of balance between the 5 elements. However, the materials used were really high-end. Any one of them was a true trump card that could be used until one became an immortal. Just casually putting them together already gave Jiang Li and the others a headache. Looking at the huge monster that was surrounded by flames, Jiang Li and the Flame Dynasty Lord, who had just gained hope and thought that they had found the other party's flaw, could only helplessly dispel their unrealistic fantasies. Freak, come towards me. The Flame Dynasty Lord had a rough personality. After mocking it, he took out a translucent pearl that was yellow in color and filled with the power of the earth. When Jiang Li saw this thing, he almost thought it was the earth's spiritual bead. However, on a closer look, he discovered that there was a small golden dragon swimming inside the pearl. The aura of the little golden dragon was identical to the previous dragon vein spirit. From the looks of it, he had taken advantage of the opportunity just now to carefully pull out the dragon vein ancestor. The main body of the dragon vein could not leave the eastern region, and the divine judgment hall could not withstand the consequences of the dragon vein completely shattering, so it was impossible to use the dragon vein ancestor as bait. He could only extract a portion of the power from it and use the enhancement of this Earth Spirit Pearl to emit a similar aura. This Earth Spirit Pearl was not an ordinary item. The Divine Judgment Hall had paid a huge price this time. The monster had just dug through the ground and was using its 8 eyes to search for Jiang Li, who had been causing trouble for it. However, as soon as this ball appeared, it immediately attracted all its attention. Food. This monster could actually speak. In the process of digging down just now, the monster had eaten a stomach full of soil and rocks. At this moment, it still looked extremely hungry. The 4 limbs and wings flapped as they quickly rushed towards the Flame Dynasty Lord who was holding the pearl. The monster opened its mouth, and a vast amount of magma was sucked into its stomach. A magma vortex appeared in front of it, wanting to devour the Flame Dynasty Lord and the pearl. However, the magma was the territory of this divine pillar leader. With a flash, he escaped the magma vortex and transformed into a ball of fire lotus that fled east. In the magma, the wind and lightning wings were suppressed, preventing it from displaying a terrifying speed of 10,000 miles in an instant. The fire lotus was neither fast nor slow. It could act as bait for this monster. After they left, Jiang Li appeared and heaved a sigh of relief. The monster's 8 eyes were indeed very magical. Previously, in the Yapang Palace, the divine sense technique that swept through all of them came from these 8 eyes. As long as it waited a while longer, it would be able to see through the disguise of the flames and find Jiang Li. It was really a man-made calamity for the descendants. The previous emperors of the Cultivation dynasty really lacked merit to leave behind such a thing. Fortunately, now that someone had taken over the pressure, he could finally take a breather. They did not pass through the huge hole dug by the monster. Jiang Li stretched out his hand and pressed it on the rock layer above. As soon as his palm touched the rock, his entire body had already transformed into a strand of dim light and vanished. His 9 nether escape technique was faster than swimming in the magma. A moment later, Jiang Li returned to the ground. The misty cloud was no longer above his head. The surroundings were in chaos. The rocks and mountains thrown out by the stitched monsters made the terrain of this area abnormally complicated. In the current cultivation world, under the peak of power, it was extremely simple to move mountains and fill seas to create an environment. Ordinary people were really like ants. They could not understand such power at all. Not far away, at the original location of the Pure White Pagoda, a small number of Earth Immortals who were less injured and had already recovered were cleaning up the Yapang Palace that had fallen to the ground. However, they were monitored and were only active in a third of the places to search for treasures. This was because the other 2/3 were divided into 4 areas. They already belonged to Fengdu City and the 3 pillars. Senior 9 Nether, Concubine Yun and the others have gone to the outer sea. If you need anything to heal your injuries, please feel free to ask. The Cloud Manor will not decline. Chapter 704 704 Crowded Fengdu City 2, 704 Crowded Fengdu City 2. This is the Yapang Palace. All the mirror immortals are here. When she saw Jiang Li come out, a maidservant who stayed behind in the Cloud Manor flew over and bowed in front of Jiang Li. Her attitude was respectful as she handed over the reward that they had discussed in the Yapang Palace. Under the mask, Jiang Li's expression was slightly strange. In the Cloud Manor, according to the colors of the rainbow, there were a total of 7 cult cloud servants. He had seen this person before. Back then, Jiang Li was still weak and was a small alliance leader who had just left the Great Mountain region. It was all thanks to the other party that their Great Mountain alliance was spared from the slaughter of the Myriad Slaughter sect. Not long after, the other party was already calling him senior. There's no need to stand on ceremony, Cloud Envoy. Just call me 9 Nether. He took a mirror wrapped in black cloth and could sense that there was a group of trembling mirror spirits living inside. The innate ability of the mirror immortal was quite good. Jiang Li had the intention of using the beast blood diagram to give it a try. With so many mirror immortals together, it should be enough. Putting away the mirror, he looked in the direction where the clouds flew and was not in a hurry to catch up. In a hidden battle, they were indeed not a match for the stitched monster. But that monster was not very smart, and it was not so easy to capture the 3 divine pillars. It did not matter if he was there or not. He landed on the ground and clapped his hands. The 9 nether spiritual chi surged out, immediately turning the surrounding environment into a place of extreme yin. Then, a huge gate of hell rose from the ground. As the door opened, on the other side, Jiang Li had already sensed the aura of the Bakian mountain. It seemed that the 2 hall masters had already moved Fengdu City according to his request. As such, he heaved a sigh of relief. Fengdu City was completely exposed to the world this time. It was hard to guarantee that some experts with ill intentions would cause trouble. The cautious Jiang Li was still a little nervous earlier, so he had always hidden the city and himself in the dark to develop. Now, with the protection of the Bakian mountain, he could finally temporarily dispel this worry. With the dual enhancement of the Bakian mountain and Fengdu City, Jiang Li was not afraid of the monster from before. The other cultivators were even more so. As long as they entered the territory of Fengdu City, if they dared to cause trouble, there was no need for experts to attack. As long as he removed the shield of the city and let the inverted domain of the Bakian mountain expand, under the envelopment of the heaven and earth domain, ordinary earth immortals could not withstand this. That area is mine, right? Jiang Li pointed at an intact area in the Ipang Palace. The cloud servant immediately nodded. The Ipang Palace covered an area of 300 miles. Fengdu City and the three divine pillars each occupied 50 miles. The remaining area was distributed to the other forces. As for what he could find inside, it was like opening a loot box. It all depended on luck. The reason why Jiang Li could receive an equal area of the Ipang Palace as the three divine pillars was partly because of their recognition of the Fengdu City Lord's strength, and partly because Jiang Li had indeed made a huge contribution. The 12 high-grade divine judgment factions had no objections to this. Jiang Li did not stand on ceremony. Sword light flashed between his brows, and he cut off for building in his area. The materials of the Ipang Palace were not bad and were very sturdy. He grabbed a corner and dragged the entire building into the gate of hell. With a step, he arrived at a place without yang or yin. In this place, there was no grass growing on the mountains, no mountains piercing the sky, no guests on the mountains, no caves excepting clouds, and no streams flowing. It was really a good place to make people feel refreshed and forget to return. As expected, Fengdu City was placed at the area where the Peeper woman had chosen for herself when she was still Granny Nether Mountain. This was the center of the entire Bakian mountain range. One could enjoy the richest earth vein power. The two Hall Masters brought the 12 new Earth Immortals and the other Demon Kings and Ghost Kings to connect Fengdu City to the main Earth vein. There was no array formation master like Jiang Li among them, however, with the cooperation of the Bakian Earth Spirit, this process was quite smooth. When Jiang Li condensed the Netherworld Merit Green Lotus earlier, he had even obtained a reward of 3,000 miles of territory. He had not used it previously for this moment. He raised his foot and stomped on the ground, and an invisible fluctuation spread out. It seemed that nothing had changed, but the 3,000 miles around this area would all be the territory of Jiang in the future. It was the kind that even the Netherworld Heavenly Tao approved of. The effect was very similar to the effect of using the ground control flag. He could move mountains, rocks, and plants as if they were arms. He stretched out his finger and pointed forward. With a slight control, the Bakian Earth vein and Fengdu City successfully connected. In this 3,000 miles of area, his authority was even higher than the Earth Spirit City Lord. Everyone in the city also discovered their City Lord's return and hurriedly came out to welcome him. Most of them had joined Fengdu City under the violent coercion of the human emperor's successor. However, seeing that this city was thriving, these guys also had a sense of belonging as pioneers. Jiang Li roughly understood the situation in the city. With the two Hall Masters presiding, there was no major problem in Fengdu City. However, there were many small problems arising. This was because there were too many people in the city. Previously, the Divine Judgment Hall had gathered nearly 200 million cultivators to pull the dragon imprisoning lock and connect the netherworld. The sheer number of people was a shocking sight. Later on, the battle was about to begin, so the higher-ups of the Divine Judgment Hall temporarily did not have the time to manage this vast number of people. Chapter 705 Crowded Fengdu City 3. 705 Crowded Fengdu City 3. A portion of the sect cultivators who were easier to manage returned to the continent of the 9 provinces using various methods. However, there were still too many people. He really could not control them. Currently, more than half of the people were ignored and temporarily stayed in Fengdu City. This city was huge. But in the past, it was basically filled with empty houses. Foreign cultivators could easily find a place to stay. However, now, more than 100 million cultivators had surged in at once. Naturally, it exceeded the limit of the city. Many of them did not receive the reward from the Divine Judgment Hall. In the chaos, Many people were unmanaged and were squeezed together at such a high density. It was naturally easy for conflicts to arise, not to mention attacking. With more than 100 million people, if each of them spoke up, it would be noisy to death. Moreover, there were no high-rise buildings like in his previous life in Fengdu City. In the same area, the number of people who could be accommodated was not on the same order of magnitude. This made it even more crowded. Jiang Li felt a headache when he saw the dense crowd of heads below. Quiet. The Fengdu city lords in different voice spread throughout the city. What followed was the inverted domain that enveloped the entire city. This 3,000 miles was the territory given to him by the netherworld. The power of heaven and earth wrapped around his will, causing everyone to fall silent. None of the cultivators squeezed here were earth immortals. Under the inverted domain, there was no resistance at all. Whoever struggled would be unlucky. The sense of danger that arose from the bottom of their hearts let them know that as long as they disobeyed the will of the city lord here, they would immediately die on the spot. From the soul formation realm to the chi refinement realm, there were no exceptions. In my Fengdu city, please follow the rules. If you dare to cause trouble, the Fengdu dungeon will be your residence for the next 100 years. Jiang Li waved his hand again, and the terrifying scene of Fengdu City's dungeon appeared before everyone. When he retracted the inverted domain and let the people below regain their freedom, although there were still whispers, it was much better. No one dared to cause trouble anymore. Jiang Li was not worried that these guys would be afraid of coming to Fengdu City because of his unyielding actions. In fact, this kind of city with powerful methods to maintain order was what these low and medium-level cultivators liked the most. This was because only such tough methods could ensure the interests and safety of most people. No matter how ferocious a demonic cultivator was or how determined a rogue cultivator was, they could not stand living in danger forever. Even if there was nothing in Fengdu City, an absolutely stable safe area was enough to attract a large number of cultivators to settle here. Moreover, the prosperity and wealth of Fengdu City were not inferior to any city in the cultivation world of the eastern region. After intimidating these guys, they had to consider where they stayed, because since the city no longer had any worries, Jiang Li still hoped that more cultivators could stay here for a long time. As long as there were more people, just collecting taxes every day would yield an unimaginable amount of benefits. In addition, this was actually a way to become stronger in Fengdu City. It was just like how Jiang Li had used a large number of ghosts to support the coffin space back then. Fengdu Ghost City could also obtain strength from all the residents in the city. The more cultivators and ghosts living here, the stronger the power this city could absorb. In the long term, Fengdu City might slowly recover the power and glory of ancient times. Chapter 706 706 Sixth Sense 1. 706 Sixth Sense 1. As the city lord, Jiang Li naturally hoped to develop Fengdu City into a stronger and more prosperous city. That was why the gate of hell had been open previously. A small number of rogue cultivators were attracted in and many special industries of the ghost city were established to entertain them. However, more than 100 million people surged in at once this time. It was really something that he had not thought of before. These 100 million people were not mortals and ghosts that were easy to deal with, but even more troublesome cultivators. With the current size of Fengdu City, it was many times larger than the large modern city in his previous life. However, the buildings inside were mostly bungalows, small buildings, and courtyards. The population density was far inferior to high-level residences or even some pigeon cages he had heard of. If he did not use the underground palace below, it was clearly not enough to stay in. However, the Changlu underground palace was the former residence of the last human emperor. There were still many secrets hidden inside, and it was not convenient for outsiders to see them. At most, Jiang Li would open the outer area of the underground palace to the members of the Great Mountain Alliance. It was impossible for outsiders to enter. From the looks of it, he still had to expand Fengdu City in a short period of time. Jiang Li waved his hand and swept open an empty space in the city. throwing down the Yapang Palace fragment in his hand. After the building fragments landed in the city, the ground swallowed the building like quicksand. Through the city lord's stone monument, he learned that this thing was a great supplement to Fengdu City. Back then, the Son of Heaven's lineage had established their foundation by betraying and annexing the human emperor's authority. Now, the successor of the human emperor and his city could be considered to have taken back what should have been theirs. The treasures stored in this building were all put into the Fengdu treasure vault to enrich its foundation. The materials of the building itself were digested by the city and turned into its own. Then, the entire city began to expand again under Jiang Li's control as if it had eaten a great supplement. If they could digest all the buildings in the 300-mile Ipang Palace, the new area was enough to accommodate these cultivators. Looks like I have to give up some benefits and exchange them for more construction debris from the Divine Judgment Hall. Jiang Li released Qin Shuman and handed this portion of the matter to her. With the two hall masters, Northern Profound, and Western White, beside him, even if Jiang Li was not around, no one dared to let Fengdu City suffer a loss. In addition, the Qi Refinement Realm and Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators at the bottom had always held low expectations for quality of life. As long as the rent and housing prices were cheap enough and guaranteed privacy and safety, they could completely accept a crowded life. While expanding, he could also begin to transform these ancient buildings in Fengdu City into large high-rise buildings that could accommodate more people. Among these 100 million people, more than half were cultivators, and many were from small factions that did not even have soul formation cultivators. In any case, no one had the time to arrange for them to leave the Divine Judgment Hall for the time being. Even if the door of Fengdu City opened, the environment of the Baqian Mountain made them unable to take a step out. Therefore, in a short period of time, these 100 million leaks could not escape. Jiang Li was very magnanimous and gave them a month of free residence. In the next 3 months, regardless of whether it was buying a house or renting a house, there was a 50% discount. Moreover, as long as they stayed here for more than 10 years and did not have any bad records, then after they died, Jiang Li would agree to take in their souls. They could also choose freely after death and live in Ghost City or the Dream World without wandering in the wilderness. If they stayed for more than 100 years and made a certain amount of contributions, they could also be transformed into an official messenger of death and work in Fengdu City or the Human Emperor's Temple. Every month, they would receive incense offerings. It was a good deal. It was almost as if they could live a second life. This kind of treatment was unique in the entire cultivation world of the Eastern region. An opportunity like this could not be missed. He believed that after experiencing the benefits of Fengdu City, many people would choose to stay and live in this ghost city. As time passed, Jiang Li would throw out some cultivation methods, lifespan extension pills, 9 nether earth fruits, and other treasures. What ghost city? In the future, this would be the holy city of Fengdu that thousands of cultivators yearned for. He brought a group of experts and tens of millions of ghost soldiers back to the vicinity of the Ipang Palace. Jiang Li consumed his spiritual qi again and opened 10 large-scale gates of hell in a row, allowing his subordinates to move the wreckage of the Ipang Palace easily. A large group of demons and ghosts that everyone usually wanted to kill appeared in front of the many experts of the Divine Judgment Hall openly, attracting the attention of many people. However, no one was stupid enough to kill them. Instead, many Earth immortals who had received the favor of the Fengdu City Lord ran over to establish ties. The strength of Fengdu City was at least equivalent to the combination of 3 high-grade Divine Judgment forces. It was definitely beneficial to have a good relationship with them. After Jiang Li proposed to exchange for the Ipang Palace's ruins, most of the forces immediately agreed. There were even forces including the Cloud Manor who were willing to give it away for free. It did not take long to settle the matters here. After Jiang Li gave a few more instructions, he activated his rush feet boots and rode the whirlwind towards the coast of the eastern region. Near the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent, in the land of storms, Dragon Transformation Island. Due to the Dragon Transformation Island's dragon head rejecting the Divine Judgment Hall's recruitment many times, it was said that the Divine Judgment Hall was recently considering demoting the Dragon Transformation Island to a low-grade Divine Judgment faction. However, Gaitanchu really could not do anything about this. Chapter 707 707 Sixth Sense 2, 707 Sixth Sense 2, because of the battle with a certain intruder, he was heavily injured and on the verge of death. The dragon transformation body was severely injured by the human emperor's battle halberd. More than half of its bones and flesh were gone, and most of the dragon blood had been lost. From then on, he never took a step out of his seclusion. After cultivating in seclusion on the island to heal his injuries, he used up many medicinal pills that he had gained over the years to barely stop his injuries from worsening. It was really far from recovering. Without the help of earth-rank medicinal pills or precious healing treasures, it would take at least 100 years of bitter cultivation to barely recover. It was good to be reduced to a low-grade Divine Judgment faction. By hiding their strength and biding their time, they could avoid being spied on by the outside world. However, today, Gaitanchu, who was healing his injuries, suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of dragon blood. A sudden wave of uneasiness disrupted his healing process, causing his injuries to worsen. He smiled bitterly. The sixth sense of an earth immortal was often very valuable. Did an enemy come looking for me? He sensed that something bad was about to happen. Boom. As expected. In just a few breaths, the ground beneath him shook violently. The seclusion cave that he had opened was about to collapse. He hurriedly ran outside and discovered that a huge underwater volcano had erupted at the edge of the storm. If this was a natural disaster, it was nothing. However, from his experience, there was no hidden volcano in that place. Such an intense explosion suddenly appeared. It was probably not a natural disaster, but man-made. As thick smoke rose, first, a flaming lotus flower flew into the sky. Then, a huge amount of seawater was sent flying by an unreasonable force, and a terrifying monster followed closely behind. The two sides collided in the air. The flaming lotus flower exploded. The spreading aftershock blew away the Dragon Transformation Island's defensive array on the spot, causing a large number of casualties. This was because the earth vein of the Dragon Transformation Island had already been taken away by Jiangli's ground control flag. Without anything to rely on, the power of this array was naturally greatly weakened. It no longer had the power to control the wind wall to resist external enemies. He narrowed his eyes and stared at a flaming figure that appeared from the explosion. He seemed to know that person. That's the Flame Dynasty Lord. That Lord was actually sent flying. Why would one of the three divine pillars appear here? What was that monster following behind him? How long had he been in seclusion? How could he already be unable to keep up with the changes in the world? Under Gaitanchu's shocked gaze, after the flaming lotus flower exploded, a figure continued to fly towards the outer sea. However, the monster flapped its wings, its speed still above the flames. A strange monster had actually completely suppressed one of the three divine pillar leaders of the cultivation world of the eastern region. No matter what, he was still an earth immortal. Although he was only an ordinary earth immortal, it was still obvious who was stronger. The divine pillar that was like a god in the eyes of countless cultivators could actually fail to resist this monster. He could only use special spell techniques to continuously dodge. Every time he was forced to collide with it, it was definitely the ball of flames that was sent flying. This scene made Gaitanchu think that he was hallucinating. Fortunately, not long after, a cloud flew over and received the Flame Dynasty Lord. In its place was a water person. The Sea Palace Master shook the Earth Spirit Pearl that had already landed in his hand. Then, he jumped into the sea and continued to fly towards the outer sea. The monster was attracted by the Spirit Pearl and gave up on the fire person from before. continuing to pursue its food. The cloud followed closely behind and was about to disappear from his vision. Although he did not understand what had happened, Gaitanchu was greatly shocked. It turned out that there was someone in this world that even the three divine pillars could not deal with. However, it seems that I've survived this calamity. There was no danger, which made Gaitanchu, who was already determined to die, heave a sigh of relief. Wasn't this terrifying? Looking at the monsters and clouds that were getting farther and farther away, he was about to return to his seclusion. However, at this moment, a palm landed on his shoulder. "Isn't this dragon head guy? I actually met you here. It's really fate." Jiang Li, who was in a hurry, had just rushed over from behind and happened to see this pirate leader who had once caused him to fall into a despair. Therefore, he came up and greeted him warmly. "May I know your name? The Dragon Transformation Island should not have offended you, right?" Feeling the pressure on his shoulder, Gaitanchu's entire body stiffened, and his heart sank to the bottom. It turned out that the ominous feeling just now was not because of the three divine pillars and that monster, but because of this masked guy. "What? Don't you recognize me?" Dragon head guy is really forgetful. "Let me remind you, I'm the one who injured you." As soon as he finished speaking, the dignified Dragon Transformation Island's dragon head was grabbed by the neck and pressed to the ground. The resistance was extremely weak, and Jiang Li also reduced the strength in his hand a little in case he accidentally killed him. The Dragon Transformation Island was now a subordinate faction of Fengdu City. It did not seem right to not have the dragon head guarding it. With a wave of his hand, he opened the gate of hell and threw the person in. Gaitanchu, who was heavily injured and had less than 10% of his combat strength, looked at the surrounding Earth Immortals and Demon Kings and decisively chose to obey the arrangements. Fortunately, the other party did not plan to kill him and only asked him to join the other party's faction. Compared to death, it was already not bad. At the very least, after leaving his name on the City Lord's stone monument and joining Fengdu City, his injuries could be easily resolved. With the 2-9 nether wood, this injury would heal in a few days. It would not even leave a scar. After subduing Gaitanchu, Jiang Li continued forward. It took a long time before he barely caught up to the ethereal cloud. At this moment, a pitch-black sea was in sight ahead. They were already very close to the terrifying outer sea. The whirlwind crashed into the clouds. Concubine Yun had already seen him and naturally let him in. In the clouds, there were only Concubine Yun and the Flame Dynasty Lord. At this moment, the other Divine Judgment Hall experts indeed could not be sent up. Fellow Diest 9 Nether, you came after all. Thank you for your help in the cultivation world of the Eastern region. Fengdu City was not a member of the Divine Judgment Hall, and it was a ghost city that had always been considered an unstable factor. It was already fortunate that they did not cause trouble at this time. They did not expect that this city could still provide such huge help. It was just like a prodigal son's return. It was even more touching. "Welcome. How's the situation now?" They cupped their fists and went straight to the point. "The dangerous outer sea of the Black Abyss is ahead. We plan to let the Sea Palace Master bring this mutated beast as deep into the outer sea as possible. Guide it into the territory of the Sea Beast Overlord and observe them when they collide. If we can banish that monster to the sea, the eastern region will be temporarily safe." Jiang Li nodded. To put it simply, they were pulling the monster away. This monster was too powerful, surpassing them in all aspects. The only thing that could bully this monster was probably its brain. In any case, the world was so big. As long as this monster did not stay in the eastern region, it would not affect them. If they lured it to fly far enough, perhaps they could make it lose its way or directly fight a monster in the deep sea. It was not impossible for both sides to die. This way, although they could not obtain any further secrets from the monster, it could also temporarily resolve the current problem. The cultivation world of the eastern region really needed a period of recuperation. However, this was only the best outcome. With just those 8 A's, Jiang Li felt that it was very difficult for the other party to get lost. This monster did not seem to like water and would not stay in the sea for long. As long as it did not die, it was very likely to return to the cultivation world of the eastern region. If this method did not work, then perhaps he had to lure it further away. For example, one of the 9 provinces opposite the sea, the prosperous Ox continent. Chapter 708 708 Splitting Light Wheel 1, 7088 Splitting Light Wheel 1. A huge splash erupted. An octopus tentacle covered in spikes stretched out of the water and hooked towards a cloud flying at a low altitude. The clouds dissipated as soon as they touched it. The tentacle did not find anything. Turning around, a sword light shot out from inside and cut off the tentacle. The severed tentacle fell into the sea, spreading out a ball of strange blue blood, causing a large amount of seawater to surge. Countless ferocious sea beasts that smelled blood swarmed over and tore the exposed octopus-shaped sea monster into pieces. In the clouds, Jiang Li, who had just put away his flying sword, clicked his tongue in wonder when he saw the scene below. It was no wonder that if ordinary cultivators wanted to safely pass through this sea area, they could only find a reliable passage at the limit of 200,000 feet. Jiang Li was quite knowledgeable about the deep mountains, dense forests, dangerous desert, and Ghost King desolate ground. Compared to the so-called forbidden areas he had experienced before, they were far inferior to the danger of this Black Sea. In the bottomless black abyss, who knew how many sea beasts and overlords were hidden? Without the power of the 3 divine pillars or some other special methods, who dared to say that they could definitely successfully cross? Just the misty clouds that flew in the air with good concealment effects would suffer an attack every 1,000 miles. Not to mention the Sea Palace Master who was hiding in the sea and the stitched monster that was flying arrogantly at a low altitude. Due to the fact that one chased and the other fled, both of them advanced at the highest speed. Therefore, there was no way to hide their movements. This was especially true for the huge stitched monsters. Wherever they passed, a long white wave would be drawn out. This undisguised commotion caused the predators in the entire sea to discover them. The sea surface seemed to be boiling as it surged. Countless sea beasts were trying to attack them. However, most sea beasts could not catch up to their speed. As soon as he jumped out of the water, the Sea Palace Master and the stitched monster had already flown thousands of miles away. After all, they were 2 existences standing at the top of a large area. No matter what, they would not be injured by these trash. However, moving so brazenly in the deep sea of the sea abyss, the Sea Palace Master would be caught up by monsters from time to time and collide a few times. This intense high-energy reaction did not take long to attract the gaze of something in the deep sea. Hiding in the clouds, Jiang Li and the other 2 divine pillars suddenly felt a sharp sensation on their backs. Something was staring at them. The profound light mirror in the clouds changed direction and shone on the sea below. Jiang Li and the other 2 stared fixedly at the sea below. That gaze came from below the deep sea. In the pitch-black sea, there was indeed a faint circle of light. As the seawater within 100 miles surged up, the yellow halo became larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, the halo rose from the bottom of the sea to the surface. Only then could they see that it was a huge fisheye. This eye seemed to only watch them leave and had no intention of chasing after them. However, Jiang Li felt that more and more gazes swept past them. There was definitely more than just this. Soon, the Black Sea began to emit a faint yellow light. In this sea, more and more huge eyeballs surfaced from the bottom of the sea. The Sea Palace Master's escape speed was inferior to the stitched monster's wind and lightning wings. After being caught up again, he turned around and collided with it before sinking deeper into the sea to dodge the stitched monster's pursuit. That monster was not good at underwater combat. Although it could break through the seawater with brute force, its speed would still be affected. Previously, he had always used this method to distance himself. However, this time, as soon as he sank into the sea, he felt a dense sense of danger envelop him. Before he could react, a yellow halo struck him. The Sea Palace Master was affected by a strange force and temporarily fell into confusion. Then, more yellow light floated over and covered his head. It suppressed the Sea Palace Master's struggles and his body slowly sank. A huge fish eye silently appeared below him and caught his body. The divine pillar entered the eye. At this moment, the stitched monster rushed down. It opened its bottomless mouth and was about to come down to snatch him. However, there were more and more eyeballs surrounding him. Those huge eyeballs were connected to something and floated up from the bottomless black abyss. Some were still soaking in the water, while others surfaced and looked at them from above. It was not until they surfaced that they saw that the huge eyeballs were actually attached to huge kelp. This overlord of the sea was not an animal, but a plant. Under the vast sea, they were all covered in this extremely huge and strange belt. Moreover, they were all branches of the same belt. It was the overlord of the deep sea, the black abyss forest. More and more endless kelp rose from the bottom of the sea and piled up, wrapping around the sea palace master and the stitched monster. On the sea, a huge sea ball was formed. Even with the huge force of the monster, it could not escape for a time. The yellow circles of light in those eyeballs continued to spread out, and the surrounding space was isolated by this strange force. The sea palace master and the stitched monster were dragged into a strange space and stopped moving. Chapter 709 709 8 Splitting Light Wheel 2, 7098 Splitting Light Wheel 2, That halo seems to be similar to the power of the dream. Floating in the clouds outside, one could see countless kelp emerging from the deep sea, enveloping the sea palace master and the stitched monster. It even dragged them slowly to the bottom of the sea. Jiang Li acutely sensed something. Relying on the beast blood diagram, he, who also had a dream talent, could sense a similar power. The strength was extremely terrifying. Even the three divine pillars were tricked by it. Although they believed that that person would not die so easily, it was time for the three of them to attack. It seems that this is the limit. Save the sea palace master. Let's go. The ethereal clouds dispersed, and the three of them flew out. A resplendent sword light slashed past first. Jiang Li used the immortal slaying flying sword to directly use sword head Pei Zong's strongest sword move, sword breaking cliff. This sword technique could tear apart space. It was a very pure and powerful sword technique. In the hands of the current Jiang Li, it might far surpass the cliffless sword head. However, this strike only split open one kelp and stuck on the second one, unable to advance any further. The strength of this overlord kelp was really shocking. This strike split open the outer space of the black abyss forest, creating a small hole. However, after seeing the strength of those kelp, Jiang Li did not dare to directly enter through the hole. If every kelp was this strong, just the kelp that appeared on the surface of the sea would be at least 100,000. The black abyss forest buried at the bottom of the sea could directly absorb endless deep-sea spiritual chi for its own use. This cut healed very quickly. This kelp clearly did not have dragon blood on it, so Jiang Li's suppression on it was relatively limited. Breaking into the other party's domain was no different from walking into a trap. On the other side, Concubine Yun and the Flame Dynasty Lord respectively controlled the dark clouds to send down lightning and pour golden flames to boil the seawater, displaying astonishing strength. However, from underwater, kelp continuously emerged and wrapped around them, causing their attacks to be reduced. Jiang Li and the other two were helpless for a time. Fortunately, a turning point soon appeared. From the sea not far away, an emerald island that was like a paradise on earth grew larger and larger, quickly approaching. The advancement of the island expelled a large amount of seawater, directly stirring up a tsunami that was 10,000 feet tall. However, such a tsunami was only a splash to a true monster. The tsunami was casually dispersed, revealing the true appearance of the island behind. It was an extremely huge island tortoise. The island tortoise was extremely strong and collided with the large ball of kelp with monstrous might. The kelp overlord that had formed a ball was finally dispersed by this collision. The kelp did not have a mouth, but this overlord shook his wide leaves and also roared angrily. The two overlords of the sea began to fight. The kelp loosened and returned to the unfathomable black abyss forest. The three people from the eastern region finally found an opportunity to enter. Jiang Li had just taken out the human emperor's battle halberd when he suddenly felt the unwillingness and fighting spirit of the immortal slaying flying sword between his brows. The defeat of the sword just now clearly made it very dissatisfied and want to prove itself again. Sword Head Peizong's cliffless sword technique was created by him based on the Shu Mountain secret technique. It had strong personal characteristics. Although it was sufficiently brilliant, it was not suitable for him and the immortal slaying flying sword. It could still be used in the early stages. However, his strength had already surpassed Sword Head Peizong in all aspects. If he used his sword technique again, he would be restricting himself. Jiang Li quickly analyzed his differences and advantages compared to ordinary sword cultivators. Apart from being sharp and indomitable, ordinary sword cultivators were actually not outstanding in other aspects. Even at the Earth Immortal realm, the total amount of spiritual chi was slightly weaker than other cultivators. Therefore, the sword techniques they created often pursued using their strongest strength at once to erupt with resplendent light. It would naturally be best if they could heavily injure or even defeat the enemy in one move. However, after one strike, they would inevitably fall into a disadvantage. However, he and the immortal slaying flying sword were different. His explosive power was long-lasting. He could keep attacking without stopping. After using the Quintet Chi Essence Copper to reforge the immortal slaying flying sword, it was sufficiently firm and unafraid of any challenge. It was even less likely to break itself like an ordinary flying sword. Therefore, Jiang Li's sword technique actually did not have to be limited to one strike. He could completely create a sword technique for himself. In his mind, a 7-color rainbow flashed past. Countless Shu Mountain sword manuals became his nutrients and were deduced and combined according to his needs. Jiang Li, who possessed the 7-color Tao body, was a genius who could not be underestimated. Spiritual light continuously erupted in his mind. Soon, he deduced a new sword technique. The immortal slaying flying sword also sensed this and excitedly crawled out from between his brows and landed in his hand. Jiang Li stretched out his finger and pointed at the sword's spine. Then, the flying sword began to spin, faster and faster. Soon, he could no longer see the sword clearly. As the immortal slaying flying sword spun, a circle of sharp aura spread out and steadily expanded, turning into a halo that was more than 100 feet long. This was only the flying sword's own strength. The person riding the sword had yet to exert any strength. With the enhancement of Jiang Li's spiritual chi and sword heart, this circle of light spread to more than 1,000 feet. Dazzling and resplendent. That light was not just that. It was so sharp that even from afar, one's eyes would be cut. Immortal slaying sword art, 8-splitting light wheel. After throwing this light wheel forward, the space in front of him was easily cut open like a fragile piece of paper. After the light wheel disappeared into space, it suddenly emerged from another place and plunged into the kelp forest ahead. Unlike the difficulty of cutting it off just now, wherever the light wheel passed, the pitch-black thick kelp filled with large eyeballs fell into the sea like wheat. The power of its cutting force was so great that even Jiang Li, who had used such a sword technique, felt his heart tremble. Without Qi Yao's muscles, he would definitely not be able to withstand this cutting force. The expenditure of spiritual chi was like a surging river, but the effect was sufficiently gratifying. With the immortal slaying flying sword using the 8-splitting light wheel to open the way, Jiang Li directly transformed into a black true dragon and appeared on the sea. His dragon blood had already reached the level of the Dragon Palace's direct bloodline. As soon as the dragon body appeared, the surging waves in the surrounding sea fell silent, as if they were worshipping him. The two overlords of the sea also discovered this black dragon with a terrifying aura immediately. As the overlords of the deep sea, these two were not mortal spirits. Although the black abyss forest was a kelp spirit, it had the bloodline of the heavenly divine tree, the creation wood. That was why it could grow to such an exaggerated size in the sea. The green platform island tortoise was the same. It possessed the bloodline inheritance of the holy beast. black tortoise. Facing the dragon might, they were naturally not as weak as ordinary sea beasts. However, since they lived in the water, they were more or less affected by the power of the dragon race and were suppressed to a certain extent. They were more greedy for this black dragon. Jiang Li seemed to be even more delicious than the rest. However, the black dragon's appearance was unexpected. Before the two overlords could react, Jiang Li opened the way with a mouthful of dragon flames, and then he bent down and charged into the depths of the kelp. He grabbed the eyeball with his claws, and after plucking it from the kelp, he immediately flew out. The 8-splitting light wheel cut off the kelp wrapped around the black dragon. With a sway of his dragon body, Jiang Li entered the misty clouds and vanished again. Jiang Li put down the eyeball and returned to his original form. At this moment, how could the other two not know that the dragon that had snatched away the corpse of the Polar Mountain King in the Ice Plains was this Fengdu City Lord? Of course, there was no need to say anything else now. He cut open the eyeball and released the Sea Palace Divine Pillar. A leader of the 3 divine pillars was naturally not so fragile. The yellow circle of light above his head was fluctuating violently. Without the help of the other 3, he broke free from the control. Presumably, even without their help, the Sea Palace Master should be able to wake up and have a certain amount of counterattack power. However, under the envelopment of the kelp, it was unknown if he could escape in the end. Fortunately, their goal had been achieved. Concubine Yan immediately controlled the clouds to rise into the sky. After flying to a safe distance, she looked at the huge beast battle below. After they left, the stitched beast woke up. Taking advantage of the collision of the 2 sea beast overlords, it successfully freed itself. On the sea, it became a chaotic battle between 3 huge beasts. Chapter 710 Mirror Immortal Transformation 1. 710 Mirror Immortal Transformation 1. The originally huge stitched monster seemed much smaller compared to these 2 overlords of the sea. It was hundreds of thousands of feet tall, enough to surpass most of the buildings of the humans in his previous life, and was taller than many low mountains. However, it was nothing in the current cultivation world. Jiang Li's 9 nether true several thousand hands really had thousands of hands, and they were all more than 3 times his height. In terms of exact volume, he had to calculate it cubically. However, in the cultivation world, size did not determine everything. Jiang Li himself was the best option. It was the same for the stitched monster. This guy had fallen into the trap of the Black Abyss Forest and was trapped for a period of time. However, that did not last long. Soon, it relied on its strength to break free. Although this monster's brain was not very good, its resistance to dreamlike power was much stronger than the Sea Palace Master. Jiang Li had reason to suspect that the use of the 8 eyes was very likely not only to observe. Now that the 3 sides were in a chaotic battle, even if it was in a sea environment that it was relatively not good at, it did not fall into a disadvantage because of this. Instead, in the continuous battle, it slowly discovered the hidden abilities in a few of the stitched limbs and became stronger. This monster did not need to use any spell techniques or understand the rules of heaven and earth. It only needed to wave its limbs to mobilize the power of heaven and earth and unleash shocking power. It caused Jiang Li to want to tear it down and use it as material to further strengthen his Dao body. He still had one chance to improve himself when advancing from the Soul Formation realm to the Earth Immortal realm. The battle of the 3 monsters casually lasted for half a month. Countless kelp in the Black Abyss Forest were torn apart in the battle. The green platform island tortoise and the stitched monster were also injured and bled a lot. However, to the 3 monsters with abnormal bodies, this bit of damage did not touch their foundation at all. It could only be considered a slight expenditure. They could easily recover after resting for a period of time. However, after fighting for half a month and being unable to do anything to his opponent, the bloodthirsty monster in the eyes of humans did not want to continue fighting. The first to retreat was the green platform island tortoise. The island on the huge tortoise's back was messed up in the battle. The weight on its back was lighter, making the island tortoise feel unhappy. Now that there was no temptation of food, The huge tortoise had no reason to continue fighting. After tearing off a few kelp as snacks, the green platform island tortoise turned around and left. It planned to find a beautiful island to carry on its back before continuing to drift to sleep. With its strength and teeth, if it really wanted to leave, the black abyss sea could not keep it. Even if they sank into the water and swam away, the stitched monsters would not pursue them. After his old enemy left, the kelp overlord gave up on fighting. It had already known its stuff many times. This was not prey that could be captured, so there was no point in continuing. Soon, all the kelp shrunk back to the bottom of the sea, leaving only the stitched monster roaring alone in the sea. In fact, battles between monsters of this level were often like this. It was very difficult to determine the winner. Although conflicts often occurred, they were almost always like this. After a battle, they would end up with nothing. This was because it was very difficult for them to defeat the other party. If they continued to delay, it would only waste their strength. The gains would not make up for the losses. The chaotic battle ended as expected. The stitched monster did not die, and it was not even injured. Although the limbs that connected his body were not as strong as Chi Yao's muscles, since they could be preserved from ancient times until now, it meant that their original owner had definitely cultivated his body to an extremely powerful level. Even if it stood there motionless, it would be a huge problem to kill it. The chaotic battle was over, but now was the most important time. The three divine pillars and Jiang Li had to confirm if this monster would return to the eastern region of the azure cloud continent. Hiding in the sky, the four people secretly paid attention to the monster below, raised their spirits, and stared fixedly at it. For this half a month, Jiang Li stayed in the misty cloud immortal and did not waste time. After spending some time, he had already condensed the immortal mirror blood he had gathered into a beast blood tattoo. With his current cultivation level and his cultivation of the beast blood diagram, he could already do this without needing a medicinal bath. As expected, this new tattoo had a limited effect on his attributes. That was because those spirits were not good at fighting. The weakest kind of mirror immortal could even be eliminated with a splash of urine. Their only powerful ability was the innate ability that could be called a divine art. Jiang Li used almost all the blood essence in one go and finally obtained a talent skill called Mirror Immortal Transformation. Just like the soul igniting ghost lantern, cocoon break, spirit essence absorption, and dream creation, this was also an extremely powerful racial talent. Moreover, in Jiang Li's hands, the effect of this talent would only be 100 times stronger than those weak spirits. The most basic thing was that if he changed his appearance in the future, he would no longer need to use low quality and simple methods like the body transformation technique. Even now, Jiang Li could completely imitate any one of the three divine pillar leaders and obtain their appearance and strength. With the endless spiritual chi in his body, as long as the three of them did not resist and were willing to cooperate, he could do it with some time. Chapter 711 Mirror Immortal Transformation 2, 711 Mirror Immortal Transformation 2. It was obvious that the three of them would not agree to this. Moreover, they were the same as Jiang Li from the beginning to the end. They used methods to cover their faces and maintain their mystery, not revealing their true appearance. He did not have a chance to strike. On the other hand, although this mirror immortal transformation was powerful, it also had its flaws. As long as his energy could withstand it and he had a suitable target, he could become as powerful as the target in a short period of time through simulation. However, the problem was that after completing the simulation, he could only use the strength and ability of his target. Moreover, if he did not drag the target into the mirror space to devour, this simulation would be temporary. It could only last for a few hours before slowly returning to its original state. It was too meaningless to use it on the weak, and bullying the strong was easy to fail. There were more limitations than Jiang Li had imagined. Jiang Li, who had the status panel, could easily resolve these two restrictions in 5 seconds. As for the former, to the weak mirror immortal, there was naturally no hesitation. Any target they imitated was an epic enhancement to them. However, to Jiang Li, There were not many people in this world who could make him stronger by imitating others. With the cheesy purple mansion, Jiang Li, who could maintain his strongest explosive state, could already firmly suppress the 12 high-grade divine judgment forces. Although he had not reached the level of the 3 divine pillars, an unfamiliar power might not be as useful as his many years of accumulation. Therefore, he could only study this in the future. The key now was still the monster below. After the 2 overlords left, the furious monster stayed angry for a few hours. The stitched monster that had also displayed the strength of an overlord was not attacked on the sea. In this Black Sea, after swaying for a period of time, the churning and hungry stomach finally let the monster escape from the inexplicable chaotic battle. It was hungry again. Where should it find food? Over the years, the only thing that could make it full was the dragon vein earth spirit. Ever since that piece of food was snatched away, it had not eaten its fill. Therefore, the stitched monster still wanted to find the dragon vein again and continue to eat and sleep. Its thoughts were simple and pure, but also dangerous. The 8 eyes widened and began to shine with a shocking light. After the battle with the 2 overlords of the sea, its various abilities had become much stronger and more proficient. The 8 eyes spun and noticed Jiang Li and the others in the sky. At the same time, they locked onto the direction of the eastern region. Then, it spread its wings and was about to fly back. Clearly, the Divine Judgment Hall's plan had failed. The vast Black Sea could not let it get lost. The 4 people on the cloud sighed in unison. This was because what they were going to do next was extremely dangerous even for them. However, if they did not do it, they would not be able to stop that monster. Once the dragon vein was destroyed, the entire eastern region would decline. The problem now was who should be the bait to lure the stitched monster to the prosperous Ox continent. Due to the fact that the journey was on the sea, the most suitable person for this should be the Sea Palace Master. However, the dragon transformation that Jiang Li had displayed earlier gave them an additional choice. The Sea Palace Master was silent. It seemed that he did not want to go. This was because these 3 had fought with the armored trolls their entire lives. If they ran to the other party's nest alone, the treatment they would receive could be imagined. After all, the other party was an entire continent. They could still defend against the invasion through the endless sea. However, in the prosperous Ox continent, even if they had the power of chaos of the Azure world as a secret weapon, they would not be able to win. Once they were attacked by a group, they might not be able to return. Moreover, they had to be wary of the covetous eyes of the other 4 regions. It was impossible for them to leave too far. Then, it was time to consider another problem. What should they use to move this ghost city lord? I want the mortals of the eastern region to be under my rule. The monster's wings were too fast, so they did not have much time to hesitate. Jiang Li did not argue. He only thought for a moment before throwing out his request. Now, the things that the 3 divine pillars could take out were extremely limited to Jiang Li. On the other hand, anything that could tempt Jiang Li would definitely be their trump card in their hands, and they might not be willing to part with it easily. The only thing that could quickly increase Jiang Li's strength while not causing these forces to lose benefits were the mortals at the bottom of the cultivation world. They were like ants, but there were countless of them. They bore a different meaning to the successor of the human emperor. If he could obtain the power of all the mortals in the eastern region, the strength that Jiang Li could unleash with the human emperor's battle halberd in his hand would be 100 times greater than now. At that time, the power of the human emperor's battle halberd even surpassed a heaven-rank artifact. If he encountered the city god's hall again, he could break it with a swing of the halberd. Moreover, this kind of enhancement could not only bring about the power of the human emperor's battle halberd, he could sense that the enhancement was even more important on his path to becoming the human emperor. The 3 divine pillars frowned when they heard Jiang Li's conditions. Did he want all the mortals? They had just defeated the immortal Qin dynasty and did not want to face a new dynasty. Moreover, those mortals were the foundation of the entire cultivation world. Without the spiritual root seeds born every year from those mortals, no faction could prosper for a long time. However, before they could think further, Jiang Li continued. Regarding the cultivation seeds that are born every year, everything is as usual. The original arrangements of the Divine Judgment Hall can continue. If you want to harvest incense offerings, I won't stop you. Fengdu City will not interfere too much in the internal affairs of mortals. We will not start a massacre or brainwash them. The Divine Judgment Hall will supervise this. I only want the right to rule the mortal kingdoms and their souls after death. After Jiang Li explained, the three divine pillars still had some doubts. They could roughly guess that this request was most likely related to the name of the human emperor's successor. Under normal circumstances, they would definitely not agree to such a request that might have a long-term effect. However, this was an emergency. The Fengdu city lord had already shown great sincerity. At this moment, how could they consider anything else? If they argued, who would do the hard work of being bait? All right. The Divine Judgment Hall will cooperate with Fengdu City to take over the mortal countries. However, not all mortal countries in the eastern region are under our jurisdiction. There are many remote countries that we can provide the location of. What happens next will be Fengdu City's own responsibility. Powerful cultivators who could move mountains and fill seas indeed looked down on mortal countries. They had not even calculated how many countries there were in the eastern region. Even under their rule, other than the usual immortal opportunity test, they might not contact the royal family for decades. However, it was precisely because of this that it was not difficult to transfer the rule of these mortals. As long as they had enough manpower and the Divine Judgment Hall's approval, they could do it. Fengdu City had enough ghost soldiers and small demons. Prosperous Jiang Hong had already tried this in the mortal kingdoms under Jiang Li's rule and had rich experience. Even if demons and ghosts were not useful, Jiang Li could still pull out a large number of useful people from Tragic Death City. He could let the dead enter the dream world and project them on his wood demons. Although the quality was limited, there were as many as they wanted. No one would reject this opportunity to return to the living world. That's enough. After reaching an agreement, Jiang Li received the Earth Spirit Pearl that sealed the power of the Dragon Vein, and then he jumped out of the misty clouds. In fact, there was still a reward here. That was, after dealing with the danger of the stitched monster, this large spirit pearl and the power of the dragon vein inside would also be his. Ugly monster. Look here. The aura of the dragon vein's main body was hidden very well. The huge monster that had yet to find the exact location did not fly at full speed. Jiang Li, who was stepping on the black whirlwind, quickly closed the distance. A spinning light wheel caught up to it first. The unparalleled 8-splitting light wheel landed on the stitching point of the wind and lightning wings. He immediately cut open the flesh at the seam and dyed the beast with blood. Chapter 712 Prosperous Ox Continent 712 Prosperous Ox Continent. The 8-splitting light wheel stabbed into the flesh. Jiang Li was not wrong. The stitched monster's body was powerful, but the connection of the limbs was its weakness. He ambushed it from behind and bled it a little. Raw. The monster felt pain and flapped its wings, sending the immortal slaying flying sword flying. It turned around and stared at the insect that had been swaying beside it. Behind him, Jiang Li was opening his palm to collect blood from the battlefield of the three monsters. Strands of blood were extracted from the seawater, gathering into two balls of blood, one large and one small, slowly spinning in his palm. The kelp overlord had no blood. Due to their huge size, the other two monsters bled quite a bit. However, that was only ordinary blood. There was not much essence left. After Jiang Li checked, he was disappointed to discover that this blood had not reached the level where it could directly be used as material for the beast blood diagram. After putting away the two blood balls, the stitched monster rushed towards him. The immortal slaying flying sword that was sent flying was not damaged. After it entered the space between Jiang Li's brows, the human emperor's successor immediately transformed into a black dragon and plunged into the sea. His rush feet boots were very fast, but their speed was still inferior to the wind and lightning wings. Moreover, this was not the netherworld, so his speed could not reach the limit. If he relied on flying, Jiang Li would probably be unable to move an inch. He would be chased up by the stitched monster and beaten up. However, it was different when he transformed into a black dragon. Jiang Li's speed in the water could not be said to be faster than the Sea Palace Master, but it was not inferior to the other party. This was the reason why he and the Sea Palace Master were the only ones chosen. The stitched monster that was attacked again for no reason glowed red. A death beam that could destroy everything shot out from each of the 8 eyes. Deep ravines were drawn in the pitch-black sea that swallowed the light. Jiang Li twisted nimbly at the bottom of the sea and dodged the pillars of light. Then, he held the Earth Spirit Pearl in his mouth and used the Dragon Race's movement technique to escape towards the prosperous Ox continent. As long as he revealed the aura of the Dragon Vein, he was not afraid that this guy would not take the bait. The monster with the wind and lightning wings was faster than Jiang Li. Just like before, every time it approached, this fellow would pounce into the water to attack Jiang Li. Fortunately, the Fengdu City Lord's methods were not simple. With his cheesy purple mansion maintaining an explosive state at all times, he could withstand the attacks of the monster. Every time he was attacked, his speed did not decrease at all. He firmly pulled this dangerous national treasure farther and farther away from the azure cloud continent. The 3 divine pillars watched as Jiang Li and the stitched monster left. Only when their auras completely disappeared did they return to the eastern region. In the consecutive battles, the 3 of them were fine, but the other forces under the divine judgment hall really suffered heavy losses. Not to mention anything else. More than a quarter of the Earth Immortals had died. The remaining ones were all heavily injured. It was unknown how long it would take them to recover. A large number of forces had lost their leader, and more people with ulterior motives were tempted. They had to return to maintain the stability of the entire cultivation world and complete the transaction conditions with Fengdu City. After the final method of the immortal Qin dynasty was drawn away by Jiang Li, the threat of the Blood King Palace finally came to an end. The cultivation world of the eastern region would finally recover peace and spend a long time recuperating. On the other hand, Jiang Li, who was carrying out an important mission like saving the eastern region, was dancing on the edge of the blade. The deep and endless Black Sea was far larger than the cultivation world of the eastern region. Just the Black Sea between the 2 continents surpassed the entire azure cloud continent in size. Coupled with the fact that it was tens of thousands of feet deep, there were really too many creatures hidden inside. The competition between sea beasts was intense, and there were many overlords born in the sea. Crossing the sea, no one knew when an overlord would appear. What kind of terrifying abilities did these overlords have? It was very normal for them to accidentally die. Among them, some overlords caused Jiang Li considerable trouble. There were also some overlords with dragon blood who were restrained by Jiang Li and were taught a lesson. The journey was quite bumpy, but there was no danger. Due to the obstruction of the overlords in the sea, he could not focus on traveling. His speed was much slower than expected. About 2 weeks later, Jiang Li finally escaped the pincers of a crab overlord and left that fellow's territory. The Bodhisattva Heart Sutra that he used as a sonar finally felt that the depth of the sea ahead was quickly becoming shallow. The frequency at which powerful monsters appeared decreased. As he continued to probe forward, the depth of the seawater quickly became less than 100,000 feet. The prosperous Ox continent is ahead. After chasing and fleeing for half a month, he finally saw his target. While Jiang Li was excited, he was also extremely vigilant. The continent ahead could be said to be even more terrifying than the stitched monster behind him. I can't rush over with the stitched monster. If I'm attacked from the front and back, it'll be very bad for me. Spiritual light surged on Jiang Li's body. When the stitched monster pounced again, a huge wooden thousand hands divine statue rose from the bottom of the sea. The true several thousand hands was clearly several times larger than when Jiang Li used it back then. It was as if any hand could grab the stitched monster. However, in terms of strength, compared to the stitched monster, the thousand hands wood statue was not much better than tofu. Jiang Li only hoped that he could use this huge piece of tofu to stall for more time. With a wave of his dragon body, he temporarily shook off the monster and entered the shallow sea of the prosperous Ox continent. As the depth of the sea continuously decreased, Jiang Li's movement speed decreased drastically. Soon, he felt what it meant to be a dragon swimming in shallow water. Comparison was odious. Back then, when he first entered the sea as a dragon, he only felt extremely carefree. He felt that he had seen what it meant to be vast. However, this time, after swimming through the deep and almost bottomless Black Sea, the situation changed. After sensing the rich sea energy in the Black Abyss Sea and returning to the shallow sea that was only 100,000 feet deep, he began to feel restricted and uneasy. He also took the initiative to slow down. He had to be extremely careful on this land. Just here, he felt a dense danger ahead. It was like an inescapable net. Once he collided with it, what awaited him might only be a life and death struggle. Feeling the thousand hands divine stature that was quickly being dismantled behind him, Jiang Li no longer hesitated. The dragon horns began to emit circles of strange ripples that spread out into the surrounding sea. In the vast sea, the sea beasts playing games like big fish eating small fish paused and slowly gathered. More and more of them pointed their fish heads in the direction of the prosperous Ox continent. Previously, the armored trolls had kidnapped and assimilated the merman race to control a large number of sea beasts to continuously attack, causing Jiang Li to have a headache at that time. Now, it was his turn. Countless sea beasts gathered together and pushed forward. The seawater was squeezed until there was almost no space. A dense stench spread in all directions. Jiang Li hid among them and tested the strength of the armored trolls. The sea beast at the front had already fought the armored trolls. According to the voices, the armored trolls line was very dense, as if they were waiting solemnly. Oh, an expert has attacked. Danger. He squeezed together with the sea beast group. Not long after he advanced in the shallow sea, he felt a dense danger that enveloped the entire sea. Swoosh. The surging sea beasts stopped moving in batches, turning into countless crowded ice sculptures that piled together. Looking down, an expanse of frost instantly froze the entire shallow sea, and it easily dealt with most of the sea beasts that Jiang Li had summoned. This might was much stronger than the freezing chi on Jiang Li's body. From the surface of the sea to the bottom of the sea, which was 100,000 feet deep, everything in the sea, including Jiang Li, was frozen and sealed. Then, creaking sounds spread through the ice. Jiang Li was very familiar with this. In summer, if one placed an ice cube in their mouth and slowly bit it, they would hear this sound clearly. It was the sound of cracks appearing inside the ice and expanding. On the sea, the armored troll pressed its hands on the ice and activated its ability. Crack. With his hands as the center, countless cracks spread towards the entire ice layer. Cracks spread wantonly as they tore apart the ice. They also tore apart the creatures frozen in the ice. Wherever it passed, the originally white ice sea turned into a bright red color filled with the smell of fish. Just as the cracks that contained a terrifying power were about to spread to the black dragon, it, which was originally sealed in the ice, suddenly swam nimbly again. Its elegant and slender body circled around and nimbly dodged the few cracks. The ice seal was still solid, but it was so agile that it was as if it was swimming in water. Jiang Li had grasped the highest profundity of the Ice Plains barbarians. After fusing with the ice and snow, it was normal for him to move around freely. However, it was obvious that the other party was not so easy to fool. Jiang Li's actions were still discovered. A sense of weightlessness came. The 100,000 feet thick ice was lifted up by brute force and thrown into the sky. Then, a pitch-black fist that was like a heavy hammer smashed towards the ice layer where Jiang Li was. Boom! In the ice, another fist stretched out. The two fists, one big and one small, collided without any fancy moves. The aftershock of the force shattered the huge ice block flying in the air. Countless frozen pieces of flesh and blood scattered on the spot, leaving only the two figures standing in the air and slamming their fists. You have decent strength. Opposite him was an armored troll with extremely burly arms and an outline that was even more exaggerated than a Vajra. It was this guy who sent the entire ice layer flying just now. He raised such a large piece of ice, but it did not shatter the ice that was already filled with cracks. It could be seen that not only did the other party have strength, but his control of strength was also extremely precise. Chapter 713 Sweet Scent 713 Sweet Scent. Jiang Li praised this fellow, and then he exerted strength in his hand again. Endless brute force surged into the other party's arm. Cracks appeared on the arm or like outer shell of the arm, and a large amount of blood fog spewed out. Then, the arm completely exploded, and the armored troll was sent flying. He shattered several mountains with unstoppable force, and after smashing out a huge crater, it was unknown if he was dead or alive. This guy was an armored troll with physical abilities. Just his brute force was enough to suppress ordinary Earth immortals until they could not raise their heads. After reaching this level, there were fewer and fewer pure body cultivators. Jiang Li had rarely encountered such an opponent. However, in terms of strength, he was still inferior. Jiang Li was not happy that he had sent an armored troll equivalent to a human Earth immortal flying with a single strike. Looking around, there were already no less than 30 armored troll experts surrounding him. More trolls were rushing over from afar. The armored trolls were generally not good at hiding their auras. From the aura they emitted, Jiang Li could roughly determine their strength. Every armored troll that surrounded him had combat strength equivalent to a human Earth immortal or above. Among them were 4 trolls equivalent to the 3 flowers gathering realm. There was even a troll at the level of the 3 divine pillars standing behind them. In the depths of this continent, there were vaguely several powerful auras at the level of the 3 divine pillars that shot into the clouds. This meant that they were paying attention to this place at all times. As long as Jiang Li displayed dangerous strength, those few people would arrive in the shortest time and surround and kill the invader. What a terrifying formation. It could be said to be a situation of certain death. It was no wonder that the Sea Palace Master was unwilling to come here. If he was not careful, he might not be able to return. Should he use the power of chaos? Jiang Li was a little hesitant. If he took them by surprise and used the power of chaos in the Azura world, he would definitely be able to succeed immediately and kill a group of monsters. However, the drawback of doing this might be very great. The batch of trolls that had occupied the coastal area of the eastern region had been defeated by the power of chaos and retreated from the eastern region. At that time, the armored troll was beaten to a pulp by the Divine Judgment Hall, leaving behind countless meatball corpses before escaping. Less than 1 in 100 deserters returned to the prosperous Ox continent. After such a huge defeat, the armored troll race would definitely be very sensitive to this power. Under the orders of the Supreme Queen, many armored trolls, including Galanfron, established various large laboratories. They were studying with all their might in an attempt to break through the power of chaos. However, because there was too little material brought back, and because Galanfron was pretending to obey, their progress was almost zero. If Jiang Li really used the power of chaos, perhaps he could kill many trolls. However, this was the territory of the armored trolls in the prosperous Ox continent. After that, he might have to face the monsters that came out in full strength. He had to endure it first. His trump card had to be used when he was about to kill. As long as Fran's plan succeeded, he might be able to overturn the entire prosperous Ox continent in one go and eliminate this group of monsters who obtained rationality through eating humans. HMPH, what a tempting fragrance. Not from the armored troll race, human, pitiful food. You actually dared to come here alone. What a stupid guy. We won't be stupid after eating your brain, right? The armored trolls around him all widened their eyes. A large amount of sticky saliva surged out of their mouths and emitted a stench under the armor. They had never seen such fragrant food. As a connate human who had relied on the Nuwa stone to reconstruct his body, Jiang Li could completely be called the spirit of all things, the child of heaven and earth. Coupled with a bunch of abnormal physiques and statuses, the taste was naturally much better than ordinary humans. We can't let him escape. Offer him to the queen. A troll standing behind Jiang Li emitted a layer of strange power from his body and connected to the other trolls. With the help of their special talent, the auras of the dozens of trolls present connected, making the air harder than steel. Jiang Li was firmly trapped in the middle. Logically speaking, the trapped human should take advantage of the fact that the array had yet to be formed to immediately break out with all his might to have a chance of escaping. Otherwise, the longer he stayed, the more dangerous it would be. However, Jiang Li, who was proficient in this, did not do so. He only looked at them quietly and adjusted his condition. They should be here soon. Jiang Li muttered to himself as he timed it. On the sea area he had passed before, a huge Buddhist head floated on the sea. Its originally larger body was torn apart by a terrifying force. What caused all of this was a strange monster. The monster's 8 eyes flashed as it found its target again. It flapped its wings and triggered the power of wind and lightning, instantly disappearing from the spot. In the next moment, an incomparable aura came from behind. The expressions of the group of armored trolls surrounding Jiang Li changed. There's an overlord attacking the shore. How is this possible? Be it strong or weak, the sea race did not like a dry environment. Moreover, compared to the sea, the food on the shore was not abundant. Powerful overlords had no reason to come ashore. Be it the azure cloud continent or the prosperous ox continent, it was the same. For thousands of years, only ordinary sea beasts had attacked the sea. There had never been a powerful overlord who took the initiative to land. How could they know that this monster was brought over by Jiang Li from the distant azure cloud continent to disgust them? The attack came from behind, so the monster's target was naturally Jiang Li. However, it could be considered to have helped him. The boundless strength of its enormous figure broke through the array formation that surrounded Jiang Li at the first moment. He did not dodge and ruthlessly ate the stitched monster. Intense pain spread throughout his entire body, but this also made his body transform into a stream of light that shot forward. It was even faster than him using the rush feet boots. He, who had taken the initiative to fly backward, even had the mood to avoid some obstructions and fly farther. With a bang, he smashed into a mountain. During this process, his injuries had already recovered. He activated the power of the netherworld mountain robe's lightless fire and covered his aura with all his might before burrowing underground. As he fled along the earth vein, he released the power of the dragon vein and continued to lead the monster deeper. Due to the arrival of the stitched monster, the trolls who were elsewhere and had auras comparable to the 3 divine pillars rushed over. A group of armored trolls temporarily blocked the stitched monster from behind, causing the distance between Jiang Li and the monster to increase. However, one of the powerful auras still flew towards Jiang Li. Chapter 714 Golden Duke 1, 714 Golden Duke 1. This was because the retreat of the troops who had invaded the Azure Cloud continent represented the failure of their partial war. The armored trolls were not all fools. Just like the Divine Judgment Hall back then, they had gathered a large number of members near the coastline to guard against the Divine Judgment Hall's possible counterattack. They were prepared to face a war, but only one person and one beast came from the eastern region. Therefore, Jiang Li encountered so many powerful trolls as soon as he arrived. He fell into an absolute disadvantage in numbers, as expected of a powerful race that ruled an entire continent. Just the power that appeared in Jiang Li's senses had already surpassed the total of the Divine Judgment Hall. It was no wonder that the defensive battle through the Black Sea was so difficult in the cultivation world of the eastern region. If Jiang Li did not discover the secret weapon, who knew how long that war would last? Now, Jiang Li was slightly glad that he had brought the stitched monster over. Otherwise, when faced with such a number of attacks, without openly using the power of chaos to restrain the trolls, it was practically an invincible situation. In a purely hidden battle, dealing with any expert at the level of the 3 divine pillars would be difficult. Jiang Li was definitely not a match for these monsters. However, he did not abandon the Earth Spirit Pearl and run. Instead, he hid behind himself and used the 9 Nether Escape technique. trying to continue infiltrating from underground with his current strength and cultivation. He should be qualified to explore one of the 9 provinces that had raised humans for food for millions of years. The prosperous Ox continent. On the one hand, he wanted to do something for the humans living on this land. On the other hand, the Fire Cloud Cave ruin, which was the holy land of the 3 ancient emperors, was also here. Now, Jiang Li had to take back the human emperor's inheritance. However, even with the stitched monster attracting firepower, it was definitely not easy to do this. One of the 9 provinces was thousands of times more dangerous than a tiger's den. It's indeed the aura of a human. This smell is definitely not inferior to the special high-grade nourishment of the Grace House. I didn't expect that I would have such an opportunity today. Not long after he dived into the ground, a voice sounded from above. Afraid that the spiritual chi fluctuation of the 9 nether escape technique would be discovered by experts, Jiang Li could only stop all his actions and use the nameless fire to cover his body as he quietly lay dormant under the ground. This way, he was not more conspicuous than any stone and should be able to dodge most probing methods. The Nourishment's Earth Escape Technique? What an interesting ability. On the ground, a tall troll that was about 30 feet tall and had a slender figure stood in the huge hole that Jiang Li had smashed out. Not only was this armored troll extremely powerful, but there were also 5 horizontal patterns on his armor. This meant that not only was he powerful, but he was also an armored troll with a noble bloodline. He revealed powerful strength with every move, a monster on a completely different level from the previous Galenran. A long time ago, Jiang Li had sent his clone to return to the prosperous Ox continent with Galenfront to prepare for him and obtain the necessary information. Over the past few days, he had roughly learned about the armored trolls. If one could see it with their own eyes, they would definitely recognize that this Grand Duke was called Andu in gold. Many armored trolls called him the dazzling Golden Duke. His ability was definitely at the top among the many powerful armored troll nobles. There's no need to hide like this anymore. Nothing can hide under the light of the sun. Unstoppable sun. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 balls of golden light flickered on the Golden Duke's hands. As the 2 hands gradually raised, the 2 balls of light became brighter and brighter. Finally, when they combined above his head, they turned into a sun that no one could look at directly. It was not inferior to the sun in the sky. Jiang Li, who was hiding underground and hiding in the earth vein, did not dare to move. He activated the power of the flames with all his might and hid. Suddenly, he saw a wisp of golden light that became brighter and brighter before his eyes. He was clearly underground. There were 1,000 feet of soil covering him and the power of the unknown fire. He should be able to absorb all the light that approached. However, the light did not seem to be blocked by anything and still shone over. Under the flickering golden light of the Golden Duke, the ground below was like a translucent crystal. Be it rocks, roots, earth insects, mines, or everything that should have been hidden under the darkness of the soil, everything was clearly visible under the light. With the glance, only one place in the transparent soil was enveloped by a pitch-black shadow. It looked especially obvious and stood out from the crowd. Found you. I've been discovered. At the same time that the Golden Duke noticed Jiang Li, he also noticed this. Jiang Li immediately activated the 9 nether escape technique and dived deeper into the ground. Facing an expert of that level, the thickness of the ground was as fragile as a piece of paper. It could not protect him at all. Sure enough, in the next moment, a scorching pillar of light fell from the sky. It directly pierced through the ground where Jiang Li was. The thick soil evaporated under the pillar of light. Only lava and the heavily burned Jiang Li were left in the cylindrical hole. Chapter 715 715 Golden Duke 2 715 Golden Duke 2 Jiang Li's spiritual root attribute was Yinwood, and he cultivated the 9 nether Dao scripture of the Yinwood attribute. Yin and Yang countered each other, so he did not like the sun. This caused him considerable injuries. Not only that, the pillar of light that pierced through the ground did not disappear. Instead, it condensed into 9 pillars of light that were as thick as arms and pierced through Jiang Li. The 9 pillars of light intersected and formed a 9-pillar light prison, firmly trapping him on the spot. It was clearly light, but each pillar of light was abnormally sturdy. Every time he moved, there would be a bone-piercing pain. It was effective to use physical energy to forcefully attack, but using the body as a battlefield would cause him to suffer even more serious injuries. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Li would have to spend a few days grinding to break it. Even if he entered a berserk state, this was not a power that could be easily broken free. Jiang Li was just about to use the minus sign on the status panel to forcefully eliminate the 9 pillars of light. However, when he looked up and saw the armored troll that attacked him, he temporarily gave up on this plan. Instead, he took the initiative to release the connate human aura that he had restrained earlier. As the other party slowly raised his palm, Jiang Li's figure was dragged up by the 9 pillars of light and slowly floated in front of the Golden Duke. Under the scorching sun, this Golden Duke's strength would be greatly increased. Even at the same level, he was quite an existence. Unless it was delayed until night, it would be quite difficult to fight. To me, this is really a troublesome opponent. The cover of the flames was broken, and Jiang Li was brought before the other party. The Golden Duke leaned his nose close to Jiang Li and sniffed hard. The airflow that swept up caused Jiang Li's hair to sway. The connate human smell that rushed into his nose made this knowledgeable Grand Duke, who thought he had eaten everything, tremble in excitement. Let me see what a nourishment that surpasses top grade looks like. The beast-like hand with sharp claws removed Jiang Li's wooden mask. It revealed the calm face of the Fengdu city lord. The armored troll Grand Duke was still different from ordinary armored trolls. At the very least, he clearly loved hygiene and did not have that strange smell on him. What a beautiful face. That queen sister of mine will definitely like you very much. Big sister won't mind eating one of your hands. Seeing that Jiang Li had no ability to resist, the Golden Duke's mouth split open to the roots of his ears. Sharp fangs were exposed. The teeth were well groomed as if they were made of gold. He opened his mouth and enveloped Jiang Li's immobile right hand before suddenly biting down. Sharp teeth stabbed into the flesh and tore apart the blood vessels, but they could not bite off the arm. This nourishment body was ridiculously strong, and it was even more monstrous than a monster. He was utterly unable to bite it, and he could only suck forcefully, wanting to extract as much blood as possible from Jiang Li's body. The blood of the connate human 7-color Dao body was not ordinary. In the senses of the cannibals, it was even more tempting than nectar. Drinking this blood was even enough to change the fate of many creatures. Feeling the pain in his arm, Jiang Li only frowned and did not make a sound. It looked like the Golden Duke controlled Jiang Li's life and death, making him unable to resist like food on the dining table. However, in fact, as the blood of the human emperor's successor surged into the Golden Duke's body, the roles of hunter and prey were quietly reversed. He could not use the power of chaos without any fear. However, it was not a problem to secretly use it without being discovered. Didn't your mother tell you not to eat the food of unknown origins? With a thought from Jiang Li, the blood that flowed out of his body gradually revealed a crazy aura. The Golden Duke felt something grab his heart. A fatal danger made his entire body stiffen and he did not dare to move. The blood. There was something wrong with this person's blood. The Golden Duke locked onto the source of the sense of danger, but unfortunately, it was already too late. Don't move. Otherwise, I'll immediately turn you into a ball of flesh. Jiang Li controlled the blood and only changed it slightly. A violent squirm occurred in Anduin Gold's stomach, and a strange tumor grew out. Jiang Li was proving that he was not lying. As it turned out, the Golden Duke, who was as dazzling as the sun, was also afraid of death. He could clearly sense that every piece of flesh on his body was trembling under the crazy aura. That aura was only the tip of the iceberg. If the blood that he had just drunk continued to transform, he did not have the chance to react at all. In an instant, he would become even worse than those irrational wild armored trolls. He would become the deformed ball of flesh that he had seen with his own eyes not long ago. Those balls of flesh were the losers brought back from the front line. The armored trolls fighting in the eastern region had to find some reason for their failure. In that battle, they risked their lives to bring back some of the sealed power of chaos and the deformed flesh balls of their kind. The Golden Duke still remembered his mocking words to those losers under the palace. He did not expect that after such a short period of time, he would personally feel the despair under the crazy will. He would die. He would really die. If it was a hidden battle, under the circumstances of being on guard, as long as the powerful armored troll wrapped itself in dense spiritual chi, it would naturally not be so easy to be hit. However, who would have thought that such a delicious human was actually the most dangerous trap and poison? Boom! The meteorite pit below suffered another huge collision and became larger and deeper. And Yuan Gold grabbed Jiang Li's head with one palm and smashed him to the ground. A sun that seemed merciless appeared in his other hand and pressed down on Jiang Li's stomach, intending to instantly burn him to ashes. As long as he was fast enough, he might be able to resolve this danger. However, Jiang Li did not die. He even had the mood to put away the netherworld mountain robe to prevent his clothes from being damaged. Be it his head or his stomach, they were abnormally tenacious. The burning power of the sun was actually unable to burn through the dark red muscles. Since he could not kill it, it was Jiang Li's turn. The Golden Duke's stomach bulged visibly. Inside, there were noisy cries of infants. It was as if hundreds of rats were wreaking havoc, twisting and tearing his internal organs. When he saw that his attack could not affect Jiang Li no matter what, he could only helplessly let go. Then, he cut his stomach with a finger and poured out a large pile of internal organs that had already mutated. His internal organs had really become hundreds of rats and several babies that bore their fangs. "What have you done to me?" He threw out the sun fireball and burned all the internal organs on the ground. The Golden Duke still wanted to extract the blood that he had swallowed. However, how could Jiang Li let him do as he wished? Long ago, he had already controlled the blood to directly invade the other party's blood vessels. Then, it split into two balls, one in his heart, and one in his brain. With a thought, he could directly destroy this Grand Duke. "Relax, my respected Grand Duke. I'm your captive. Don't show me any fear. Otherwise, they will misunderstand." Jiang Li smiled and knew that this Grand Duke was afraid that the situation was falling under his control. "Who are you? What do you want? This is the prosperous Ox continent. If you kill me, you won't be able to escape no matter what. Draw out your blood and I can let you leave." The Golden Duke was extremely furious. But he did not continue to attack Jiang Li. Now, he had no interest in this piece of flesh at all. When he saw the blood flowing out of the wound on Jiang Li's wrist, he only felt fear. Chapter 716 716 Sorry, it seems that Lord Anduin has not recognized reality. Jiang Li looked at the other party's chest again. The Golden Duke immediately covered his heart in fear. Just now, a tumor had grown in his heart, almost blocking one of his hearts. This severely affected his blood supply, and his breathing became a little rapid. During this period of time, most of the beast blood tattoos created came from the blood of madness of various Azure Lords. The last time, he pressed the Heartborn on the extremely chaotic mountain of flesh into his chest. This allowed him to possess a very powerful force that did not belong to the continent of the 9 provinces. His blood usually looked like the blood of a connate human. The human emperor's blood chi and a large amount of dragon blood were mixed together. As long as one had the ability to digest it, it would be a top-notch supplement to anyone. However, in fact, as long as Jiang Li activated his Heart of Chaos, the scorching blood in his body would instantly become the most terrifying blood of madness. It was not only the armored trolls. Even normal humans would have uncontrollable abnormalities due to the influence of his blood. Right now, Jiang Li's blood was even more dangerous than the blood of many Azure Lords. The Golden Duke was indeed powerful and had power as great as the sun. However, as long as Jiang Li was willing, he could take this super expert's life at any time. This was the wonder of everything in the world. "You don't dare to kill me. You don't dare to kill me. If you kill me, you definitely won't be able to escape." Holding his heart, the Golden Duke was a little afraid. Now that both sides were captured by the other party, whoever gave in would lose everything. Really? I'll give it a try. Jiang Li smiled and continued to control the blood in the other party's body. A fist-sized tumor grew out and turned the other party's heart into a bunch of grapes. Moreover, the blood of madness began to affect other places. Wherever it passed, there would be no good flesh left. The noble bloodline that the Golden Duke was proud of was disappearing. If this continued, he would lose everything. However, he could not kill Jiang Li. Enough. Enough. You win. Stop. Stop. What do you want me to do? In the end, the Golden Duke was the first to give in. This was because Jiang Li knew that he really would not die. Even if he was surrounded and captured by the armored trolls, with Chi Yao's muscles and the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, no one could kill him. As long as his soul moved to another body and pretended to be dead, he could rely on his spy, Galanfron, to get his body over in the name of research. At that time, once the gate of hell opened, freedom would be at his fingertips. Therefore, he was more confident that he would win. And Yuan Gold finally gave in. Only then did Jiang Li restrain his crazy aura and prevent the other party from becoming a ball of flesh. If possible, he wanted to sneak in. He did not want to play the nightmare difficulty of becoming enemies with the entire continent. Don't worry. Don't worry. I already said that I'm your captive. How can I be so rude to Lord Anduin? Let's find a quiet place and talk slowly. Jiang Li looked into the depths of the prosperous Ox continent. He wanted to approach the danger. Previously, when he broke through to the soul formation realm, in order to ensure that his mind was completely intact, he had taken back all his parallel minds. After breaking through, they had basically separated again. However, only the sword cultivator clone far away in the prosperous Ox continent was unable to cross the long space to send the parallel mind over. He had to do everything himself. That monster is coming. Let's go. The Golden Duke's expression changed several times, not knowing what Jiang Li wanted to do. However, his life was in his hands, so there was not much room to refuse. Behind him, the stitched monster displayed its might. The powerful stitched limbs were not something that ordinary Earth immortals could deal with. They would be heavily injured and on the verge of death. Even with the powerful recovery ability of the armored trolls, they might not be able to withstand it. Only the Duke-level armored trolls could deal with it. It was also like the previous 3 divine pillars. They could only parry and not counter-attack. Every time they collided, they would suffer some losses. If not for the continuous arrival of experts from the depths of the continent, at this moment, the coastal battlefront would probably be devoured by the stitched monster. The monster kept approaching. The Golden Duke threw a sun fireball over. After discovering that it was completely useless, he carried his captive and flew towards the duchy he ruled. He originally wanted to fly to the capital and ask that queen for help. However, for some reason, an outsider like Jiang Li actually knew the way. For the sake of his life, he could only follow Jiang Li's request and find a quiet place. What a strange land. Like a captive, he was carried by the armored troll and flew past mountains and rivers. Looking down from the sky, this place was also green mountains and rivers. However, if one observed carefully, they would discover that what entered their sight was not familiar at all. Plants, beasts, flowers, birds, fish, and insects were all different from the species in the Azure Cloud continent. Even the environment and climate were greatly different. Moisture. The first thing he felt was moisture. There was plenty of moisture in the air here. Jiang Li had a cleansing status on him, but it did not work well. However, when he took out a rag and casually waved it in the air, it could already produce water. The forest below was huge. Every leaf, flower, and grass was covered in bean-sized water droplets. Fish-like creatures could directly move freely in the grass and forest. All kinds of strange creatures had white bone armor on their faces. These were completely different from the scene his clone saw in the Grace House farm. Is this continent like this to begin with, or is it because of the influence of the ancient Lingzi? Jiang Li could not be sure. Perhaps Galanfron would have some thoughts. And Yuan Gold's speed was very fast. Not long after, he returned to his duke's mansion. After there was no one around, Jiang Li used the status panel to directly remove the 9 pillars of light. Only then did the Golden Duke know that Jiang Li could escape his control at any time. He felt a deep sense of helplessness. "I've already done as you said. Take back the blood in my body and you can leave. The Queen already knows about you. She won't let you off. If you continue to stay here, you won't be able to escape sooner or later." And Yuan Gold gritted his teeth. He wanted to burn Jiang Li to death with a sun fireball. However, he had tried it before. It was useless. If he really did that, he would definitely die. He wanted to use the armored troll queen to threaten Jiang Li, but for some reason, this fellow really did not seem to be afraid of death and did not react at all. "If I leave, won't Lord Anduin be in a difficult position?" "I can't do such a thing. I heard that the Queen is your sister. If I ruin your relationship, he'll feel sorry." "Don't worry. He'll explain this to that Queen for you." Jiang Li took out the coffin and released a ball of mercury. The mercury floated in the air and spread out, quickly turning into a huge mirror that was clear and smooth. However, this mirror was a little strange. It could only reflect the appearance of the room, but not the appearance of a living person. It was not until Jiang Li walked into the mirror and disappeared that the figure of the Golden Duke appeared. Chapter 717 717 Armored Troll Court 1, 717 Armored Troll Court 1. Is this the power of the mirror immortal transformation? Standing in the mirror space that he had opened up, Jiang Li looked at Anduin Gold through the mirror. In the past, he had never tried a brilliant transformation technique. He knew nothing about this. However, right now, when Jiang Li looked at the monster opposite him, he instinctively mobilized an additional force in his body. After his figure blurred, he quickly rose up. In the blink of an eye, he had already become identical to the Golden Duke. Jiang Li's body was extremely tough and unyielding. Even when enduring the attacks of the stitched monster, it had never deformed. However, under this force, it seemed to be even softer than clay. What a wonderful talent! Jiang Li minded his own business and checked his body. The change in his body was not only an illusion, but his body had really become 30 feet tall. The iconic armor had also grown on his face. The human aura on his body quickly dissipated, no longer easily sensed. Jiang Li was a little worried at first. Was the bone armor of the armored troll a mask? If it was considered a mask, then wouldn't the armored troll race be the nemesis of mirror immortals? Fortunately, Jiang Li had already seen it when he dissected this creature back then. Under the armor were flesh, blood, and bones. There was no other thing. The bone armor was their faces. Therefore, the imagined situation did not happen. Jiang Li successfully copied the other party's appearance and a portion of his strength. Just by standing there, he could feel a steady stream of scorching power surging out of his body, turning into a golden fireball in his chest. Of course, before pulling the target into the mirror world, Jiang Li had to bear most of the expenditure of this power himself. With the infusion of spiritual chi and endless energy, he could easily endure it. However, as he moved, the mirror image in the mirror deviated from the Golden Duke outside. As the deviation occurred, the fireball that had just formed in Jiang Li's body became unstable and could dissipate at any time. The transformed mirror image also began to gradually collapse back to its original appearance. After all, it was the talent of the mirror immortal. The condition was to imitate the target in the mirror at the very least. Before seizing more than 50% of the other party's strength, he had to maintain the same movements as the other party. Otherwise, it would cause the mirror immortal transformation to show flaws and fail completely. Only in the later stages could he turn the tables and even control the target's body from the mirror. After recovering his movements to the same as the other party, the changes in Jiang Li's body gradually recovered their stability. Grand Duke Anduin Gold. "Come here, put your hand on the mirror," Jiang Li ordered forcefully in the mirror. The Golden Duke knew that this human was not doing a good thing. However, with 2 balls of fatal blood in his body, he could not refuse. After much difficulty, he finally reached out and pressed on the mirror formed from mercury. Then, Jiang Li's palm suddenly stretched out from the mercury mirror, grabbed the Golden Duke's wrist, and pulled him in. This scene made him look like a villain. By the time An Yuan reacted, he was already in a bright octagonal mirror cage. It was exactly the same as what Jiang Li had experienced in the Ipang Palace. In each of these 8 mirrors, there was a mirror image of a Golden Duke, but only one of them was formed by Jiang Li. However, he could run to the other mirrors at any time and imitate the other party from various angles. Move. Show everything you know here. As the Golden Duke did not move in the middle of the mirror cage, the speed at which Jiang Li imitated him was far from what he had expected. Jiang Li could only take the initiative to ask this guy to move. The Golden Duke could only do as he was told. In this octagonal mirror cage, he displayed his innate ability, Blazing Sun, as well as the complementary moves he had developed over the years. This included the Unstoppable Sun that he had displayed earlier, the Merciless Sun, and the Dawn Claws. Jiang Li was also in the mirror, imitating every move along with his innate talent. The energy in his body flowed out like a floodgate. Even his current spiritual chi infusion status could not replenish it. If it was any other Earth immortal, it would not be long before they were completely sucked dry. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, Jiang Li spent 2 hours at each of the 8 mirrors. During this process, the power in his body was continuously extracted, and a vast amount of energy was continuously transformed into the power of the Son of the Golden Duke. The energy in the body of an armored troll of the 3 divine pillars was as vast as the sea. The expenditure of such a large amount of energy in a short period of time was extraordinary. 16 hours later, Jiang Li heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed his body. With his spiritual chi and many statuses, coupled with the fact that he had extracted half of the Golden Duke's energy, he had accumulated almost the same power. At this moment, a scorching small sun was burning fiercely in his chest. Chapter 718 Armored Troll Court 2, 718 Armored Troll Court 2, Jiang Li did not suck the Grand Duke dry. This guy was very strong. It might be useful to keep him alive. Well done, you successfully preserved your life. On Jiang Li's interface, there was a new status called Mirror Immortal Transformation, and due in gold, 99.98%. The duration was about 3 days. 5 seconds later, Jiang Li made the status of the Golden Duke permanent on his body. At this point, there might still be a slight internal difference, but it was already so subtle that even he could not discover it. When a person woke up every day, they would be slightly different from the day before. The difference would be greater than the current Jiang Li and the other party. The Mirror Immortal Transformation could already surpass 99% of the transformation methods in the world. When Jiang Li walked out of the mirror and rubbed a sun fireball in his hand, it could be seen from the Golden Duke's surprised expression. Even he could not tell the difference, so who could tell the difference in the Armored Troll Court? You've become me? What do you want to do? Wait, did you do it on purpose? You did it on purpose from the beginning. By turning into my appearance? Could it be that you want to harm the Queen? The Golden Duke thought of many things. Why did this human emit such a strong tempting aura since he arrived in the prosperous Ox continent? To experts of their level, hiding their auras should be extremely simple. Even the armored trolls with simple methods had many methods to do this. However, after Jiang Li arrived at the tiger's den filled with enemies, he did not do so. From the beginning, this human had been trying to tempt the armored troll expert to devour his flesh and blood. However, in the end, he became that unlucky guy. Don't worry, your queen is not easy to deal with. I won't walk into a trap so easily. You should face your new life properly. After wearing this, atone for your sins. Jiang Li took out a mask that belonged to a hidden rock cultivator from the coffin. After pressing it on his face, he threw this fellow into the coffin. Now, he could not even create the simplest wooden mask. After putting away the mercury mirror, Jiang Li walked out of the Duke's mansion's quiet room in the appearance of the Golden Duke. At the entrance of the quiet room, a housekeeper-like armored troll had been waiting for a long time. Duke, Someone from the royal court has arrived. The monster from not long ago landed on the west coast and disappeared after wreaking havoc. The royal court questioned why you fled. In addition, the Queen has issued a call for you to personally lead a team to capture that monster. Bring the previous nourishment to the royal court for an audience. Jiang Li's eyes had already turned into two vertical golden lights. Sure enough, he saw a group of armored trolls in the Duke's mansion. From their anxious looks, they had clearly not come here for nothing. From the looks of it, this housekeeper of Anduin was not bad. The Queen's orders should have arrived quite a long time ago. However, Jiang Li stayed in the mirror room for 16 hours without anyone disturbing him. From the beginning to the end, the housekeeper only gently pressed the door knocker a few times. Then, they waited quietly until now. How anxious. Someone had definitely sent the news that the Golden Duke had captured a person who had surpassed the special grade nourishment to the Queen. With that Queen's gluttonous personality, she came to summon him so anxiously. However, Jiang Li did not have another corpse that was as delicious as him. Let my Queen sister wait first. I'll definitely send the delicious nourishment to her mouth. After saying this, a light track stretched out from under Jiang Li's feet and brought him far away. However, his current flying speed was far inferior to the Golden Duke's. It was not that the 0.02% error would be so obvious. 16 hours had passed since then. After the sun set, it had not risen again. Without the scorching sun above him, the talent power of the Golden Duke that Jiang Li had transformed into fell from the peak of the same realm to the bottom of the same realm. The awkward thing was that he had to experience such ups and downs every day. To be honest, it was quite troublesome. Most importantly, this was not a status enhancement, but the characteristics of the energy in his body that automatically rose and fell with the sun. Even Jiang Li's status panel did not have a good solution to it. However, because his speed was slightly slower, Jiang Li had only flown for a distance when he was cut off by a barrier that stretched out from below. Grand Duke Anduin, why are you in such a hurry to leave? We've been waiting here for a long time. An armored troll in flashy golden armor flew over on a transparent barrier. Yaladu, how dare you block my path? Jiang Li obtained some memories of interpersonal relationships from Anduin. With that Grand Duke's personality, he had to act furious. Without a word, he raised his hand and formed a merciless sun that smashed towards the other party. This Yaladu was a captain of the royal court's guards. Although his strength had not reached the level of a Grand Duke, because of his special talent, almost all his attributes were focused on defense. The membrane of light he created with his ability could withstand an attack that was a realm higher. Therefore, he had been specially nurtured since he was young and had become the shield beside the Queen. The merciless sun fireball collided with the barrier, causing it to cave in deeply but not break through. Under the noon sun, he might have a chance to break through the other party's defense. However, the possibility was too low now. Anduin, how dare you reject the Queen's orders? After blocking the fireball, the captain of the guards, Yaladu, questioned Jiang Li with a cold expression. As an armored troll who had been instilled with loyalty since he was young, the Queen was everything in his world. Anyone who disobeyed the Queen should be destroyed by the heavens. HMPH, I'm going to capture that monster. If you delay the important matter, is this something a small guard captain like you can bear? Jiang Li grinned and casually gave a reason. As a Grand Duke, it would not be a big deal even if he killed this guy directly. Unfortunately, it was not so easy to kill him at night, then hand over that captive. As expected, it was for this. Jiang Li was in a hurry to go out because he wanted to go to the Grace House and find Galanferin to forge a corpse for him. Otherwise, any one of them could fool others, but not that Queen. Wait a minute, why did he have to fool that Queen? As long as he disappeared halfway, wouldn't that be fine? Jiang Li suddenly thought of something, and the corners of his mouth split open. He stretched out his finger and knocked on the coffin in his arms. The ball of blood that he had stored in the coffin earlier was poured into the body of a demonic cultivator. There were some wounds on his body, and the blood that poured into his body slowly flowed out from the wounds. In a short period of time, It could emit an aura that was 6070% similar to Jiang Li. It should not be a problem for him to bluff his way through without seeing Jiang Li with his own eyes. Sure enough, when he took out the disguised demonic cultivator, the Golden Duke's housekeeper and Yaledu widened their eyes. They felt that as long as they drank a mouthful of blood, it was probably equivalent to 100 years of bitter cultivation. If they could eat the essence of the brain, wouldn't they directly advance a realm? After swallowing a few mouthfuls of saliva, they calmed down again. Why is he missing a hand? Yaledu even questioned. Jiang Li only said that it was normal damage during the battle. Of course, he had specially done this. Otherwise, anyone would feel that there was something wrong if such a level of nourishment was still unscathed in the hands of an armored troll. The guard captain did not say anything. After obtaining what he wanted, Yaledu no longer asked Jiang Li to return to the royal court with him. He led his people back. However, as the smell continued to spread, it attracted the gazes of countless armored trolls. With such a tempting thing, they might not be able to return to the royal court alive. Chapter 719 Original Armored Troll 1. 719 Original Armored Troll 1. Duke, should we follow? The housekeeper under the Golden Duke approached Jiang Li and seriously suggested. His meaning was obvious. He asked if they should follow and kill those guys. Jiang Li turned around in surprise and looked at the housekeeper. He took the initiative to share the ruler's worries. He did not expect that there was actually such a capable guy under that Anduin. After carefully searching through Anduin's memories, he recalled that this housekeeper's name was Alfred. As for his innate ability, it was actually longevity. It was the ability to live for a long time. He had already obtained what many cultivators dreamed of since birth. Alright. There were also 1,000-year-old tortoises, 10,000-year-old tortoises, and a kind of jellyfish that could theoretically live forever. There were many races that were born with long lifespans in nature. Although pure longevity was still enviable, it was not difficult to understand. However, after searching through his memories, the Golden Duke had never seen him attack in all these years. In theory, a housekeeper with only a longevity talent should not have strong combat strength. It seemed that he had been serving the royal family of Anduin since a long time ago. In the past, he was an internal servant of the royal court. After that sister inherited the throne, Alfred was assigned to the Golden Duke as a housekeeper. From then on, he faithfully took care of the duchy for him. In his impression, this housekeeper's ability was very outstanding. He could be considered a legacy that could be continuously passed down. Anduin Gold had been brought up by this housekeeper since he was young. Perhaps he could not feel anything because of his habit. However, Jiang Li, who had just replaced the Golden Duke, was wary of everything around him. When the fake Grand Duke first saw this person, he felt a sense of danger from him. This housekeeper was definitely not as simple as he looked. Everything in the world became intelligent as it aged. One could not underestimate any existence with longevity. Jiang Li quietly used appraisal. Name, Alfred. Race, armored troll. Original gender, male. Class, housekeeper. Talent, ability, longevity, energy storage. Danger level, medium danger. In other words, if a conflict occurred between the two sides, his strength was sufficient to injure Jiang Li. His strength was at least that of a high-grade divine judgment leader. Moreover, he had 2 talents and was an original armored troll. Jiang Li was stunned. If not for the stiff bone armor covering his face, he would have revealed a flaw. Although armored trolls with dual abilities were rare and powerful, it was not impossible. The key was that this guy was actually an original armored troll. From the strange Dr. Galanfron, Jiang Li had once obtained her research on the origins of the armored trolls. Her research indicated that the environment and species in this prosperous Ox continent were very similar to the other 9 provinces in the world. They also had mountain demons and ghosts, as well as many normal humans. It was only later that the environment and creatures changed. The source of all this was the ancient Lingzi of unknown origins. It was also the main reason why Galenforan had secretly run to the front line back then. All the armored creatures and a large number of different plants were produced by the gradual corrosion and assimilation of the Lingzi over thousands of years. As for the original armored trolls, it meant the batch of armored trolls that had been transformed in the first few hundred years. In this prosperous Ox continent, the earliest armored trolls were born naturally. From the characteristics of Alfred, it could be deduced that he was most likely a human back then. It was unknown what other benefits this original armored troll had. However, this proved that he had really lived for a long time. It was enough to trace back to the source of the armored trolls. "Are you confident?" Jiang Li's mind raced as he asked without batting an eyelid. "Grand Duke, don't worry. This is your duchy." Unexpectedly, Alfred appeared very confident. One had to know that the strength of the Queen's personal guard was almost equivalent to a high-grade divine judgment faction. The rude barrier captain's ability was even more troublesome. If they could not defeat the enemy in one strike, the news would reach the Queen's ears and they might have to face the most terrifying monster in the world. It was not easy to kill them on the way. Jiang Li originally wanted to personally kill them, but on second thought, even if he let the housekeeper do this and failed to succeed, what did it have to do with him, Jiang Li, whether or not the Queen wanted to kill Andu in gold or not? If he really could not survive, at most, he would change his identity. It was not a big deal to Jiang Li. Nodding, he handed the matter to the housekeeper and stepped on the golden light path again to fly into the sky. After receiving Jiang Li's approval, Alfred bowed respectfully and quietly retreated. After the Golden Duke completely disappeared from his vision, a strand of bright light flashed in his eyes. The housekeeper of the Duke's mansion slowly rolled up his sleeve. It was as if he had smallpox, and it was densely covered in ugly bumps. Alfred stretched out his sharp claws and crushed the bumps one by one. Every time he squeezed out a lump, a thick liquid would be squeezed out. The thick liquid looked disgusting, but it was actually an extremely concentrated amount of energy. After landing, it quickly swelled up, turning into soldiers who stood in front of the housekeeper. If he saw this scene, Jiang Li did not know how the original Golden Duke would react, but he would definitely be disgusted to the point of being unable to eat. Chapter 720 720 Original Armored Troll 2 720 Original Armored Troll 2 Alfred went to kill the palace guards. At this moment, the fake Golden Duke was flying in the air in a high-profile manner. As the morning light broke, his speed continuously increased, stepping on the light tracks. After crossing several other duchies, an endless circle of fire appeared in front of him. The firing was 300 feet wide and emitted a scorching temperature. The length was unimaginable. This circle of flames was like a natural chasm to creatures that could not fly, enough to block life. Looking down from the sky, the ground below was divided by the line of fire. Outside the fire circle, life was abundant. After passing through the fire circle, it began to become desolate. The yellowish-brown soil was exposed to the scorching sun, and not a single blade of grass grew on it. It was not until deeper that some greenery could be seen. Special farm ahead. Stop. Jiang Li had just approached when dozens of figures rushed over from afar with weapons in their hands, and they stopped the Golden Duke outside the line of fire. This was because what was raised here was the best and highest quality human nourishment on this continent. Every few days, there would be ignorant fellows who wanted to come here and snatch a few nourishment. In order to guard against those guys, there had always been a considerable number of guards here. It was not until the two sides approached that they hurriedly put away their weapons. That was because he was the Queen's younger brother, the Golden Duke. Even if he committed some crimes, no one could say anything. However, didn't this person's duchy have its own farm? Why did he still come here? Duke Anduin, I didn't expect you to come personally. It's the honor of the Grace House. However, in order to protect the cleanliness of the farm, please move below. After walking through the extermination passageway, Lord Shepherd Burley will definitely personally bring you to choose the best nourishment. It was clearly not the first time the captain had dealt with such a situation. He received them very skillfully. Jiang Li did not rely on his status to barge in. Instead, he agreed to their request in an approachable manner. "This is all arranged by that strange doctor?" Jiang Li pointed at the strange arrangements in the surroundings and asked. "That's right. These are all the modifications proposed by Earl Gallen. In recent months, the farm has produced more than 100 high-level nourishment and more than 10 special high-level nourishment. The scarcity of fresh nourishment has also greatly decreased." When the captain saw that Jiang Li was not angry, he immediately spoke excitedly about the recent changes in the Grace House. In fact, Jiang Li knew very well that this included the fire circle that surrounded the entire farm and the large area of bare ground. These were all suggestions that Gallifreyan had made to the armored troll queen. They isolated an area with a gentle climate and slow airflow to modify it. First, they used high-temperature flames to burn every inch of the ground. This was repeated several times to ensure that all the creatures in the ground were eliminated. The fire ring that was at least 300 feet wide was isolated from the influence of the outside world's biological material. Without wind, some plant seeds, insects, and animals could not cross a 300-foot sea of fire. Then, they had to splash a special medicine everywhere in the fire ring to eliminate organisms again. After ensuring that the land was clean, they would rebuild the high wall city and transplant the precious species brought back from the Azure Cloud continent to create an environment that was almost identical to the Azure Cloud continent. All the armored trolls working here also needed to undergo strict training. Every time they entered, they had to disinfect themselves. Every 7 days, they had to take a poisonous drug to suppress the armored troll's body activity to ensure that the flesh and blood in their bodies would not become a new source of pollution. In this way, they could move the original Grace House here and allow them to live in an environment similar to the Azure Cloud continent and not continue to be polluted by this land. Such a huge project and uncertainty made this modification quite controversial. However, the other research that Gallifreyan had taken out during this period of time made her deeply trusted by the Queen. After the bold and decisive modification, the improved farm effect rendered everyone speechless. It also allowed her to rise from a Viscount to an Earl in a short period of time. This was under the circumstances that Jiang Li asked her to restrain herself. If she really handed over the technique of planting trees that could produce humans, she might become the noble Marquis Gallifreyan. Because the effect was very good, the rules of the farm were set. Apart from the Queen, no one could disobey her. Even Jiang Li, the fake Grand Duke, had to experience fire, smoke, and swallow medicine before entering this extremely famous farm in the prosperous Ox continent. When Jiang Li walked out of the disinfection room, Shepherd Bowley had already arrived. As the herder of the royal family, this was actually a lucrative position. It was not that he could enter the farm to capture people to eat at any time, but in order to distribute better nourishment of the same quality, many nobles would rush to curry favor with him. This allowed him to make a killing every season. He was very important in the circle of armored troll nobles. Unless it was a noble like the Golden Duke who had his own private farm in the duchy, many nobles had to build a good relationship with him. After exchanging a few pleasantries with this person, Jiang Li directly walked into the farm hospital controlled by Fran. Shepherd Bowley, who was left outside, immediately had a terrible expression. This again. He's here to find that woman. Ever since Fran introduced all kinds of magical techniques and was valued by the Queen, she had become the most popular new noble in the armored troll court. During this period of time, several Grand Dukes had already personally come to seek help. They wanted Fran to modify the farm for them, and they wanted to obtain the kind of humanoid beetles that could continuously produce high-quality nourishment. This made Shepherd Bowley, who was the owner of the Grace House, very angry and uneasy. At this rate, if Fran wanted to be the farm owner one day, then, wouldn't the title of farm owner that had been passed down for generations in his hands be lost? However, he could not attack Fran. If the Queen knew about this, the entire Shepherd family would probably be erased. Ignoring the exasperated farm owner outside, Jiang Li did not come to this large continent to play the power game. As long as he had the ability, he would definitely overturn everything on this continent and kill this race completely. He passed through passageways that he had never been to before but was very familiar with. Jiang Li arrived in front of a laboratory that belonged to Galanfran. Bang, 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 bang. He knocked on the iron door at a specific frequency. Fran, who was doing some complicated sutures inside, looked up at the door and tilted her head. This was the secret signal that the sword cultivator clone had set with her before he lost consciousness. She casually put down the blade and scissors in her hand and slowly walked to the door to open it. Fran looked thoughtfully at the tall golden duke. Then, with the etiquette of a human cultivator, she bowed to him. Lord, here. Fran was still Fran. There was no shock in her eyes at all. It was as if she had long expected such a day to come. Benefactor? Is that you? Mu Yulan, who was also in the room, could not believe it. After being stunned for a long time, she asked. Jiang Li nodded and closed the door behind him before taking out a mirror. When the mirror shone on his face, what was reflected was not the Golden Duke's armor, but Jiang Li's own face. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. In the mirror, Jiang Li slowly turned into the appearance of undoing gold, and Jiang Li who stood outside returned to his original state. Fran's eyes lit up. She was very interested in this flawless cross-species transformation. As for Mulan, who was already an armored troll, she was happy but sad. She wanted to see her benefactor, but she did not want him to see her like this. Thank you for your hard work. Have you found the target? Chapter 721 721 Runic Prism Crystal 1. 721 Runic Prism Crystal 1. The target Jiang Li mentioned was naturally the location of the human emperor's inheritance. Previously, the main goal of letting them come here was to find the fire cloud cave. Up until now, because of the status panel on his body, it was far easier for Jiang Li to obtain some strength than others. He often picked up some good statuses, accumulating at least 10 different types of strength on his body. For example, the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, the Dragon Blood Transformation, the Azura Power, the Shu Mountain Life Sword, the Blood Fiend Body Tempering, the Ice Plains Freezing Chi, and so on. They were all top-notch powers that outsiders could not imagine. Any one of them could create an expert. It seemed that Jiang Li's strength was a little disorderly. However, in fact, most of these powers were not perfect. There were only 4 of them that could allow him to walk all the way down the path of immortality or gain the power of an immortal. The 9 Nether Dao Scripture, the Human Emperor's status, the power of Azura, and the Dragon Bloodline. However, because Jiang Li did not have an orthodox dragon cultivation method and the power of Azura was a cheat with many side effects, Jiang Li did not have much expectation for these 2 paths from the beginning. In comparison, the 9 Nether Dao Scripture and the Human Emperor's status were more reliable. As long as Jiang Li grew to a certain extent and found the initial 9 Nether Wood, he would be able to directly become an immortal after seizing its authority. If he could become the Human Emperor, although it could not allow him to become an immortal, with the enhancement of the Dao status, his strength would definitely not lose to that of many immortals. On the other hand, the Human Emperor would not restrict his lifespan. With the 9 Nether Earth Fruit, Jiang Li could live for as many years as he wanted. It was no different from becoming an immortal. The matter of continuing to connect the netherworld and finding the 9 Netherwood was still a long way off. Now that he was here, he naturally had to try to find the Human Emperor's inheritance. Even if there was no permanent Human Emperor's status, Jiang Li was willing to enjoy a second of the experience. However, as time passed, the former 4 regions had already evolved into the current 9 provinces. The distribution of the terrain had already changed drastically. Even if he obtained some information about the Human Emperor's inheritance from the descendant of Nuwa, Shinshankua, she had been tricked by Shu Mountain back then, so there was really not much information left. Jiang Li and his childhood sweetheart discussed late at night several times, but he only discovered that the ruins vaguely pointed to the prosperous Ox continent. After obtaining a detailed map of the prosperous Ox continent through Gallifreyan and comparing it repeatedly, he roughly locked onto the human farm, Grace House. Gallifreyan had originally proposed to rebuild the farm under Jiang Li's instructions. He wanted to take this opportunity to change places and rebuild the farm. Then, the original farm would be empty and become a ruin that no one cared about. This would be very convenient for them to find the ruin. However, this suggestion was personally rejected by the Queen. This was because this land seemed to hide a special power that could produce more high-quality nourishment than other places. In other words, it was easier for human geniuses to appear here. Therefore, even if they moved more than 100 mountains to modify the terrain, they were unwilling to move away from this place. This caused the farm to still be located in the original location, so Jiang Li and Fran's plan failed. Although he was slightly disappointed, it made Jiang Li even more certain that there was definitely something buried under the ground here. Even though I haven't confirmed the location, I've also locked onto a few areas where I've calculated the production records in the past 500 years. These 3 nurseries have the highest rate of special grade nourishment. I personally checked the children over there. The probability of spiritual roots appearing in the children in those 3 places is more than 50%. 50%? This was no longer the same as the 1 in 8,000 awakening rate in the cultivation world of the Azure Cloud continent. With such an outstanding place, it was no wonder that the Queen was unwilling to move. What kind of divine object had the ability to do this? As she spoke, Gallifreyan took out a thick stack of lists. On the ground behind her, there was a small mountain of lists. The papers were yellow and old until the ink was brand new. They did not stop for a day. On it were the names of all the trolls who had walked out of this farm over the past 500 years. There was a shocking number of goods that listed their age, name, and serial number. What Jiang Li felt was anger. In order to taste better food, they would even give the best education and care in the farm until the day they were sent to the dining table. This was only the quantity in this farm. 8,000 years of blood feud. How much blood feud did they have? Wait a little longer. It won't be long. He put down the thick list and walked to the operating table where Gallifreyan had been busy. The corners of the furious Jiang Li's mouth twitched helplessly. This was because what lay above was his earliest clone. Jiang Li had once experienced many things from the perspective of the sword cultivator clone, Tang Yan. He had even fallen in love sweetly. Now, when he saw this clone lying on the stone bed in an open posture, he felt as if he had seen his own corpse. Due to this clone having an arm corroded by the Azure energy, his body had long changed after a long time. Chapter 722 722 Runic Prism Crystal 2 722 Runic Prism Crystal 2 Gallifreyan had long coveted such a body. It just so happened that she had received the mission from Jiang Li to strengthen this body. This strange doctor decisively dissected it. Fortunately, the effect of the 9 Nether Earth fruit was reliable. She indeed did not have any malice towards Jiang Li. After a few months of continuous modification, this clone was indeed much stronger. This time, it was another round of strengthening. What are these prism crystals? Jiang Li noticed a pile of crystals on the table. It seemed that they were the focus of this enhancement. These crystals looked like colored crystals. However, after touching it, it did not look like a natural mineral like a crystal or gem. Touching it, it felt like bones or nails. Even with his knowledge, he could not recognize it. He used appraisal and the name that popped up was mental crystal. Jiang Li knew this, but the dozen or so colors in front of him were clearly not pure mental crystals. On the other side, Fran had already explained. The 10 pieces here are taken out from the armored troll's head. As for the 10 pieces here, they were taken from the heads of humans who grew frontal masks. Lord, you can try injecting some spiritual chi into this crystal. Crystals taken out of the head. According to Fran, Jiang Li picked up a red crystal the size of a fingernail and slowly injected spiritual qi into it. A ball of heat immediately blossomed from his hand, and a layer of scattered flames quickly rose. This time, Jiang Li did not use the liquefier spiritual qi. He only used the pure spiritual qi extracted from the spirit stones. In other words, if this crystal was placed on a spirit stone, it would probably have the same effect. Lord, try using your mind or the power of your essence soul to enter again. Jiang Li did as he was told. After extending a wisp of the power of his essence soul into it, he immediately discovered a rough and incomplete heaven and earth rune inside the crystal. Using his essence soul to gently touch the rune, the flames that were originally spreading everywhere immediately condensed into a fireball and shot forward. The power was actually quite good, at the level of an ordinary soul formation cultivator. Jiang Li had actually seen similar runes on the immortal peach ancestor many years ago and inside Barxia's tortoise shell. Later on, after his 2-9 netherwood grew a third tree heart. The leaves also grew the heaven and earth runes that belonged to the 9 netherwood in the Bakian mountain. After Jiang Li fused with many divine items, if one cut open his flesh and blood, they would discover that his bones were similarly covered in runes. Some innate spiritual seeds and items with noble bloodlines would naturally grow these runes that represented the rules of heaven and earth after cultivating to a certain extent. After a cultivator entered the soul formation realm, they could continuously comprehend the rules of heaven and earth. They could also use the power of their essence soul to form runes to mobilize the energy of heaven and earth. In the later stages of a cultivator's domain power, if they wanted to further transform it into a physical domain, they would need to continuously accumulate these runes. This was a very high-end power that could usually only be grasped after the Earth Immortal. These runes were the source of the strange innate abilities of the armored trolls. After understanding this, Jiang Li felt even more envious of the armored trolls. Not only did they have powerful survival ability, but they could also corrode and assimilate other races to obtain the power of other races. There was also a certain chance of awakening all kinds of strange abilities with the crystal. In the beginning, the runes in the crystal were rough and incomplete. However, as an individual's strength continued to increase and their abilities continued to develop, they could finally evolve a complete heaven and earth rune and use this to directly grasp the power to mobilize the rules. In that case, there was also a rune representing the sun in the brain of Anduin Gold. However, why did he not sense it when he transformed into the other party? In the cultivation world of the Eastern region and the Armored Troll War, he had dissected and killed many armored trolls, but he had never seen these crystals. After asking carefully, he realized that things were not as simple as he had imagined. There was not such a crystal in the minds of those trolls. The runes themselves were imprinted in the soul. If one wanted to obtain such a crystal, they had to first extract the soul of the target before using special methods to extract the runes and mind to condense into such a physical crystal. Moreover, the success rate of creating the crystal was not very high. Galanfron had only recently achieved it with Jiang Li's help after combining the knowledge of the two large continents. The key was that these crystals could also be given to others. Jiang Li was slightly tempted by these strange talents. It was another huge discovery that shocked the prosperous Ox continent. So, you want to pick out a piece from these crystals and put it on? During the period after Jiang Li disconnected from them, Galanfron had actually done many small animal experiments. After succeeding, she targeted the sword cultivator clone. Since even animals could be used, there was definitely no problem with intelligent humans. She even wanted to try two at once. But she had not thought of how to match them. These two then. Jiang Li thought for a moment before picking out a flame and two crystal runes. This matched the system of the sword cultivator clone. It could complement the original liquefier sword song. Fran's skill was indeed very good. She carefully cut open the brain and stuffed the crystal inside. Then, she wrapped it up with the nerves and meridians before suturing it again. After the surgery was completed, the harmonious effect was as if the two crystals were supposed to be there. She used the threads to completely stitch up the head. This modification was finally successful. However, just as Jiang Li planned to use the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra again and stuff the sword cultivator clone into the parallel mind, the entire farm hospital shook violently. In the outside world, 8 red pillars of light swept across the ground. A series of terrifying explosions easily tore apart the outer defense of the Grace House farm. The farm owner, Shepherd Bowley, rushed forward, but he was slapped flying. He was not a match at all. That thing seems to have become stronger again. Jiang Li's expression changed, and he cursed the armored trolls for being useless. Even with so many experts on the entire continent, they could not stop a monster with a bad brain. They could not even stop it for a day before it ran away from their territory. Not only that, but it even ran straight into the interior of the Grace House. Without a doubt, it had definitely discovered the Earth Spirit Pearl and the Dragon Vein and came looking for him. It's clearly just a monster. Isn't this too persistent? On the other side, the captain of the Royal Court's guards, Yeladu, encountered some trouble on the way back to the Royal Court. He had just flown out of the Duke's mansion when a long tail hung behind him. The armored troll experts that jumped out of nowhere and more wild armored trolls that were not recognized by the royal court and did not have a stable food supply fell behind with saliva. They smelled Jiang Li's blood, and their body's instincts told them that as long as they drank a mouthful of that blood, they could transform into armored troll nobles. From then on, even if they did not eat nourishment, they could still maintain their rationality. To these civilian experts and wild armored trolls, it was a temptation that was enough to risk everything. Although Yale had used a barrier to form a ball and wrap the fake inside to prevent the smell from spreading, Jiang Li had actually spilled blood on them earlier. After transforming into an armored troll, even Jiang Li could not stand the temptation. How could ordinary armored trolls withstand it? Coupled with the instigation of the local tyrant, this group of royal court guards became the target of everyone in the Golden Kingdom. At first, this mob did not dare to attack. However, as the number of people following them accumulated like a snowball, these guys became bolder and bolder. It was not until another group of armored trolls blocked their path that the battle was finally ignited. Chapter 723 723 Armored Troll Queen 1. 723 Armored Troll Queen 1. How can this guy still find me? After observing the situation outside through the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, Jiang Li was really a little helpless. Why couldn't such a powerful monster do something? It had to chase after him like a crazy leopard. It took so long to lure the stitched monster to the prosperous Ox continent. After arriving at a new continent, the stitched monster no longer had the intention of crossing the Black Sea to return. Jiang Li could be considered to have completed the important mission of saving the cultivation world of the eastern region. Next was to escape this monster and leave the trouble to the enemy. He had already placed more than 100 seals on the Earth Spirit Pearl and stuffed it into the coffin. According to the experience of the 3 divine pillars, at this level, he should be able to evade the monster's 8 eyes. However, it still discovered him, feeling that aura that was even more ferocious than before. The Fengdu City Lord's heart sank. Previously, in the Black Sea, the collision with the Sea Beast Overlord had made this guy much stronger. Now, it had just arrived in the prosperous Ox continent for a day and had actually become so much stronger with the naked eye. It was already so strong when it first appeared, but it could actually continue to become stronger as if there was no limit. If this continued, wouldn't it become immortal? It caused Jiang Li to be unable to tell who was the cheater. As the successor of the human emperor, did he not care about his reputation? The Grace House can't withstand it for a while. Perfect, an absolutely perfect body material. However, the suturing technique on its body is really crude. Galanfran could not see the outside world through her power. However, she had her own way. She opened a small window on the wall and the scene outside immediately reflected on the wall behind her. Outside this core laboratory, there were at least a dozen thick walls. However, through the reflection of the specially cut crystals, everything outside could still be clearly seen. The armored troll guards guarding the Grace House were being massacred. Seeing her own kind being slaughtered, There was no fear or sympathy on the strange doctor's face. There was only desire and excitement for suturing monsters. Even when facing a suffocating monster, her first thought was to dissect it. She also recognized at a glance what kind of suturing technique the person had used back then. What a crazy doctor! Fran was not afraid of death, but as the leader, Jiang Li could not bear to see her die. Pew! Behind her, Jiang Li slapped his hands on the ground and tried to summon the gate of hell to send the Earth Spirit Pearl, Fran, and the others back to Fengdu City. However, the large amount of spiritual chi released was like a fart as it scattered in all directions without any effect. The gate of hell that had always been successful in the past had actually failed. No, something is covering this space. The power is very powerful. With a slight sense, Jiang Li discovered some clues. The array here had already been torn open by the stitched monster. Logically speaking, even if the effect of the array had not completely disappeared, it should have weakened greatly. How could he not even summon a single step? There must be something stronger playing tricks. Lord, it's the divine power underground, Galanfron explained. When she was rebuilding the farm, everything had been dismantled, so Fran took the opportunity to test it. The result was that this place was very special. Not to mention the super long distance teleportation gate, even the simplest 5 elements escape technique could not be used. It was impossible for some armored trolls to use their strange abilities to steal nourishment. Otherwise, the sword cultivator clone and Galanfron would not have failed to find it after so long. Jiang Li was helpless. He could not use the gate of hell, nor could he use his escape technique. In that case, he could not escape this time. Forget it, come in quickly. Jiang Li threw out the coffin and put away the two of them. Then, he took out the mirror and shone it on his face. He had just transformed into his main body and changed again. Outside, the stitched monster had already completely torn apart the defense line of the Grace House. The wind and lightning wings spread out and floated in front of a black building filled with a pungent smell. This was because a large number of corpses would be produced every day in this hospital. Galanfron had specially invented a disinfectant to wash the environment. Therefore, even if there were a large number of corpses and organs, there had never been a plague here. Unfortunately, this monster did not know how to respect a sacred place like the hospital. A claw slapped down, and the white tiger claw wrapped in metal attribute spiritual chi landed. The hard farm hospital was like a cream cake that was easily dug out from the middle. It did not see its target in the hole. With another slap, the entire building collapsed and turned into ruins. In an instant, everything that Galanfron ran and studied was buried below with the staff in the hospital. Damn stitched monster. Do you believe in light? Boom. The collapsed ruins exploded. A miniature sun that was 100 times hotter than lava flew out of the ruins and smashed into the chin of the stitched monster. Merciless sun. Now that the scorching sun was hanging high in the sky, if it was Shepherd Bowley, the probability of survival would probably be less than 20%. Chapter 724 724 Armored Troll Queen, 2, 724 Armored Troll Queen, 2, however, the stitched monster only raised its head because of the sun fireball. When the fireball dissipated, its chin was slightly charred. Its body was unimaginably sturdy. Jiang Li followed up with fireballs, but the huge monster suddenly disappeared in front of him. Damn it! A drop of cold sweat slid down. Jiang Li hurriedly took out another sun fireball and threw it back. However, what greeted him was a flaming bird leg. The claw stretched out and grabbed Jiang Li's expanding fireball. To be able to be so agile with such a huge body was simply cheating. The bird claw exerted a little strength and crushed the heartless sun, turning it into wisps of fire chi that wrapped around the leg. Then, Jiang Li felt his entire body tighten. He had already been grabbed by the huge bird claw, and it was so tight that he could only exhale and not inhale. It's really too powerful. The wind and lightning wings flapped, and Jiang Li felt the surrounding scenery become blurry. When it stabilized again, the air became extremely thin, and the scenery below could not be seen clearly. He was already 200,000 feet in the sky. What did it want to do by bringing him to such a high place? Jiang Li seems to have thought of a bad possibility. He tried his best to break free, but the Golden Duke's physical strength was inferior to Jiang Li's main body, and the effect of the Sun ability on this claw was extremely limited. It was clearly impossible to do so in a short period of time. Sure enough, in the next moment, the wind and lightning wings flapped again, and the stitched monster brought Jiang Li down from the sky. The moment it approached the ground, the phoenix claw released. The stitched monster relied on the wings to slow down and stop in the air. On the other hand, Jiang Li was ruthlessly smashed into the ground by the terrifying inertia. The surrounding ground collapsed in circles, spreading for 100 miles. The aftershock alone killed countless children in the farm. It destroyed the new farm that the armored troll race had spent months building. Jiang Li, who was buried in the ground, was stunned by this. Every part of his body hurt because, at this moment, he had no decent piece of flesh left. If not for the fact that the status, Mirror Immortal Transformation, and Dew in Gold, on the panel had already been made permanent by him, he would have definitely changed back to his normal form. I have to recover as soon as possible. That monster is too ruthless. However, how can this land be hard to this extent? Jiang Li was surprised by his injuries. He did not deny that the stitched monster was very strong. However, after being smashed down from the sky, the ordinary ground should be quite soft to him, as if a person had fallen into a large sponge. How could it break most of his bones in an instant? It seemed that the monster had specially found a very hard place to smash him. When the most important bones in his body recovered, Jiang Li transformed into the sun himself. His body emitted an enormous amount of heat, and he melted away the sand and rocks that pressed down on his body, creating a space that could allow him to stand up. He stepped on the ground and was surprised to discover that there was no soil or rocks under the ground, but a huge and flat metal platform. Earlier, Jiang Li had collided with this metal platform, causing him to suffer such injuries. Such a thing wouldn't appear for no reason. Could it be that the thing under my feet is, with the help of this troublesome monster? Jiang Li actually directly found the location of the human emperor's inheritance. However, before he could rejoice, a head burrowed into the soil and bit Jiang Li, bringing him out again. Sharp teeth bit his waist, repeatedly crushing and cutting, emitting a terrifying sound that made one's teeth hurt. Jiang Li's upper body was bitten in the smelly mouth that had not been washed for thousands of years. Blood continuously flowed out of his mouth, and his lower body hung outside, swaying. He had lost too quickly this time. As expected, Jiang Li's previous guess was correct. When he used an unfamiliar power, although it seemed to have become stronger in all aspects, fighting was not just about strength. If he really fought, this strength that he had just obtained might not be so useful. If Jiang Li used the power of his main body, he would be able to last a few more rounds. However, he was currently using the identity of the Golden Duke under the scorching noon sun. His absolute strength might even surpass the 3 divine pillars. However, when dealing with the stitched monsters, it seemed to be even more useless. This Mirror Immortal Transformation ability was indeed more suitable for disguise. In fact, there were more restrictions than he had imagined if he wanted to use it to quickly increase his strength. Just as Jiang Li was considering how to escape, a female voice entered his ears. "Gold. You've gotten weaker again." Swoosh. As soon as the female voice finished speaking, a violent impact collided with the stitched monster's mouth. It was as if an invisible giant had waved its palm and given the stitched monster a ruthless punch. The stitched monster's head tilted, and smelly saliva carried Jiang Li away. The fake Golden Duke, who had finally escaped the beast's mouth, spun 3.5 times in the air and almost broke into 2. Of course, to Jiang Li, such injuries were small matters. Jiang Li fell to the ground in a sorry state and propped himself up helplessly. Too slow, Queen. The person above was the one and only armored troll queen in the prosperous Ox continent. The queen ignored her younger brother who had the same surname as her. Instead, she looked at the unrecognizable Grace Royal farm. Years of hard work had been ruined. Jiang Li, who was lying on the ground, noticed that a rock beside him suddenly rolled away, and then his body felt light. The gravity in this area seemed to have vanished. This meant that the queen's anger was rising. "Monster! You destroyed my farm. What price are you prepared to pay?" Jiang Li felt a chill run down his spine as if something extremely terrifying was about to happen. He slapped his hands on the ground, and two small suns exploded. The force of the explosion sent him flying far away, turned into pieces, cross-cut. Right after Jiang Li blasted himself flying, the place where he was originally lying and a large area nearby suddenly changed. Under the influence of some force, the ground and even the air became rectangular pillars. Every 3 feet was a square. Within the range of the queen's power, this world seemed to be pieced together by blocks. One piece rose, and the other fell. Every 2 pieces next to each other crossed each other like this. The slightly larger items would be cut wrongly without any ability to resist. This cut turned everything into a 3-foot-long strip. In that area, the only thing that could maintain its original shape was the stitched monster. However, the stitched monster was also roaring in pain. A large number of square-shaped blood scars appeared on its body. This was only the outer appearance. Its internal organs had also suffered the same cut, causing this monster to suffer a heavy blow for the first time. Was this the power of the Queen of the prosperous Ox continent? Fortunately, she did not personally attack the Azure Cloud continent. Otherwise, how could the eastern region resist? The stitched monster roared for a moment, and the grid-shaped blood scars on its body recovered at a visible speed. After that, it paid no further attention to Jiang Li and pounced towards the armored troll queen. The two sides began a battle that tore through the sky and shattered the enemy. In order to avoid the aftermath, Jiang Li, who had escaped calamity earlier, twisted his body and retreated far away. As he commanded the surviving armored trolls to save the humans in the ruins of the farm, he watched the battle and judged the queen's strength. Then, his body approached the huge hole he had smashed out earlier. He had to see what was buried under the ground. What Jiang Li did not know was that when he wanted to study the metal object below the farm, in the space below the metal, a pair of eyes slowly opened from the darkness and looked up. Chapter 725 9 Provinces Cauldron 1, 725 9 Provinces Cauldron 1. Above, the armored troll queen and the stitched monster fought until the world collapsed and the sun and moon dimmed. With Jiang Li's strength, he was unwilling to participate in that terrifying battlefield. It was really very easy to accidentally injure him. He quietly threw an appraisal from afar. The degree of danger was extremely dangerous. It meant that he most likely could not defeat it, but his life would not be in danger. After he fused with Qi Yao's muscles, the highest level of danger would only appear again. This was because it was really too difficult to kill him now. Apart from that, he also obtained the name of the Queen's innate ability. He had originally thought that it might be an ability like gravity or a force field. However, he did not expect that the Queen's innate ability was actually called rules. She could set rules according to her thoughts and order everything in the world to follow her rules. Turning the world on the battlefield into a rectangular shape with rules was the most basic manifestation of her ability. It was an extremely unreasonable, powerful, and terrifying ability. One had to know that even the sun and moon in the sky had to follow the rules of heaven and earth. If she could enter the Tao with this, she would probably really be able to pluck the stars and moon, killing gods and Buddhas. Looking at the sun in his hand, Jiang Li immediately felt that it was not fragrant. With the armored troll queen's current strength, in the world, only Jiang Li and the stitched monster could resist her rules. If others encountered it, they should not think of resisting it with their hard earth immortal bodies. That way, they would only be instantly killed. He did not know if divine arts like the Misty Cloud Immortal could dodge the power of the rules. After taking a few more glances, he discovered that the armored troll queen was controlling hundreds of rectangular patterns to collide with the stitched monster and push it far away. Earlier, what knocked Jiang Li out of the monster's mouth was such a long pillar. The armored troll queen was deliberately moving the battlefield. She did not want to cause further losses to the Grace house and affect the production of her nourishment. If they fought here with all their might, another place would be erased from the map of the prosperous Ox continent. Seeing them fight farther and farther away, this also gave Jiang Li a chance. He looked around and saw that there was no one around. Golden light flashed around his body, and he left an illusory sun clone on the spot. He had yet to master this technique that Anduin Gold had. According to his speculation, if he cultivated it to the limit, he should be able to achieve the image of 10 suns in the sky. His main body flipped over and jumped into the huge hole he had created. At the bottom, it was already covered by loose soil and rocks. Jiang Li was still using the form of Anduin Gold. This place forbade escape techniques, so he could only drill a hole with brute force ability, sun liberation. His entire body emitted a terrifying heat. Wherever he passed, the rocks below melted into magma. After spending some time, Jiang Li's feet stepped on the metal again. It was still hard and cold. This is an impressive antique. Amidst Jiang Li's exclamations, he used appraisal. But as expected, nothing was appraised. That was because this thing was very similar to the situation when Jiang Li saw the human emperor's battle halberd back then. The surface of this thing was covered in a thick layer of liquid, completely covering the real thing. Then let's see what you are. Jiang Li flicked his finger, and a vibrating sound wave quickly spread out along the metal below. A deep voice spread through the metal, feeling the echoes. Through the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, Jiang Li roughly constructed the shape of the thing under him in his mind. This is a three-legged cauldron. Jiang Li checked the location. Previously, Galanfran had said that there were 3 locations that were the best at producing child geniuses. It was clearly where the 3 huge cauldron feet were. It was also this thing that suppressed this space, preventing the escape technique and spatial methods from being used. This thing was undoubtedly a precious treasure. Most importantly, Jiang Li sensed an aura that belonged to the human emperor. It's indeed here. Jiang Li was slightly excited and was about to cut open his palm. He had tested it repeatedly before. The blood mixed with the human emperor's blood chi was basically the pass to the human emperor's ruins. Even if the 3 emperors had their own thoughts and perspectives, they would still give some consideration to each other. However, when he saw the reptilian claw, he realized that now was not the time. At this moment, if his original aura was exposed, the 2 guys who were fighting above would definitely be able to smell it. At that time, there was a 50% chance that they would put down their prejudices and come over to kill him. However, if not, how could he activate this huge cauldron and let himself in? Infusing spiritual chi was like pouring a clay ox into the sea. There was no reaction at all. It was so hard that he could not break it. At this point, he could only try the stupidest method and dig along the metal wall. Since it was a huge cauldron, it must have a mouth. If the space at the entrance of the cauldron was not sealed, as long as he dug all the way there, he might directly find the entrance. Although the power of the sun was not suitable for moving in the soil, it was still strong. All problems could be crushed with strength. Shining justice. Jiang Li raised his hand and stretched it out. His palm flickered with light, and he struck out a straight and scorching light track. Chapter 726 9 Provinces Cauldron, 2, 726 9 Provinces Cauldron, 2. The solid ground tens of thousands of feet underground quickly disappeared like foam, melting into a long passageway ahead. The fake Golden Duke's figure flickered. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the end of the scorching passageway. Although I'm not used to using the power of Anduin Gold, the power of the moves I use is similar to his. This beam of light did not hold back. It was enough to pierce through 10 mountains. The distance that it extended underground was enough to cross the entire Grace House farm. However, Jiang Li looked at the flat metal surface beneath his feet. The distance he had crossed just now had already exceeded the diameter of the entire Grace House. Logically speaking, he should have seen the edge of the bottom of the cauldron long ago. But now, he was still standing on it. This was different from what he had discovered with the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra. There was already a deviation in space and distance. Thinking back, he had indeed felt something strange. It should be that after he took the first step at the bottom of the cauldron, the space was modified. It was indeed not so easy to use such a stupid method to enter. However, Jiang Li did not want to wait until the next time. This was because this huge cauldron was not as deep as he had imagined. The armored troll court had long known how magical this land was. Logically speaking, it was impossible for them not to send people to check. As long as they checked, they would definitely discover this huge cauldron. It was very likely that just like the Dragon Transformation Island's Xuanian tomb, this ruin had long been discovered by those armored trolls. Now, Jiang Li only hoped that the ruins left behind by the three emperors were stronger than the Yipang Palace and could protect the inheritance that he deserved. He raised his hand again, and the straight light track continued to extend forward, burning the rocks into nothingness. Jiang Li followed the passageway that was opened, flying as he continued to fuse the passageway. The speed at which it advanced was actually very fast. However, Jiang Li still took more than an hour to reach the bottom edge of the cauldron. It could be seen that the space held up by this huge cauldron was much larger than the Yin burial coffin and Yipang Palace. Since there was a boundary, there was no need to be afraid of not touching it. However, when he did these things, the energy fluctuation could not be concealed at all. He was on tenterhooks, afraid that the queen would come and find trouble with him. Fortunately, the stitched monster was sufficiently powerful, and the two sides were locked in battle. They did not have the time to pay attention to Jiang Li. Following the thick patterns on the cauldron wall, he continued to dive deeper. The deeper he went, the harder the soil and rocks became. The moisture level of this continent far exceeded that of the Azure Cloud continent. Along the way, he encountered several underground rivers which caused him quite a bit of trouble. The speed at which Jiang Li fused out the vertical passageway became slower and slower. This time, Jiang Li spent an entire 4 hours touching the inverted cauldron mouth. They were finally here. Jiang Li changed direction again and found the horizontal position before digging towards the mouth of the cauldron. However, the subsequent discovery made his mood gradually heavy. As he approached the mouth of the cauldron, he felt a huge space ahead. However, during this process, he did not encounter any obstruction. This was not good arrogance. The current him had the appearance of an armored troll, not a human. Even so, it was not stopped. In other words, if the armored troll came here in such a simple way, it would also not be stopped. Coupled with the fact that this huge cauldron could not be considered to be hidden at all, Jiang Li already had a bad feeling. Soon, his right hand that was continuously releasing light tracks felt empty in front of him. The last rock was pierced through by him. Jiang Li stepped in with trepidation. A rock was kicked by him, and the sound of collision spread out. After the ripples of sound were accepted by his ears, the outline of this space slowly outlined in Jiang Li's consciousness. It was empty and lonely. Another small sun appeared in his hand and he threw it above, emitting a warm and bright light. Tens of thousands of years later, it lit up this space again. Just as he had imagined, this was a huge cauldron. There were many patterns carved on it. The style was ancient and could be traced back to the primordial world. It recorded a large number of images from the conflict between the tribes of the human race a long time ago, to farming and planting seeds, to offering sacrifices to the world and seeking immortality. On the four walls of the inner cauldron, in the middle of the carvings of those humans, there were also 4 floating words carved in ancient text, cauldron suppressing the 9 provinces. If not for the fact that he had obtained the merit runes of the Xuanian clan in the Xuanian tomb, Jiang Li would really not have recognized the words of that era. After understanding it, he was even more shocked. This thing is actually the 9 provinces cauldron. The treasure of the human race, the 9 provinces cauldron. In the first year of the Xia dynasty, Great Yu stopped the flood and became the ruler. He divided the world into the 9 provinces. Later on, his son, Xia Kailing, used the copper of the 9 provinces to forge 9 cauldrons. He carved the famous mountains, rivers, and places in the world into the bodies of 9 cauldrons, using each cauldron to suppress a continent. At that time, the human race was flourishing. Immortals and gods did not disturb them, and evil was eliminated. At that point, the 9 provinces cauldron was able to resist connate cardinal treasures at its peak. It was a top treasure of the human race. The 9 provinces cauldron corresponded to the 9 provinces. Jiang Li even suspected that the collapse of the cultivationless age was because of the suppression of these 9 cauldrons, that the 4 continents did not completely shatter. Instead, they were divided into 9 that had survived until now. A part of this 9 provinces cauldron should also be in the Azure Cloud continent. However, it should be in the central region. He, who had always been in the eastern region, did not have the chance to see it. Holding the small sun and walking around the 9 provinces cauldron, Jiang Li obtained 2 bad news and 2 good news. One of the bad news was that he did not see any treasures left behind by the previous human emperors. The second bad news was that he did not see any treasures, but he saw many footprints that did not belong to him. Those footprints belonged to at least 20 different creatures. There were the claws of the armored trolls and the footprints of humans. Moreover, the duration of the footprints was very different. This meant that 20 people had already entered this place before him. Even the original things inside had long been plundered clean. This really disappointed the current successor of the human emperor. One of the 2 pieces of good news was that this was not the fire cloud cave. Therefore, it was fortunate that the ultimate inheritance of the human emperor that Jiang Li yearned for was still there. The second good news was that the people here could not take away this strongest and most precious treasure, the 9 provinces cauldron itself. Although the human race had fallen and had experienced the cultivationless age, causing this cauldron to no longer have much strength, it was still not something that the cultivators and monsters of this era could shake. Jiang Li took out a mirror and returned to his human form. Then, he eagerly cut open his palm. He used his spiritual chi to open the wound to prevent it from healing too quickly. He reached out and pressed the wound that was constantly bleeding onto the inner wall of the 9 provinces cauldron. Swoosh! The huge bronze cauldron shook slightly. With Jiang Li's palm as the center, circles of light spread out. The 9 provinces cauldron would indeed react to the human emperor's blood chi. However, after another half an hour of blood, Jiang Li retracted his palm in disappointment. As expected, he was not the human emperor after all and was not qualified to use and move the 9 provinces cauldron. He could only give up for the time being. However, since the information left behind by Fuxi pointed to this place, it meant that he must have placed something important here. After that, he might have to go to the Queen's treasure vault. The thing inside was most likely obtained by the armored troll court. Perhaps he could find some of the things passed down by the human emperor. After failing to find the treasure, Jiang Li had no choice but to return the same way. He shattered the passageway and spent some time before finally returning to the ground. What he did not know was that there was actually something under the cauldron. A cloud of dust rolled up and transformed into an old human figure. The human figure stepped forward and dabbed his fingers in the blood left on the ground before sending it into his mouth. After tasting it with a nostalgic expression for a moment, his empty eyes revealed a hint of surprise, thought, hatred, and finally excitement. After that, he transformed into an imperceptible wisp of dust that followed closely behind Jiang Li. Chapter 727 Immortal Binding Rope 1. 727 Immortal Binding Rope 1. Jiang Li ran back to the ground from under the cauldron. He had originally thought that if the stitched monster and the armored troll queen could keep fighting for a month, then he could take the opportunity to run to the royal court and see if he could take advantage of the empty defense to break in and rob them. However, he did not expect that not long after, a huge change had already happened in a battle of that level. While he was running underground to dig a hole with the huge cauldron, more than half of the powerful armored trolls informed by the royal court of the prosperous Ox continent rushed here. More and more powerful people gathered into a huge force that no one could easily ignore. Among them, There were more than 3,000 armored trolls equivalent to the Earth Immortal realm. It was far beyond the divine judgment hall of the cultivation world of the eastern region. Just this force was enough to compare to the entire azure cloud continent. Moreover, this was only the portion that arrived in a few hours. At least half of the royal court experts were not here for various reasons. If they counted the forces of the two continents, in terms of numbers, the azure cloud continent would probably fall into an absolute disadvantage. This was under the circumstances that they did not consider the 5 large regions of the azure cloud continent and actually did not interfere with each other. What limited the population of the cultivation world of the azure cloud continent was the rate of spiritual root awakening and spiritual root discovery. What limited the armored troll court's strength was the number of nourishment. If the armored troll courted enough food to feed all the wild armored trolls and awaken their rationality, turning the wild armored trolls in the wilderness into combat strength was truly terrifying. This possibility was actually in their hands. Fortunately, in order to secretly study the ancient Lingzi, Galanfron took the initiative to head to the dangerous front line. Jiang Li happened to bump into her and gave her a 9 nether earth fruit, causing her to completely change camp. Otherwise, not to mention Galanfron's research ability, he could still create something in the future. Just the technology he had already grasped could bring about a revolution in the entire prosperous Ox continent. Although that freak was not strong, the knowledge she grasped was even more terrifying than the 10 high-grade divine judgment factions combined. After observing for a period of time, Jiang Li finally noticed some of the advantages of the cultivation world. Apart from the power of chaos in the Azure world, when the armored trolls scattered and fought bravely, they generally had the advantage compared to cultivators of the same level. However, they were not good at array formations and were not used to cooperating on a large-scale battlefield. Most of them still fought alone. At most, they could use special innate abilities to complement each other. If they were prepared and relied on the cooperation of the array formations to trigger the power of the earth vein, the cultivation world should be able to deal with the armored trolls several times their number. However, such array formations could only be used in defensive battles. They could not be used every time. Moreover, the special talent of some armored trolls would appear even more terrifying than array formations when combined. For example, the armored troll queen with 7 patterns on her face. Generally speaking, the armored troll equivalent to an earth immortal was not a match for the stitched monster. If it was slapped, it would be half dead. However, with the armored troll queen blocking the monster head, they still had the ability to affect the stitched monster. Moreover, the way they provided help to the queen was very special. After arriving at the battlefield, she actually only stood there with her eyes closed, not moving at all. The reason was the armored troll queen's innate ability. Jiang Li knew that she could set rules and affect the surrounding world to make everything follow her rules. However, other than that, after she set the rules, if others took the initiative to follow that rule, they could actually continuously strengthen the power of that rule. This was because sometimes, rules specially set for a person were often not easily believed, and the execution would be relatively weak. However, if this rule was established and passed down for 1,000 years, it would be deeply rooted in people's hearts and become the truth. When a new rule was set and thousands of people had already followed this rule, if one did not implement it alone, the pressure on them would naturally be greater. This was the power of rules. More than 3,000 armored trolls arrived one after another and listened to the order. In the range of the queen's power, they closed their eyes and stood there motionless. There were more than 3,000 armored trolls at the Earth Immortal realm, and more than 200 of them were equivalent to the 3 Flowers Gathering realm. They followed the rules together, which provided a huge enhancement to the Queen's rules. Even the stitched monster was forced to put away its wings under the envelopment of this power. It stood on its feet and closed its 8 eyes tightly, the troublesome wind and lightning wings, the 8 strange eyes, and the limbs of different creatures were all restricted. Even if it continuously roared and erupted with shocking strength, It could not break free from the shackles of the rules. As more and more armored trolls joined in, the rule that they could not open their eyes continuously became stronger and stronger. Unable to move or counterattack, they could only stay where they were and endure the Armored Troll Queen's unilateral attack. Chapter 728 728 Immortal Binding Rope 2, 728 Immortal Binding Rope 2. In a short period of time, the monster that made the cultivation world of the eastern region helpless was finally defeated by the Armored Troll Court. Jiang Li did not even have the chance to fish in troubled waters. However, although it was trapped, it was still extremely difficult to kill it. After fighting for a long time, other than making the stitched monster roar even more violently, the queen only left a superficial wound. There was no way to kill it. If he continued to trap it like this, more than half of the experts in the prosperous Ox continent would have to stand motionless. It was clearly unrealistic. Everyone had a headache again. What ability should they use to kill this monster? The queen stopped and stood to the side. The dukes present began to take turns. Disease, distortion, crack, age. All kinds of strange innate abilities and completely different powerful moves continuously landed on the stitched monster. Jiang Li felt a headache coming on. However, the stitched monster's body was indeed stitched together by an ancient immortal body. Although they were not sure if it was really indestructible, it was impossible for them to forcefully destroy it now. At this moment, the Golden Duke, who had been watching the show for a long time, stood up. Let me try. This thing was too uncontrollable. If he left it alive, something would happen. If there was a chance to kill it, Jiang Li did not want to wait any longer. He dragged a spinning circle of light in his hand and flew to the side of the monster. Although he could not use his main body's ability, this did not stop him from using his artifacts. The immortal slaying flying sword used the unparalleled 8-splitting light wheel again, but this time, it was much smaller than before. It ruthlessly cut the place where the monster's 6 fingers and shoulder were connected. As the sharp wheel approached, a large amount of blood splattered from the wound. At first, the wound was still on the surface, but the light wheel did not stop there. Instead, it continued to cut deeper. Previously, the other Grand Dukes had more or less caused some damage to it, but they were only on the surface and could not go deep. Jiang Li was the first person to do this. A different situation quickly attracted the queen's attention. Not long after, the 8-splitting light wheel sank deeply into the stitched monster's shoulder. A moment later, it actually pierced out from the other side of the shoulder. For the first time, it directly pierced through the monster's body. The effect this time was even better than when Jiang Li attacked it with the 8-splitting light wheel on the sea last time. Jiang Li heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. It worked. The others were not fools. The relatively fragile suturing interface was naturally the first target. However, their attacks were not very effective. That was because the monster's suturing interface was slightly special. Perhaps the creator back then had already thought of this. All the limbs of this monster were not connected evenly. On the surface of the two interfaces, there were serrated teeth biting together and stitching. If he directly cut with a huge light wheel, the serrated tissues on both sides would block the sharpness and make it difficult for him to advance. However, if he shrunk the light wheel and cut along the intersecting sort of stitches, it would be much easier. Although this was like using a nail clipper to cut a tree, and he had to continuously repeat this bit by bit. As long as it took long enough, he could definitely remove this arm. If he acted according to the rules, he could cut off the wings, limbs, and head of the stitched monster. Of course, this was actually what Fran had told him. Gold. Well done. Seeing that Jiang Li's attack had some effect, the Armored Troll Queen was overjoyed. As long as you can kill it, it'll allow you to choose anything from the Royal Court's treasure vault. The Golden Duke's light wheel finally had an effect. Because the Grace House was destroyed, the furious Queen generously gave a promise. Queen, you should at least let me choose too. The Golden Duke's special identity gave him some room to bargain. The others all stood on the spot and used their own rules to trap the monster. This allowed Jiang Li to continue attacking without any fear. Compared to the size of the huge monster, The length of the immortal slaying flying sword was roughly equivalent to a mosquito mouthpiece. The 8-splitting light wheel was still pocket-sized as it continuously shuttled back and forth between the monster's sutures. There were more than 10 armored trolls beside it. They used their innate ability to temporarily restrict its recovery ability. Although the damage caused every time was small, the effect accumulated gradually became considerable. The arm that came from some immortal beast visibly fell. He had already removed 70% of the stitches. The stitched monster could no longer control this arm. Jiang Li could sense that this arm contained a powerful wood attribute power. Presumably, in ancient times, it should be a wood attribute immortal beast. Obtaining it might be able to help Jiang Li advance further. That was why he chose to remove this arm first. However, at this moment, another stream of light flew over from afar. After approaching, he discovered that it was an old armored troll Marquis. In Anduin Gold's memories, this guy had always lived in seclusion and did not have a sense of existence. During this period of time, it was not strange for such experts to continuously rush over. However, he did not stand together with the other armored trolls. Instead, he carried something to the queen. "Queen, are you going to kill that foreign beast? I don't think we should kill it directly." The queen turned her head indifferently, her noble and tight armor looking coldly at the Marquis. "This strange beast destroyed the Grace House. If we don't kill it, Marquis Yeaman, will you bear the responsibility?" This Marquis Yeaman was not afraid of the queen's anger. "I don't dare." However, after 3 full moons, it will be the ancestral worship day of the Forest of Origin. I think this monster is the best sacrifice. As long as we convert it into an armored troll, the Queen's royal court will have another divine general to protect the race. The Forest of Origin was where Galenfron had once stolen the ancient Lingzi. It was said to be an extremely huge forest of ancient Lingzi. This Marquis actually wanted to use the source of the armored troll to infect and assimilate this stitched monster. If it was from the Forest of Origin, it might not be impossible. When he heard this, Jiang Li's gaze changed. If the armored trolls obtained such combat strength, wouldn't he become a sinner who helped the enemy? "Marquis Yeaman, this thing won't listen obediently. You want all of us and the queen to stand here together until the 3rd full moon? How are you going to send it to the Forest of Origin?" Jiang Li did not want the queen to agree and hurriedly retorted. However, this inconspicuous Marquis actually had a solution. "I obtained this item in the Azure Cloud continent many years ago. It can temporarily resolve our urgent needs." In his hand was a bundle of rope. It was golden in color and looked as thick as a finger. It was soft and flexible. As the Marquis shook his hand, the shiny soft rope automatically flew out. It doubled in length after 1 round. The stitched monster was trapped on the spot and could not move. It could only let the rope wrap around its body. A moment later, the golden rope bound it tightly, turning it into a large cocoon. The immortal slaying flying sword naturally had no place to attack. In the beginning, Jiang Li suspected that this rope could not tie it up. However, when he saw the name displayed in the appraisal technique, he immediately no longer doubted it. Immortal binding rope. Damaged. Without even looking at the other attributes, Jiang Li knew that this rope was definitely not inferior to his dragon imprisoning lock. If it was in ancient times, it might be far stronger. To be able to take out such a thing, who exactly was the Marquis? After binding it, the others retreated one after another. The power of the rules weakened. The stitched monster also recovered its mobility. However, no matter how it struggled, the golden rope was firmly bound to its body. The more it struggled, the tighter the rope. Before long, it could not move at all. Chapter 729 729 Yin Yang Fish 1. 729 Yin Yang Fish 1. A rope was actually comparable to the power of 3,000 armored troll nobles. Although it was only in terms of binding and suppression, this was enough to surprise people. The armored troll nobles who had retreated looked at Marquis Yeaman in surprise. As a veteran Marquis with a long history, basically everyone present knew this person. Marquis Yeaman's family had a long history. Every generation could accumulate its foundation and pass it down to their descendants. The treasures and wealth accumulated were really incomprehensible to ordinary people. However, there was no lack of marquises and dukes in future generations. Compared to them, the gap was obvious. In addition, was he not afraid that the queen would covet such a treasure and take it away? This is called the immortal binding rope. I'm willing to offer it to you, queen. The surrounding nobles were even more confused, and the expression on their armor became ugly. Damn this yeoman. It was one thing for him to not hide such a good thing, but he was actually rushing to give it out. He had expressed his loyalty alone, causing the other nobles to feel embarrassed. In the modern world, there was only one word to describe it: bootlicker. This was not how the nobles of the royal court played their games. The active contribution of Marquis Yeoman had offended many nobles. However, the queen was clearly very satisfied with this. Marquis Yeoman, you should take the lead this time. The royal court will remember your contributions. After that, go to the royal court's treasure vault with the golden duke to choose treasures. Although Jiang Li was not the one who resolved the matter in the end, this sister was not too stingy. Naturally, she gave him a chance to choose a treasure. However, that Marquis had 3. It caused Jiang Li to plan in his heart how to find an opportunity to kill this Marquis. The stitched monster was subdued by the armored troll queen and the 3,000 nobles. This huge trouble that had been brought over from Jiang Li's eastern region had finally come to an end. The stitched monster was brought back to the royal court, and most of the other nobles who rushed over returned to their respective homes. Right now, Jiang Li could actually leave the prosperous Ox continent and directly return to Fengdu City to be the successor of the human emperor. He could leave the sword cultivator clone, Galanfron, and the others to continue exploring the Fire Cloud Cave ruins for him. However, he had a feeling that if he left this time, he might miss out on something very important. It was not purely a spiritual perception premonition, but in this short period of time, Jiang Li had already discovered something in the prosperous Ox continent. This place did not seem to be just a large continent where special creatures had evolved. There was a deeper secret hidden here. He looked at Marquis Yeoman again. Perhaps he can answer some of my questions. A day later, Jiang Li returned to the Golden Duke's mansion. He was holding a palm-sized white stone piece. This was the treasure he had chosen from the royal court's treasure vault. Indeed, after capturing that monster at that time, Jiang Li had followed the queen back to the royal court and obtained some gains. This white stone was curved. It had a big head, a small tail, and a smooth edge. In the center of the head was a small black stone. Any cultivator could recognize at a glance that this thing was half of a certain Ji symbol, the yang fish of the yin-yang fish. There were many good things in the treasure vault, but Jiang Li took a fancy to this stone at a glance. This was because he felt a familiar aura above. He was 90% sure that this was one of the things taken out from under the 9 provinces cauldron. Most importantly, Jiang Li had once seen that Shinshanku had such a yin fish. It was said to be the human emperor's token passed down by Fuxi. Now, it seemed that the true token still needed the 2 halves of the yin and yang to be combined. Perhaps, it still had other magical abilities. However, Lone Yin did not live, and Lone Yang did not last long. Just the half of the yang fish could not play its role. It seemed that Jiang Li had to go see that childhood sweetheart, was descendant, soon. Finding this yang fish in the treasure vault proved that the armored troll court had indeed plundered the ruins of the 9 provinces cauldron. However, Jiang Li searched for a long time and did not find anything else. Perhaps the treasures left behind by Fuxi had already fallen into the hands of other nobles. He landed directly at the entrance of the Duke's secret room. The housekeeper, Alfred, who he had sent out earlier, was standing there elegantly, waiting for his master to return. When he saw Jiang Li, he immediately placed his hand on his chest and bowed. "Duke, I've succeeded." Jiang Li pushed open the door of the secret room. 2 neat rows of armored troll heads that had been washed were quietly placed on the ground. This housekeeper actually had the ability to kill them all within his own territory. Jiang Li took a deep glance at him. He did not mention the reward and only waved his hand to let him leave. Instead, He opened the coffin and released the true Golden Duke. While staying in the coffin, Jiang Li arranged for him to be with his former clansman. Looking at the mountains of disgusting and strange deformed balls of flesh, and Yuan Gold thought for a long time. After discovering that he was unable to change the current situation and was unable to endure the outcome, he had already become much calmer and polite when he appeared before Jiang Li again. His eyes were still filled with complicated emotions like vigilance and anger. Chapter 730 Yin Yang Fish, 2, 730 Yin Yang Fish, 2. However, when facing Jiang Li, he would take the initiative to lower his head and not dare to expose his gaze. Then, without needing Jiang Li to say anything, the true Golden Duke enthusiastically invited Jiang Li to tour his Duke's mansion's treasure vault. Moreover, he would answer all questions, saying that every marquis in the Yemen family has the same talent and ability. Jiang Li casually put a heavenly meteor stone into the coffin. He was still asking this duke about the marquis who had just made a name for himself. The memories he obtained were very fragmented and could only fool the others for a short period of time. He could not understand all the details. It was more reliable to ask the person himself. That's right. This seems to be a rule of their family's inheritance. The birth of innate abilities is not completely random. As long as there are a few more, there will always be one or two inherited talents. This was a strange rule. Logically speaking, even with a rich supply of resources, it was very difficult to maintain an expert in every generation. Generally, the inheritance of a noble title was prioritized by the strong. Unless there were especially powerful descendants, they would not nurture them vigorously. However, he had never heard of any powerful abilities in the Yemen family. Why would such a strange trait appear? Jiang Li seemed to be in thought, and then he put away 1,000-feet-long bullhorn into the coffin. And Yuan Gold looked at the human in front of him with heartache as he continuously emptied his treasure vault. However, he did not show it on his face and continued to answer his question honestly. He did not dare to hide the treasure and pointed out a few hidden secret rooms. Everything in the armored troll race depended on talent. Therefore, compared to human cultivators, it was not easy to form a system. While they were not good at array formations, they were also not good at alchemy, weapon refinement, and other profound skills. Therefore, what was stored in this treasure vault were basically some ores, spiritual materials, and demon beast materials. There were very few finished products. It was also because this land was also part of the Western Ox continent, one in ancient times before the four continents collapsed. Compared to the Eastern Divine Continent dominated by humans, the Western Ox continent was the world of demons. There were fewer cultivators, and demons were everywhere. Therefore, there were fewer ruins that were excavated. It was rare to excavate a demon ruin. There was a high chance that there were only the bones of some demon beasts that did not have much spirituality left. However, Jiang Li did not mind. He moved everything in his treasure vault into the coffin one by one. Some time ago, the sea giant race had already completely submitted. Coupled with a group of masters in Tragic Death City, it greatly supplemented the shortcomings of the lack of sub-occupation talents because Fengdu City was developing too quickly. With their addition, Fengdu City was full. Their talent was comparable to the three divine pillars, or even slightly better. It was not difficult to give these materials to them to forge 2 or 3 Earth-rank artifacts. Even to the current low-grade artifacts could naturally provide considerable help. After putting everything into his bag, Jiang Li had already returned to his original appearance. He spat out a breath, filling the secret room with fatal yin qi. Then, he took a photo with his hands and summoned the gate of hell. Don't you armored trolls want to live in the Azure Cloud continent? Today, he'll give you this chance. And Yuan Gold hurriedly rejected. This was because Jiang Li was clearly being sarcastic. However, as a captive who had been planted with fatal methods, he had no right to refuse. He could only obediently walk into the gate of hell and directly enter the Changlu underground palace. At this moment, Fengdu City had changed drastically from the last time he left. left. After absorbing the high-quality materials in the Ipang Palace, the area expanded again. It completely accommodated the daily lives of the more than 100 million cultivators and could satisfy their cultivation activities. Now, more than 40% of the cultivators had decided to stay here for a long time. In the city, the daily flow of spirit stones was an astronomical figure, because there was not enough space to stack them. After Jiang Li appeared from the gate of hell, he discovered that the ground was covered in a thick layer of spirit stones. Now, any room in the Changlu underground palace could be seen filled with various treasures. A portion of them was pulled out from the Ipang Palace. There were also the accumulation of Fengdu City and the Blood King Palace. This number of treasures could completely arm millions of cultivators to the teeth and fight a large-scale cultivation war. The scale had expanded so much in an instant, but during his absence, Qin Shuman and the two hall masters had done very well. They used the Yin official decree left behind by Jiang Li to convert a large number of Yin soldiers. The combat strength of the higher-ups and the number of low-level people were enough to maintain the stability of the city. Although this was a city located in the netherworld, the rise of Fengdu Ghost City was already unstoppable. Just the reputation of this place was already above the 8 main cities of the eastern region. After checking the situation in the city, Jiang Li brought the Golden Duke into the Human Emperor's Hall. He had no intention of letting the Golden Duke become one of the 4 Hall Masters. Although Anduin Gold was strong enough, he was still an armored troll and had sinned greatly. Jiang Li felt that he did not have the qualifications to become the Hall Master. It only allowed his power in the City Lord's Stone Monument to control him further. Then, Jiang Li arranged a mission for him. He stretched out a map and pointed out an area marked as a red danger to the Golden Duke. This is the 10 Directions region. I know you want me to take away the blood in your body. I can agree to it. But I want you to conquer this place. When Jiang Li first left this Grand Duke behind, he had already thought of his destination. That was to use him to free the 10 Directions region. The 10 Directions region of the Land of Infinite Demons was blocked by the flowing Sand River. It was an illegal place in the cultivation world of the eastern region that was not ruled by the Divine Judgment Hall. Jiang Li had been there before. It was dangerous and collapsed. Powerful demon beasts made the rules. Not to mention the rule of the Divine Judgment Hall. The humans there did not even have human rights. The treatment of the humans in the 10 Directions region was not much better than in the prosperous Ox continent. They were all reared like livestock. The only difference was that it was small and even more incomplete. Generally, impatient demons could not rear humans for a long time. If one was in a bad mood, they would slaughter wantonly. If one was in a good mood, they would slaughter wantonly. However, even so, there were at least 1 billion humans suffering there. After a long period of captivity, many of them did not even know how to speak human language. They were really like livestock who only knew how to wait for death. This was clearly something that the human emperor's successor could not accept. Previously, that place had not been liberated because of the war between the Divine Judgment Hall and the armored trolls, causing them to be unable to divert their strength to suppress these places. Later on, because of the appearance of the Blood King Palace, they were greatly injured. So they could not eliminate these red areas for a long time. At that time, Jiang Li's strength was too weak. They could only touch the edge of the 10 Directions region and save a small number of humans. They did not have enough strength to defeat all the demon kings in the 10 Directions region and some stronger monsters hidden deep inside. Now, after controlling Anduin Gold, he finally had this ability. Therefore, he brought him back to Fengdu City immediately. The Golden Duke's strength was basically equivalent to the 3 divine pillars. Coupled with the cultivators and ghosts that had already been incorporated into Fengdu City, their combined strength was enough to make Fengdu City the 4th divine pillar in the cultivation world of the eastern region. After hiding for a long time, he could finally attack and bring the remaining lawless places and sinister regions under the rule of order. Anduin Gold heaved a sigh of relief when he received this mission. Jiang Li did not let him kill his sister after all. If it was only to deal with some demons, as long as he attacked in the day, he believed that he could succeed. Chapter 731 Returning to the Azure World 1. 731 Returning to the Azure World 1. After the Golden Duke left his name on the City Lord's stone monument, he knew that he could no longer turn the tables and became obedient. Jiang Li called the Nutchu Demon King over. He had to get him a set of clothes that covered his appearance before he could let this guy out. Otherwise, if someone discovered that Fengdu City was colluding with the armored trolls, the newly established Fengdu City would suffer many meaningless suspicions. After making preparations as quickly as possible, the Golden Duke followed the army of Fengdu City and set off. With the Gate of Hell, they could directly send troops over a long distance. With this kind of combat strength that stood at the peak of the cultivation world of the eastern region as a sharp knife, they could completely occupy the 10 Directions region in 3 months. Facing the army of Fengdu City, the demon kings inside would either risk their lives or work hard to atone for their sins. There was no third choice. The cultivation world of the eastern region would also understand what kind of existence this ghost city was. After arranging this war, Jiang Li took out his human emperor's battle halberd. Holding the halberd, the human threads behind him appeared again. The number was not much different from before. However, a small portion of the threads had already transformed from illusory threads to solid threads. This meant that the 3 divine pillars of the divine judgment hall did not break their promise. They completed the agreement with Jiang Li very well. Every day, hundreds of mortal countries were ruled by Fengdu City. As long as the people of Fengdu City could keep up with the cooperation of the 3 divine pillars, this speed would only become faster and faster. When all the human threads were lit up, his human emperor's battle halberd would be unstoppable. Apart from that, there were also the fragments of the heaven rank artifact, the city gods hall, and more than 10 of the strongest Duke city gods back then. It also landed in Fengdu City's hands. Jiang Li handed these things to the group of masters in Tragic Death City to study. They were trying to see if they could use these fragments to build a small city god's hall. Even a high-grade Earth rank replica was enough. If it could be successfully built, then the human emperor's hall, which was spread throughout the cultivation world of the eastern region and was flourishing, could be of great use. On the Azure Cloud continent's side, with the current strength of Fengdu City, it was enough to stand alone and deal with the situation very well. As the city lord, Jiang Li had another goal. That was to completely destroy the armored troll race. They were already called trolls. They lived by eating humans. Such a racial conflict was definitely irreconcilable. As the only successor of the current human emperor, Jiang Li was duty-bound. He wanted to conquer a large continent alone. It sounded unbelievable, but everything in the world had its own weakness. He had already thought of a solution. The only problem was that this method was very dangerous. Jiang Li needed to guarantee 2 things. Firstly, it was best to wipe out the armored troll caught in one strike. To an entire continent's worth of armored trolls, once they reacted, things would become quite troublesome. Secondly, this method was like Pandora's magic box. If he was not careful, he would lose control. If he destroyed the other 8 continents while destroying the prosperous Ox continent, he would be stupid. He opened the spatial crack with ease. After Jiang Li took a step forward, he had already arrived at the blood-red Azure world that was filled with slaughter. Jiang Li's power of chaos took effect. He did not feel uncomfortable in such an environment. Instead, he felt a little comfortable. Looking down, beneath his feet was a tall mountain peak. However, the surface of this mountain was covered in a large number of ravines and was constantly trembling. This was the underground passageway that Jiang Li had discovered all those years ago. This mountain was also an empty shell that he had ordered people to build. It was used to disguise himself and avoid being attacked by powerful neighbors. However, recently, the news had clearly been leaked. Looking into the distance, there were countless black dots surging in the sky above. Leading them was a large number of flying heads like hot air balloons. These monsters were all from Jiang Li's Yakshaw clone, the blood fighting arena. Some of them were familiar faces he had seen before. Previously, Due to the failure of the invasion of the Lamb world, the blood-fighting arena had suffered extremely heavy losses. Originally, the Evil Eye High Priest, who Vimasitrin relied on the most, and his Evil Eye tribe had all died in the Long War. The war supplies that had accumulated over the years had been packed away by someone. Most of the powerful warriors had died, leaving only a few people. As a result, he could only find the flying-head blood barbarian race that he looked down on in the past to temporarily hold the fort. Although his current army was still huge, compared to before, it was less than 10% of his peak. Moreover, they were basically low-level goods that were temporarily recruited from the blood plains. A large number of them could die with a breath from an expert. Apart from quantity, it was almost useless. Not long ago, Vimasitrin had obtained news that a new territory had appeared near the blood-fighting arena. Moreover, it was a weak primitive territory without a lord. In the eyes of most Azura lords, it was a fat sheep. Vimasitrin immediately sent out his people to devour this territory and recover his power. This was the reason for the current scene. I am the Blood Barbarian King under Lord Vimasitrin. If you surrender now, you will have the honor of being eaten by me, the Blood Barbarian King. Chapter 732 Returning to the Azura World. 2. 732 Returning to the Azura World. 2. This was the largest flying-head blood barbarian. It looked bloated, but its flying speed was the fastest. In the blink of an eye, it arrived. Oh, Thea's actually a human from the Lamb world. Wahahaha, at least sensible. I'll accept your tribute. Jiang Li did not hide or convert the blood of madness. In the eyes of the Azure monster, he was as striking as a bonfire in the night. After it noticed Jiang Li floating in the air, it immediately opened its bloody mouth and flew over. This flying-head blood barbarian king was only slightly weaker than the former Evil Eye High Priest. It had also reached the level of a high-grade divine judgment leader. Back then, Jiang Li was utterly unable to resist a monster of this level. But now, since they were guests, he naturally had to entertain them well. In his Chi-Si, the gate of the Purple Mansion opened with a bang, and violent energy roared out. It caused Jiang Li's body to bulge slightly, and his skin revealed a blood-red color. The broken-wing black mosquito's mouth spear was held tightly in his hand, and endless strength poured into it. In the end, it transformed into a black light that no one could react to and instantly pierced through the flying-head blood barbarian. Oh, what happened? The flying-head blood barbarian king saw something flying towards him. Then, its head shook slightly, and it felt a warmth. He stretched out his long tongue and licked his forehead. He put it back into his mouth and realized that his blood of madness had flowed out. How dare you injure me? How dare you injure me? I won't forgive you. I'll cut off your head and make you my servant forever. Ugh. However, as he spoke, his head began to swell for some reason. As he spoke vicious words, a large amount of blood and internal organs surged out of his mouth. Although it was only a head, the flying-head blood barbarian actually had internal organs. What did you do to me? As he spoke, one of the blood barbarian king's eyeballs popped out. What did you do? You have to know that mosquitoes will inject something into the target while sucking blood. Jiang Li's expression was calm. The moment the broken wind spear pierced through the blood barbarian king, it injected a large amount of dense spiritual chi into the head. Spiritual chi that was good for humans had become fatal to Azura world creatures. The conflict of the two energies erupted, destroying the new high priest from the inside. It caused him to suffer heavy injuries in an instant. His internal organs and intestines were vomited out, and his brain was stirred into mush. This caused the blood barbarian king's reaction to inevitably slow down. He did not even notice when Jiang Li appeared behind him. Jiang Li held the human emperor's battle halberd with one hand and raised it high before slashing down. With the enhancement of more human strength, the halberd's power doubled again. It had already exceeded the limit that this monster could endure. The flying-head blood barbarian was cut open from the middle. It was only a layer away from completely splitting into two. After being heavily injured 3 times in a row, the commander of the blood-fighting arena's army was already defeated in just a single exchange. The huge head spraying smelly blood fell to the mountain below. The already fragile shell was immediately shattered by him. The mountain seemed to have an earthquake, but it also felt like nothing. It twisted strangely. A thin layer of mountain skin was shaken off from above, revealing the true body below. It was a disgusting and huge deformed mountain of flesh. "Let go of me. Let go of me. Lord Vimasitrin will not let you off." The flying head blood barbarian race was famous for its powerful vitality. Although such injuries were heavy, they were far from being fatal. The blood barbarian king wanted to fly up and escape again, but he discovered that the mountain of flesh below was firmly growing on his body. Tentacles, flesh, hair, blood vessels, and countless strange and disgusting things climbed up the flying head and pulled it into the mountain of flesh. This mountain of flesh was even crazier and more chaotic than it. Before long, it would be completely swallowed and become a part of this mountain of flesh. Next, Jiang Li knocked on his chest again. A chaotic heartbeat sounded. With the summoning of the heartbeat, the entire mountain of flesh began to squirm. Then, half of a fallen blood yakshaw crawled out of the mountain. The yakshaw clone, who had difficulty maintaining his rationality, followed the orders of his main body and pointed forward. The tall mountain of flesh instantly turned into a disgusting mess of flesh and collapsed, covering a large area of blood-colored ground. The meat paste surged forward and instantly swallowed more than half of the enemy army, causing them to be unable to resist and be entangled and swallowed. Only the monsters flying in the air were not affected. However, the immortal slaying flying sword flew out from between Jiang Li's brows and danced crazily in the air, shooting down the flying head blood barbarians, and other monsters that were flying in the air. They fell into the flesh lake and were similarly swallowed. This mountain of flesh looked disgusting. However, Jiang Li had invested a lot in it. Among them were a large number of corpses and earth immortals from Tragic Death City. There were also the countless deformed balls of flesh left behind by the cultivation world of the eastern region and the armored troll army. After the war, most of the meatballs left behind were bought by the Great Mountain Alliance and Fengdu City. Chapter 733 Returning to the Azura World. 3. 733 Returning to the Azura World. 3. Although the armored trolls had been turned into meatballs, the energy in their bodies did not decrease. Apart from the balls of flesh that Jiang Li used to nourish the 2-9 nether wood, the rest were basically thrown into this mountain of flesh. That was a huge amount of energy. After transforming into a mountain of flesh, even if there was no order to speak of, they would not use any moves or spell techniques. However, just its terrifying size was enough to crush most enemies. Even Jiang Li himself would be helpless against this mountain of flesh. As expected, investing more Azura World creatures can increase the Flesh Mountain's control over the power of chaos. However, their bloodline is too inferior. They can't control the power of the Mountain of Flesh at all. However, 4 hours later, the army sent out from the blood fighting arena was completely swallowed. Not even a fly could escape. Jiang Li flew above the flesh lake, holding an eye in his palm as he swept his gaze down. The eye was connected to Galanthron. This time, that strange doctor hid in the coffin and followed him to the dangerous Azura world. The mountain of flesh below could also be considered her work. She had long wanted to see this mountain of flesh with her own eyes. Vimasitrin once obtained the gift of the Azura world by occupying the rock mountain range and reached an even stronger level. Although he lost his strength in the end because of the decrease in the territory, he had experience in controlling a higher level power of chaos, which makes him the best target. As Jiang Li's chaotic heartbeat continued to beat, the flesh lake formed by the mountain of flesh, they began to surge towards the blood fighting arena. Only a dried blood pool was left behind. Jiang Li took out the demon god's egg again. After killing Vimasitrin, it was time to really create a lord of the Azura world. Once it was bound to the geocentric passageway, one would be unable to leave the territory after becoming a lord. However, only then would he be qualified to obtain the power of the Azura world. Jiang Li definitely did not want to stay in this ugly world. It was just that he did not know if the parallel mind could withstand that power. While Jiang Li was preparing, something was happening in the prosperous Ox continent. In the dungeon that suppressed the stitched monster, several figures were standing in the darkness and sizing up this monster. However, their gazes were a little strange. They were not surprised. Instead, it was as if they had seen this stitched monster a long time ago. It hasn't eaten the dragon vein. Since it hasn't completely matured, why would it be released at this time? I've already checked. One of the last 9 kings returned from tragic death city and opened that palace. Those 3 guys from the Divine Judgment Hall are really useless. They were actually beaten to this extent by a stray dog. Forget it. The speed at which the world recovered has exceeded our expectations. This is enough for now. However, there's a guy who calls himself the successor of the human emperor over there. He's caused a lot of trouble recently. Could he be the successor of that branch? Hey, the human emperor's lineage has long been severed. If one could become an emperor so easily, those 3 old fellows would have done it before they died. Ignore him, it's just a clown. When we open the Fire Cloud Cave, it will be the day we become immortal ancestors. Chapter 734 Demon Mountain 1, 734 Demon Mountain 1. Although I've seen it many times, it still feels magnificent to see this place with my own eyes. The mountain of flesh looked clumsy, but in fact, its speed was not slow. Wave after wave of disgusting flesh and blood climbed up each other, pushing away everything it encountered. After spending a few days, it already saw the huge blood fighting arena. If this was brought back, with this size, it would not be a problem to build a home for the wind protection giant or the sea giant king. However, the blood fighting arena, which had originally been prosperous for 1,000 years and held more than 100 blood battles every day, seemed empty at this moment. It was even emptier than a desolate plain. The surging flesh and blood gathered into a mountain of flesh again. Only then did he discover that its size had more than doubled since it first came out. Along the way these few days, wherever they passed, all the monsters they encountered were swallowed by the mountain of flesh, allowing them to blend into the big family. This was the terrifying thing about a mountain of flesh. Once it became powerful, it would quickly grow like a snowball. Seeing an external enemy attack, hundreds of spears were projected from the blood-fighting arena and stabbed into the flesh crookedly. They did not cause any damage at all. This was the only bit of resistance that the interns could do. It was not Jiang Li's temper to not reciprocate. With a thought, the mountain of flesh that had already approached began to squirm. On the surface of the mountain of flesh, dense bloody holes grew. Puff, puff, puff. 10,000 flesh balls were spat out from the bloody hole along with thick green disgusting gas. They smashed into the blood-fighting arena like a meteor shower. Then, Jiang Li raised his hand and suddenly knocked on the heart. The 10,000 lumps of flesh that landed in the blood-fighting arena exploded, turning into tentacles that filled the sky and swept through every corner of the blood-fighting arena. After penetrating all the weak warriors who were still trying to resist, they retreated into it. This move was called Demon Mountain Flesh Bomb. As it explored for a few days, it fused with more and more Azura creatures. Jiang Li relied on the chaotic core of the mountain of flesh, which was the heart in his chest. To a certain extent, the power to control this mountain of flesh was no longer scattered. A wave of flesh bombs instantly swallowed the entire first level of the arena. However, this was not all. The monsters that were pierced by the tentacles and pulled to the ball of flesh were not directly swallowed. The ball of flesh only bit off their brains. Then, they were replaced. The deformed balls of flesh controlled them and swayed as they rushed deeper into the blood-fighting arena. The blood-fighting arena that Jiang Li had taken advantage of for a long time had already fallen to a rather miserable state. There was no one who could match him in the arena. Layer by layer, it was quickly broken through. However, Jiang Li did not let his guard down because the true enemy had not appeared. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes passed. Jiang Li's aberration army had just advanced to the third level underground when the entire blood fighting arena began to tremble violently. A canyon-sized crack tore open the blood fighting arena. Then, a fist suddenly pierced through the 6 levels of the blood fighting arena, and countless fragments flew into the sky. A monster that looked like a demonic god with 300 hands jumped up from below. It was the master of the blood fighting arena, Vimacitrin. This monster was tall and burly, much taller than the wind protection giant. However, when he faced the mountain of flesh in front of him, he still had to raise his head to see the person. As an expert, his memory was not bad. Azura creatures also had a special ability to identify each other. Even though the Yakshaw clone had already changed drastically, he was still recognized at a glance. Fallen blood Yakshaw. And, how dare you betray the great Vimacitrin? He grabbed forward with one hand, and space shattered wherever he passed. The claw was about to crush the Yakshaw clone growing on the mountain top. He wanted to punish this Yakshaw for its betrayal. However, a black stream of light streaked across the air, and an arm that could be used as a bridge was sent flying. The rocks that fell in the distance shattered, and blood flowed like a river. You've really become much weaker, Vimacitrin. In comparison, the tiny Jiang Li stood before Vimacitrin. He sighed, clearly disappointed in the power of this Azura. Back then, Vimacitrin had relied on Jiang Li's help to invade and occupy the vast land in the cultivation world of the eastern region's Rock Mountain range. Through this, he obtained the reward of the Azura world. The blood of madness surged, and more than 800 arms grew out. His might was already extremely close to the 18 ruling class Azura lords of the Azura world. At that time, he still wanted to wait until he grew 1,000 arms before challenging the Amity who ruled this area. In other words, the powerful lord that Jiang Li had tattooed on his back. However, in the end, his ambitions were not achieved. On the contrary, after losing that portion of territory, his strength was beaten back to its original state, even worse than before. Not to mention anything else, he was not a match for any of the 3 divine pillar leaders. Jiang Li was not afraid of his power at all. He waved the human emperor's battle halberd and shook off the boiling blood on it. Chapter 735 735 Demon Mountain, 2, 735 Demon Mountain, 2, Vimacitrin, who was once extremely powerful to him, still had his arm cut off by his halberd. Ignorant human, you are facing the Lord of Death, Vimacitrin. Offer me one of your arms and submit to me. The great Vimacitrin can forgive your sins. I will grant you eternal life. Although this big guy had an arm cut off, with more than 300 arms, one more or one less would not make a difference. He did not think that he was inferior to this human. Instead, he felt that if an arm could block Jiang Li's strike, then he would have more than 300 chances to attack this human. With the weak physique of humans, they would definitely die if they were hit. This advantage was still his. That was what the blood fighting arena lord thought. Vimacitrin, don't you recognize me? I once gave you a vast world. In your words, it's called the Lamb world. Unfortunately, useless and don't have the ability to conquer it. Jiang Li was not afraid of the other party's threat at all and even deliberately revealed his mental aura. He took out the demon god's egg that he had obtained from the treasure vault of the blood fighting arena and displayed it in front of the other party. Vimacitrin was stunned. He first recognized Jiang Li's mental fluctuation. After all, they had communicated through the divine statue clone in the altar 2 worlds ago. Wasn't this the human who he thought was a fool and opened the spatial crack to receive his army? There was also the demon god's egg that he had stolen. Coupled with the fallen blood Yakshaw from before, no matter how stupid he was, he should have understood that this human had tricked him. A great lord, with his former subordinates. Now, they actually joined forces and found him. Courting death. Vimacitrin's blood boiled from the shocking discovery. He waved his 300 arms and rushed up. Every hand had different seals, and their power was extraordinary. Rama Palm 300 moves. This was an Azura technique that every Azura lord knew. It was said that there were a total of 3,563 moves. The more hands he had, the stronger the strength he could unleash. Facing such an attack, Jiang Li did not show any weakness and charged forward. The collision between the two looked like a mayfly shaking a tree. However, under the circumstances of equal strength, small size often meant concentration. The destructive power would also be even more terrifying. More than 10 Rama palms attacked Jiang Li from all directions, causing him to see demonic seals that carried destructive power. However, as a circle of ripples spread out, the attacks that approached Jiang Li turned around and were unable to touch the corners of his clothes at all. Under the chaotic will of the Azura world, it was originally very difficult to use the power of the domain. However, with the enhancement of the Netherworld Mountain Robe, not only did Jiang Li easily execute the inverted domain, its strength was shocking. Even against an expert like Vimacitrin, it was extremely useful. As long as he could not break through the inverted domain, he would be invincible. The human emperor's battle halberd that had long completed its second charge slashed forward, immediately sending 3 more arms flying. 2 figures, one big and one small, crossed each other. Vimacitrin suffered a small loss again. However, this was only the beginning. Dark green spiritual light erupted from Jiang Li's body, and a wooden statue that was similarly taller than Vimacitrin smashed down. Now, the master of the blood fighting arena was sandwiched between Jiang Li and the chaotic flesh mountain. The power of the 9 Nether Azura was the fusion of the power of 2 worlds. It would not be suppressed in the Azura world at all. However, on the face of the statue, the half-demonic face became a little more ferocious. Jiang Li clapped his hands. 9 Nether Azura. True, several thousand hands. Countless arms smashed out and landed on Vimacitrin. The incomparably violent force pushed him back continuously, and in the end, he stepped into the mountain of flesh. It was easy to step in, but it was not so easy to get out again. Demon Mountain. Flesh Black Hole. The crazy mountain of flesh pounced forward and climbed onto the huge creature's entire body, using all its strength to entangle Vimacitrin. He could not move at all. Half of the 300 arms could not be used anymore. Jiang Li controlled the 1,000 hands divine statue to press over and pressed Vimacitrin down on the mountain of flesh. Seeing that this guy still wanted to resist, Jiang Li stepped on a long wooden arm and rushed forward, brandishing the 8-splitting light wheel and the human emperor's battle halberd. The restless arms were all sent flying and swallowed by the mountain of flesh. In the Azura world, death was not the end under normal circumstances. In life and death battles, Azuras were often very brave. However, when this master of the blood fighting arena sank into the flesh bit by bit, he could see that countless damaged souls were residing in the surrounding flesh and were roaring in pain. Only then did Vimacitrin know that after being swallowed by this mountain of flesh, even his soul could not escape. He no longer enjoyed such a cheap thing as reincarnation. Vimacitrin roared and wanted to escape. However, on the one hand, he was bound by the terrifying mountain of flesh. On the other hand, as a lord, he could not leave his territory. So what if he broke free once? Once he was weaker than the enemy, it was impossible to even escape. Under Jiang Li's continuous attacks, Vimacitrin was still completely swallowed by the mountain of flesh. However, this guy was indeed strong enough. His body was completely wrapped in the mountain of flesh and was still struggling inside. He even erupted with strength several times and broke through the outer skin of the mountain of flesh. He stretched out his palm and head to escape. However, with Jiang Li guarding it, wherever he appeared, he would be struck at lightning speed and his head would explode several times. In the end, Jiang Li even used the dragon imprisoning lock. He suppressed this monster with all his might, not giving it much of a chance to struggle. Only then was it slowly bitten and swallowed by the mountain of flesh. In order to obtain his strength as much as possible, Jiang Li did not kill him directly or even cause him too many injuries. This also caused the mountain of flesh to take a longer time to devour him. It took a total of 33 days to gnaw off his last bone. At this point, Vimacitrin no longer existed. With the addition of the high-grade blood of madness that had undergone a qualitative change, the mountain of flesh changed even more crazily. However, when things reached an extreme, they would reverse. After the madness reached the limit, a relatively controllable balance was born. Galenfron's deduction was not wrong. However, it was still not easy to control such a mountain of flesh. Jiang Li threw another parallel mind. 10 dream clones, and more dream children into the mountain of flesh, one main with several deputies, coupled with many assistants, connected to a mental network. Only then did he slowly control this mountain of flesh. Of course, this was still not enough. As the mountain of flesh continued to swell and expand, the control of the parallel mind and dream clones would ultimately be insufficient. However, he also had a way to resolve this. That was to imitate the broken-wing black mosquito and create a group consciousness that belonged to the mountain of flesh. He ruled all the soul fragments in the mountain of flesh. This was not especially difficult for Jiang Li, who had reincarnated into the broken-wing black mosquito. This way, the loss of control would be reduced to less than 20%. With a thought, the mountain of flesh that had doubled in size gradually transformed into a half-body giant demon with 6 wings, a demonic horn on its head, and 600 arms. Before becoming a lord, he already had stronger strength than Vimacitrin. 600 hands stretched out and formed a circle that stabbed into the ground of the blood-fighting arena. Then, with a slight push, they raised the entire blood-fighting arena from the ground. He casually threw it to the side, revealing the blood pool that was hundreds or thousands of times larger than the small territory from before. Jiang Li no longer hesitated. He took out the demon god's egg and threw it in, and then the mountain of flesh plunged into it. Chapter 736 736 Flesh Disaster 1. 736 Flesh Disaster 1. Tell me, what did you see? The southern area of the prosperous Ox continent, Alan Duchy. Grand Duke Albertine stood in front of the forest and asked the few armored troll scouts who had escaped in a sorry state. He looked up at the sky above the forest. There was a blood-red cloud floating especially low. From it, one could sense a disturbing aura of madness. It even made Grand Duke Albertine feel afraid. He had sent hundreds of groups of scouts in, but only a few came out alive. Meat. A lot of meat. It's all meat. However, these scouts who had escaped from the forest could not even speak clearly. It seemed that he had seen something terrible inside. It was impossible for them to explain the situation clearly. Behind Grand Duke Albertine, an armored troll with 2 hollow eyes walked forward and pressed his hand on the spice head. If he could not explain it clearly, he would look at it from his mind. The innate ability of the armored trolls was strange. This one had an ability similar to soul-searching. Duke, I saw space shatter. Endless chaos surged into the world. There's also a monster. That's a mountain made of flesh and blood. The blind armored troll described in detail what he had seen in the spice mind. Unfortunately, his identity was not enough. He had never seen the deformed balls of flesh brought back from the front line of the Azure Cloud continent. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to recognize the ugly madness. A mountain formed from flesh and blood? Could it be a variant of the Forest of Origin? Grand Duke Albertine's first thought was the ancient Lingzi. Moreover, he could not help but have some thoughts. The ancient Lingzi of the Forest of Origin was the beginning of all the armored trolls and the faith of most of them. That place had always been in the hands of the royal family. It was said that as long as one grasped the ancient Lingzi, they could control all the armored trolls. If he, Albertine, could also control another ancient Lingzi, would he have a chance to build another royal court? Wait, what's that sound? However, before Grand Duke Albertine could continue to imagine the future, the blind armored troll that was pressing its hand on the spice head suddenly let out a scream. In the spice mind, he saw an eye filled with endless madness. It was precisely because he looked into this eye that this spy went crazy. Now, he saw it too. Bang! The back of the blind armored troll's head suddenly exploded. The exposed brain matter wriggled a few times and a crooked face grew out. A mouth opened in his mind as he laughed loudly. He controlled the body of the blind armored troll and pounced at his Grand Duke. Without needing Grand Duke Albertine to attack, the few guards beside him easily removed the limbs of the blind armored troll. Even while lying on the ground, the troll could not stop laughing. This scene made all the armored trolls present frown. Just by seeing the memories, it's already so polluted. What a terrifying crazy will. Duke Albertine frowned. I've only seen this feeling in one place. Just a mere coward. How dare you extend your hand to the prosperous Ox continent? Grand Duke Albertine was very angry. Having seen the deformed ball of flesh, he thought that this was the work of the humans opposite the Black Sea. At the same time, he was angry at the dereliction of duty of those guys on the west coast. They had actually silently let humans invade his duchy. Bring a batch of spirit stones. I want to crush those wild mayflies. Grand Duke Albertine was not reckless. Before they set off, he even knew to get someone to bring a large number of spirit stones. This was because from the information sent back from the front line, using a large amount of spiritual chi could neutralize the energy that caused the armored trolls to mutate. Soon, a group of thousands of armored trolls slaughtered their way into the Whisper Forest. Not long after they flew, they discovered that a large number of trees below had changed. All of them grew twisted and chaotic, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Although it was a plant, it had also been modified by the ancient Lingzi, so it was naturally affected by the power of chaos. Flying deeper, he indeed saw a long and narrow spatial crack. There was an endless stream of muddy flesh and blood surging out. They had already accumulated a large area in the Whisper Forest. Prepare to throw. Grand Duke Albertine gave the order, but the spirit stones that followed were sparse. Behind him, most of the armored trolls revealed pained expressions. The tissues on their bodies twitched uneasily as tumors grew crazily on their bodies. Spiritual chi is useless. We can't block it. Run. It's a heartbeat. That heartbeat quickly destroy your ears. These armored trolls defended according to the experience sent back from the front line, but the effect was unexpectedly poor. There was also a heartbeat that sounded problematic. It lingered around them and shook their nerves and hearts. They all destroyed their ears and even dug out their hearts to dodge the power. However, they still fell from the sky like dumplings. One had to know that they were facing a true Azure Lord. It was not like back then when human cultivators could only brainlessly throw mad blood weapons. The difference in their use of the power of chaos and the blood of madness was enormous. Chapter 737 737 Flesh Disaster 2 737 Flesh Disaster 2 To be able to trigger the crazy will of the Azure world and spread out the chaotic domain, even the simplest gaze and a few heartbeats would take their lives. Seeing that his subordinates were so vulnerable, Grand Duke Albertine's heart sank and he wanted to retreat. His talent ability was very special. It was called Borrow. Spiritual chi, cultivation, vitality, and lifespan, or even things like talent, courage, and emotions could all be borrowed. In fact, in a head-on battle, he could directly borrow the strength of his opponents to weaken them and strengthen himself. Logically speaking, his ability needed him to return after borrowing. However, as long as the creditor died, there was no need to return the borrowed thing. With such an abnormal ability, it would be strange if he could not become stronger. Therefore, this Grand Duke Albertine was one of the top existences even in the Grand Duke's circle. However, he did not dare to borrow anything from the enemy this time. If he borrowed that power into his body, he would probably die an ugly death. This was also the reason why Jiang Li chose Grand Duke Albertine's duchy as the first stop in his invasion. As long as he rolled this snowball that could destroy the world to a weak spot at the beginning, it would be unstoppable later on. Grand Duke Albertine, it looks like you need some help. Just as Albertine was about to retreat, a light track stretched towards them from the sky. In the blink of an eye, a tall figure walked out of the light and stood in front of them. It was Andu in gold. Golden Duke, why have you come to my duchy? Although they were neighbors, their relationship was not very good. The royal court's earth priest discovered the situation here. Of course, I'm here to help you. Before Duke Albertine could react, Anduin Gold approached him. Wait, not Anduin. Who are you? This abnormal action aroused suspicion. Duke Albertine instantly reacted and used his innate ability to borrow the heart of this impostor in front of him. His borrowing power was resisted by various forces. The heart was not borrowed, but only a drop of heart blood appeared. However, it was this drop of blood that directly took his life. His chest instantly exploded, and the internal organs inside ran away from home, letting themselves go. Jiang Li did not even have time to stop it. After discovering that the other party had no chance of survival, he could only throw him into the mountain of flesh below to make it stronger. What a pity. Originally, be it making a talent crystal out of the borrowing talent or subduing this Grand Duke like Anduin Gold, they were both good choices. However, this guy was actually courting death by borrowing a drop of his heart blood. Jiang Li's heart was an extremely chaotic existence. The armored troll could not even hear the heartbeat. He actually put a drop of this heart blood into his own body. As a result, he died too quickly, and Jiang Li did not even have time to save him. Forget it. There are still many Grand Dukes. It's not a big deal. Then from now on, let's turn the world upside down. The terrifying invasion of the Azure world appeared on this vast land. This day was recorded in the history of the prosperous Ox continent as the beginning of the calamity of flesh and blood. Another month later, the entire sky above the prosperous Ox continent was already enveloped in uneasiness and madness. The Duchy of Allen, the Duchy of Gold, the Duchy of Great Gun, the Duchy of Crowstone, and the Duchy of Getland. More than 10 duchies were continuously attacked by the crazy flesh and blood. There were countless marquises, earls, and low-level nobles who had disappeared. The deformed flesh blanket crawled on the ground and corroded every inch of it. Plants, insects, and beasts could become nutrients for this flesh and blood. The Grand Dukes of the various duchies wanted to resist, but their people could not even approach. They might lose their lives if they smelled it from afar. They could only bury large piles of spirit stones in the ground or let experts continuously execute long-range attacks and bombard them indiscriminately to barely stop them for a while. However, how long could this method last? They wanted to use experts to rush in and attack the vital points. How could there be any vital points on the endless flesh? Jiang Li did not even need to create more chaotic soldiers. Just this inch-by-inch advancement made the entire continent unable to resist and retreat step by step. In a luxurious red castle in the armored troll court. What? There's pollution near the royal court. Saying that the pollution of the Allen Duchy has already spread here. This speed. How can it be so fast? Under the throne, more than 30 armored dukes, including Jiang Li, and even more marquises and nobles gathered. Half of them had already lost their territory, and the remaining half was in danger. An unprecedented calamity swept through the continent. However, up until now, they still did not understand where the crazy flesh and blood came from. Now, even the most heavily guarded territory had such flesh pollution. All the higher-ups sitting there had solemn expressions. With the vastness of the prosperous Ox continent, even these experts who stood at the peak, like Jiang Li and the Grand Dukes, would take a lot of time to travel from one end to another without interference. Chapter 738 738 Flesh Disaster, 3 738 Flesh Disaster, 3 The speed at which this flesh pollution spread was too shocking. According to this situation, it's only a matter of time before the carpet spreads to the royal court. The Golden Duke spoke with a heavy expression because his duchy was the second to be destroyed. In the territory of the duchy, the 100 billion citizens and vast land had all fallen. Apart from himself and some experts under him, not even an armored chicken could escape. Of course, with the Grand Duke personally acting as a spy and commanding his subordinates to die, it would be strange if the armored trolls in the Gold Kingdom could escape. The reason why the flesh pollution could spread so quickly was naturally because of him. Jiang Li opened dozens of spatial cracks one after another, allowing the flesh mountain clone to bloom everywhere in the territory of the prosperous Ox continent. Moreover, all the areas covered by the flesh carpet had become the territory of the flesh mountain clone. According to the rules of the Azure world, the flesh clone had also obtained an unprecedented reward. Now, the number of arms had already exceeded 1,000, rushing towards 2,000. It had already far surpassed the original V-Macitrin at his peak. Even Jiang Li could not determine how powerful the current Flesh Mountain clone was. Just as he had thought, as long as the invasion of the Flesh clone was not stopped at the beginning, once it developed to the middle and late stages, it would cause subversive destruction. What he had to pay attention to was not to get himself involved. Not only is this pollution spreading extremely quickly, but there's also a special power that can make our clansmen go crazy. Even nobles and grand dukes will be affected. But we've already searched every place and haven't found any traces of those humans. How did this pollution appear? All the higher-ups discussed the flesh and blood calamity that corroded the world. The only clue was the front line of the Azure Cloud continent. This matter was definitely related to humans. After suffering such a heavy blow, they finally stopped arrogantly calling humans nourishment, because now, they were the ones who were slapped on the chopping board. I think this is not just the power of humans. I've fought them at the front line for 100 years and have never seen humans use this power. It was not until the last war that it suddenly appeared. That doesn't seem to be their power. The person who spoke was a duke who had retreated from the front line. I've brought people to investigate. The center of every flesh pollution is a spatial crack that leads to an unknown place. I think this flesh pollution comes from another world. If we want to completely resolve it, perhaps we can only have hope by entering that world. A duke proposed a solution, but it was equivalent to not saying anything. There was not much room for discussion. They were all armored trolls. They would probably become meatballs on the spot as soon as they stepped into the crack. Solve the problem? It was more like delivering food to that mountain of flesh. There are already too many armored trolls dead and injured. Should we ask the queen to help? Someone else suggested. Now, they could only place their hopes on the queen who controlled the highest combat strength of the armored troll court. Unfortunately, the queen did not appear. Her Majesty is preparing for the origin ceremony. We can't be distracted. No matter what, we have to delay it until after the origin ceremony. The speed at which the flesh carpet spreads is actually not fast. The most important thing now is to find the reason for the appearance of that spatial crack. We need a method to destroy the spatial cracks that have already formed. Chapter 739 Spy Among Us 1. 739 Spy Among Us 1. This time, it was the Prime Minister of the Royal Court who spoke. He sat at the head of the long table and presided over this meeting. Usually, this Prime Minister handled more than 90% of the matters in the Royal Court for the Queen. He was second only to her and above everyone else. However, at this critical moment, many armored trolls still hoped that the strongest person in the armored troll race could appear. At this time, they actually had to put aside the matter of life and death because of a pointless thing like the origin ceremony. This made all the nobles present very dissatisfied. Unfortunately, they could not even see the queen. They had no choice. This origin ceremony is probably not as simple as I imagined. Jiang Li, who was sitting upright on the duke's seat, glanced at the Prime Minister before slowly turning around. His two vertical eyes swept past the nobles. The mouth under the armor curved into a strange smile. He originally felt that the armored troll royal court's centralized authority was much more united than the Azure Cloud continent that was divided into 5 large regions. However, as he gained a deeper understanding of the armored troll race during this period of time, he gradually discovered something. Among the many nobles of the armored troll court, it was naturally normal for them to form factions. However, Jiang Li discovered through some method that there was another faction hidden among them. The acting skills of these nobles are really clumsy. They can't even be bothered to put on an anxious expression. After already sensing some clues, the more he looked at the few armored nobles, the more he felt that there was something wrong. Jiang Li did not want to be caught unaware. He had to think of a way to find out more about these people or find some trouble for them. After a moment of silence, the Golden Duke suddenly spoke again, causing the noisy hall to fall silent. A spy. Everyone looked over. Golden Duke, what did you say? The Prime Minister of the Royal Court did not completely understand Jiang Li's meaning. There's a spy among us. He paused for 2 breaths before continuing. Our noses can smell the humans 200 miles away. However, after such a long time, we still can't find any traces of foreign humans in the prosperous Ox continent. Every nourishment in all the farms has a specific number on them. There are statistical checks every day. It's impossible for outsiders to hide among them. In that case, only us armored trolls can open the spatial crack in the prosperous Ox continent. Moreover, that spy must be powerful and have a high status. His gaze swept across every armored noble present as he shouted, "That spy might be among us." Jiang Li's words instantly caused the atmosphere to become cold. On careful thought, that was true. The armored trolls might not have as much research on spatial cracks as the human cultivators of the Azure Cloud continent. However, there were several spatial experts present. The appearance might be different, but the basic principles were still similar. If one wanted to directly cross space, if it was within the range of their mental perception, they naturally had to tear through space and pass through. However, as long as it exceeded this range, they often had to leave coordinates in advance to connect the two. This was the gate of hell of Fengdu City. As for the spatial crack that crossed 2 worlds and overlapped the passageway, not only did it need enough energy to support it, but someone had to use special artifacts or buildings to guide it no matter what. The existence of the spy was very likely, as the Golden Duke had said. Among the people present, from the Duke to the Baron, everyone was sizing up their colleagues around them. They did not know who had a problem. Observing everyone's reaction, Jiang Li sneered and spoke again a moment later. "Marquis Yeaman, please explain why this place has already been polluted by flesh and blood on all sides, except for your Marquis territory." In the middle of the long table where everyone was sitting, there was a huge sand table that drew the detailed terrain of the entire prosperous Ox continent. Among them, the red area scattered everywhere was occupied by flesh and blood pollution. As for the territory of Marquis Yeaman, it happened to be stuck in the middle of the pollution. Moreover, after so many days, the flesh pollution did not have any intention of spreading to his territory. Anyone with discerning eyes would know that there was something wrong. The reason was actually very simple. A spy who hid with all his might was often not easily discovered. The person who was framed usually became very suspicious. That situation was naturally specially arranged by Jiang Li. It would have been better if he did not say this. After being pointed out by Jiang Li, sure enough, many of the armored higher-ups looked at the veteran Marquis with suspicious gazes. The few nobles sitting around him even took the initiative to distance themselves. "I didn't do it. I've been in the royal court all this time. The Prime Minister can testify to that." Marquis Yeaman did not show any panic. He continued to sit calmly. He really had the bearing of a firm mountain that would not collapse under pressure. "I don't want to doubt my loyal companions. Why don't you hand over your waist pouch and let us check? If there's no problem, he'll apologize to you personally." As he spoke, Jiang Li stood up from his seat and approached Marquis Yeaman. Chapter 740 Spy Among Us, 2, 740 Spy Among Us, 2. Although he spoke righteously, his hand was already reaching for the other party's waist pouch. "I have a clear conscience. It's fine as long as we can resolve the misunderstanding." Marquis Yeaman also appeared very calm. He reached out to undo his belt and took the initiative to hand over the spatial bag for inspection. However, right when Jiang Li's palm was about to touch the bag, both sides actually attacked at the same time. A shockwave from the explosion swept through the entire hall, destroying the round table in the middle of everyone, causing the scene to become chaotic. "Marquis Yeaman, you really hid your strength well." The dust could not block the vision of many experts. In the center of the impact, the Golden Duke raised a sunfire ball and pressed it towards the other party. All the nobles could tell that he did not hold back at all. It was daytime now. The power of the Golden Duke's sun was augmented by the scorching sun in the sky. In terms of frontal attacks, even among the Grand Dukes, they were outstanding. However, Marquis Yeoman, who should have been a level weaker, did not take a step back under such an attack. A layer of yellow light wall blocked Jiang Li's merciless sun. There was not even a ripple on it. From the looks of it, it was far from touching the limit of his defense. He's the spy. Everyone, capture him together. Hiding such exaggerated strength at such a critical moment naturally attracted the suspicion of the other nobles. There must be something hidden in his waist pouch. No matter what, he had to capture this person and interrogate him first. Yeoman, put away your ability and surrender. Investigate this matter clearly. We won't wrong you. The other nobles approached and wanted to surround him. Marquis Yeoman also knew that this matter could not be resolved peacefully. The things in his waist pouch could not be exposed, so it was impossible for him to hand it over. Immediately, the yellow light swept up Jiang Li's merciless sun and smashed towards the other armored trolls not far away. The sun fireball exploded, blocking the experts who surrounded him. Marquis Yeoman took the opportunity to escape. Jiang Li, on the other hand, had lingering fears. If he had not retreated quickly earlier, the yellow light might have swept him in as well. He originally only wanted to test it out, but he did not expect a big fish to really jump out. More than 20 Grand Dukes immediately chased after them and fought above the armored troll court. This exaggerated lineup could easily destroy the cultivation world of the eastern region more than 10 times without the power of chaos in the Azura world. Logically speaking, even the armored troll queen would have to retreat if she encountered it. However, what was surprising was that the siege of such a top expert was unable to capture this mysterious Marquis Yeoman. The yellow light's defense was astonishing. No matter what attack it was, it could be eliminated, making people helpless. In the end, he plunged into the ground and used an earth escape technique to instantly disappear. The speed of his escape technique was not inferior to Jiang Li's 9 nether escape technique at all. Jiang Li was slightly stunned. Forget about the immortal binding rope from before. How many treasures was that guy hiding? Others might not be able to tell, but Jiang Li knew that the yellow light was not an innate ability, but a super artifact with powerful defense. It was no wonder that he did not dare to give Jiang Li his waist pouch. Not to mention what other secrets there were. If Jiang Li saw such a good thing, he would definitely keep it for himself. Unfortunately, he had missed the opportunity. Jiang Li put on a regretful expression and looked at the Prime Minister of the royal court who was flying not far away. Prime Minister, what's going on with the seal on the ground of the holy city? His words were questioning. Earlier, it was obvious that someone had opened the energy seal on the ground and helped Marquis Yeoman escape. Otherwise, how could the ground in the holy city allow one to escape easily? If he did not escape, with more than 20 Grand Dukes surrounding him, they could exhaust him to death. If not for the fact that this Prime Minister had been beside them since the beginning, and earlier, he had attacked Marquis Yeoman together with them. At this moment, Jiang Li should have directly captured him. It's my fault for letting the thief escape. After today, I'll resign from my position as the Prime Minister and guard the Forest of Origin. To Jiang Li's surprise, he was already prepared with many questions. However, this Prime Minister of the royal court did not even have a word of rebuttal. He directly accepted the responsibility and decisively handed over a pearl. After removing his Prime Minister's robe, he flew into the distance. It caused Jiang Li to be unable to react. He was 8,090% confident that this guy was in cahoots with Marquis Yeoman. This group of people had been brewing a plot since a long time ago. However, after Jiang Li stretched out his hand to grab the pearl, he did not stop him from leaving. This was because he had come with the goal of destroying the armored trolls. Regarding a plot against the armored troll court, they were not that resistant. They were divided into pieces and fought together. The benefits to Jiang Li were greater. As long as the flesh and blood calamity that corroded everything spread throughout the entire prosperous Ox continent, no matter what plot it was, it would vanish into thin air. Jiang Li naturally did not care much about this. In addition, There were actually many of their companions hidden here. It was not as if Jiang Li had not seen the immortal binding rope and the yellow screen of light that blocked so many attacks. If he went overboard and forced these fellows into a corner, they would take out more things and directly attack Jiang Li. He did not have any confidence that he could withstand it. Or perhaps, those hidden nobles would band together and call Jiang Li a spy. If he opened his mouth, he might not be able to win against more than 10 people. It would not be good if he accidentally exposed himself now. Therefore, he did not push his luck and left after taking advantage of the situation. Jiang Li stretched out his hand and grabbed the pearl. It was the core that controlled the entire holy city. For thousands of years, they had been a pair. One was in the queen's hands, and the other was in Jiang Li's hands. It should have been held by the prime minister. If Jiang Li took this thing away, even if he obtained the temporary command of the armored troll court, as the Golden Duke, who was the queen's younger brother and had both extraordinary combat strength and high status, no one would object to his authority. They returned to the throne room. The mess inside had already been cleaned up. Everyone, it's already clear that Marquis Yemen is the spy. As long as we find him, there will be a way to deal with these monsters. Grand Duke Doppler, can your prophecy ability find traces of him? Duke Seaton, please lead the team to Marquis Yemen's territory to search. Before finding the culprit, please take turns to delay the spread of the flesh calamity. I'll send people to prioritize the operation of the farms in your territories. Put the humans inside into the royal farm to be managed uniformly. This time, Jiang Li sat at the front and issued orders. After all, he was the Great Mountain Alliance leader and the Fengdu City Lord. He was quite comfortable issuing orders. However, the first few were fine. That was until they had a disagreement about the order to collectivize the farms. The nobles who had already lost their territory naturally had no objections. They really wanted to redistribute the nourishments now. This was because there was nothing left in their hands. However, the nobles who had not suffered any damage to their farms were quite dissatisfied. Who would be willing to give up their food? In order to ensure that his orders were carried out smoothly, Jiang Li could only continue. Everyone can send people to count the number of people. The food needed for the nobles whose territory has been destroyed will be handled by the royal farm. The royal farm has a large amount of wartime reserves. It can definitely satisfy all your needs. When the flesh calamity ends, everyone can bring back their nourishment and rebuild the farms. We will also send people to build the latest farms for you. The royal court will also distribute 100 special grade nourishment seeds to each farm so that you can produce special grade seeds in your own farms in the future. He made a promise using the royal court's name without any hesitation. In any case, he was not the one who needed to fulfill it. Chapter 741 Thief 1. 741 Thief 1. They gathered all the humans in the prosperous Ox continent. The reason proposed was to rule over wartime supplies. This was because on the surface, when there was light pollution of flesh and blood, one could use nourishments to resist the crazy deformity. Therefore, the living people on the farm had become the most important strategic supplies. They could save their lives at a critical moment. Now, the Queen was away and the Prime Minister had failed in his duty, so this important strategic resource should naturally be distributed by him. The Golden Duke. The benefits of Jiang Li deliberately disturbing the order of the royal court earlier were revealed previously. He had thought of many plans to save the humans on the farms. For example, they could attack hidden and hide behind the enemy. They could use the convenience of the Gate of Hell to continuously attack farms and quickly take away the people inside. For example, he could secretly develop and control key nobles. He had powerful control methods like the 9 Nether Earth Fruit, the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, the Fengdu Stone Monument, and so on. As long as he was given time to slowly develop, he could dig a huge hole in the interior of the armored troll court. Or, he could nurture people and make the human race stronger. In various large farms, there were a large number of children with talent in cultivation and spirit refinement from a young age. The children with armor plates on their foreheads could even have a certain chance of awakening their talent like the armor trolls, as long as he secretly spread the cultivation method. In a few years, the children in those farms would have a certain amount of ability to protect themselves. At that time, they should be united externally and it would be more convenient to save them. However, these methods required too much time. Not to mention that there would be a large number of humans being sold during this period of time. Jiang Li could not bear to see this happen. As time passed, it was very likely that his actions would be discovered by the armored troll court. At that time, if he was on full alert, Jiang Li's movements in the prosperous Ox continent would become difficult. If the armored troll queen ordered to reduce the production duration of the farms, the children in those farms would be lost by a considerable number. Jiang Li repeatedly calculated that if he used this method, the probability of successfully saving more than 50% of the humans would be infinitely close to zero. Even with the most optimistic situation, with the help of the Divine Judgment Hall and not being exposed for 10 years, he could probably only save less than half of the humans in the prosperous Ox continent. It was a number that he was unwilling to accept. Later on, Jiang Li adjusted the order of his plan. It was not to save the war first but to prioritize starting the war and using a suitable identity to save them. It was the plan he was implementing now. In war, holding this temporary authority, as long as his identity was not exposed in a month or two, there was hope to take away more than 90% of the humans. In any case, he had the ability of the mirror immortal transformation, so even if it was not the Golden Duke who snatched the authority this time, at most, he would find a chance to be alone and change his identity. However, it seemed that the plan was going smoothly. Everyone, look at this. Jiang Li waved his hand, and a pile of neat iron boxes appeared on the long table in front of him. If anyone from his previous life saw this, they would recognize it immediately. It was clearly a pile of canned food. However, these cans did not contain pork or fish, but nourishment made by Galanfron. This is actually a high-grade nourishment. An armored noble opened the can in confusion, but the aura revealed inside made his entire body tremble. This was a delicacy that he might not even eat once in 10 years. In the past, it was specially provided by the royal family. This was also a bargaining chip that Jiang Li used to get them to agree. In the royal court, there was indeed a large amount of frozen food as a wartime reserve. However, Jiang Li was actually not prepared to let them eat these. After all, those were the corpses of humans. He did not want to see these monsters eat the corpses of their own kind. The high-quality brain nourishment in these cans was actually planted meat made by Fran. It was the fruit tree that Jiang Li had taken out on the Bakian mountain all those years ago. At the tree root, he left some of his blood as nutrients. Under the stimulation of his 9 nether spiritual chi, he could create a large amount of high-quality nourishment in a short period of time. Special high-grade nourishment can help everyone resist the flesh calamity. The nobles who hand over the farm this time can receive a batch of iron boxes in proportion. This is the sincerity of the royal court. However, I hope that everyone will not hide it at this critical moment. If I discover that someone is still hiding strategic supplies, this thing will be stopped. The temptation of special grade nourishment was something they could not refuse. After everyone tasted the nourishment in the iron box, this proposal was finally approved. There were even some nobles who hoped to exchange other things for more iron boxes. However, when they finally discovered that all their humans had disappeared, would they learn a word called scam? He still had to be careful with such a large-scale secret meeting. There could not be any mistakes. All the people executing it had to be trusted. On this continent, the only one he could use was Galanfron. After some discussion, the matter of managing the farm was handed over to Galanfron and Shepherd Bowley. One of them was a strange doctor who had the deepest understanding of humans. Chapter 742 742 Thief 2, 742 Thief 2. The other was the farm manager of the best farm, the Grace House. Logically speaking, it was most suitable for them to carry out this important mission. Most importantly, Jiang Li was not familiar with these two people on the surface, and they had not interacted much in the past. It could make these nobles present feel more at ease. Of course, those nobles were not fools. They used various reasons and excuses to stuff many of their own subordinates over. Although he said he was helping, he actually wanted to arrange for people to supervise at all times to prevent the Golden Duke from pocketing everything. Jiang Li did not mind this. In any case, no matter how many came, they would all become his own. In the war in the Azure Cloud continent, there were a large number of armored troll deformed balls. They were fed to the 2-9 netherwood as fertilizer. Now, the 2-9 nether clones were already covered in 9 nether earth fruits of various sizes. Come on, eat a spiritual fruit first and everyone will become excellent double agents. As for that shepherd Bowley, he happened to be picked up by Jiang Li after he was heavily injured from the monster's attack on the Grace House. Therefore, he had long abandoned the darkness and joined the light. His goal for the rest of his life was to destroy his clansmen and serve Fengdu Ghost City to repay his sins. As such, everything was ready. They could only wait for the east wind to blow hard. After the meeting in the throne room ended, everyone dispersed. Many nobles present were assigned heavy missions. Half of them went to pursue the Marquis, while the other half needed to bring people to attack from afar and continuously bombard to stop the flesh calamity from approaching. The royal farm, the armored troll court, and the forest of origin could not be lost. These were all dirty work, so Jiang Li was naturally unwilling to contest with himself. He would expend the power of these nobles first. Jiang Li arrived at the royal court's treasure vault again. Now that the queen and the prime minister were not around and he did not need to consider the consequences, he could naturally do whatever he wanted. For example, the situation was tense now. For the sake of caution, it was very reasonable for him to put the things in this treasure vault into a safe place first. He used the spiritual pearl in his hand to open the door of the treasure vault. There was an expensive smell in the air. The armored troll court was a huge faction that ruled an entire continent. It was not like the immortal Qin dynasty that had collapsed. Ever since the armored troll court was established, it had always been powerful and had never stopped. The wealth that could be accumulated had already exceeded Jiang Li's imagination. Jiang Li had been to the treasure vault before. The treasures inside were at least 20 times that of the entire Ipang Palace. As for the Ipang Palace from before, it was first defeated by their battle, and then it could only receive a portion. It was naturally far inferior to the armored troll's imperial court treasure vault. Jiang Li directly threw out the coffin and began to sweep the goods one by one. Great spring stone, ice, and fire heavenly sand, mountain crushing Buddha rock, great sea tumor, nirvana golden stamen, raging fire holy flower, golden feathered bear skin, soul weeping leaf, tiger claw jade, wind demon flame, heaven fiend corpse hair, indefinite poison grass, snow blowing divine tooth, bone carving poison, cosmic sand, demon vanquishing crystal, mountain sea demon lingsy, great river jade wall, immeasurable treasure iron, meteor essence, mustard true spirit bean, sumayu cyclabush. One by one, they were all rare treasures that were hard to find. However, these treasures were densely packed on the shelves. There were so many of them that one could not see the end. Unfortunately, because the armored trolls were not good at refining weapons and pills, among this vast number of things, other than some gains from the war, there were very few finished products. However, Jiang Li roughly swept his gaze around. There were at least 100 top-grade materials that had reached heaven rank. There was no lack of extremely precious materials like the 7-colored rainbow spring. He put it together and designed it. It was not a problem to forge 3 to 5 heaven rank artifacts and dozens of bottles of heaven rank medicinal pills. This was a true gain. After digesting these things, Jiang Li was confident that he could definitely advance several steps. He could even surpass the armored troll queen and become the #1 person below the immortal god realm. It took a long time to put everything back into the coffin. Jiang Li's current wealth was absolutely the richest in the Azure Cloud continent. When he found someone to refine all these top-notch materials into artifacts, at that time, not only would his strength increase greatly, but he would also be a man who was covered in heaven-rank artifacts. At that time, perhaps he did not need to personally attack. Just jealousy alone could shatter his opponent's palm and kill him. After a long time, he calmed down. He still had serious matters to attend to. Taking advantage of the Queen's absence, he squeezed out the Prime Minister so that he could do whatever he wanted here. However, in order to convince the people, he arranged so many missions for others. He could not just do nothing, right? In order to set an example, Jiang Li arranged another difficult mission for himself. That was to repair an ark called Northern Dark. Northern Dark was a super ark built by a certain armored troll king with the power of the entire country. It was built with an extremely huge ancient skeleton that looked like a fish or a bird. Using a special method, he threw more than 3 million armored trolls who had awakened their innate ability into it as materials. It took a long time to finally form. It was said that the space inside was extremely wide and could accommodate several king territories. If they squeezed, half of the armored trolls could even enter to live. Moreover, it could fly with such a huge body. A gust of wind could make the ark fly tens of thousands of miles. Its wings covered the sky and sun, easily snatching away the sunlight in a certain area. At that time, the armored troll king often used this point. If anyone was dissatisfied with his rule, he would drive the ark to that area. Just stopping there to block the sunlight was enough to make the creatures below fall into despair. Just from hearing the description, Jiang Li knew that the ark was absolutely a treasure above heaven rank. If the legends were not discounted, its grade would even be higher than the city god's hall. It had to be at least medium grade or even high grade heaven rank. However, later on, because it was damaged for some reason, the ark could not rise into the sky again. It had been stored under the king's territory as a paradise. If he could repair it, then when the armored troll court could not resolve the problem of the flesh and blood calamity, they could also board that ark and move their entire race. This was what Jiang Li had told them. However, according to the royal records, the ark was not broken. It was not built from the beginning. All along, it had been an incomplete heaven-rank treasure. Back then, the ones who really drove the ark to fly were not the 3 million armored trolls. It was the armored troll king's innate ability, awakening. It was obvious that the abilities grasped by the previous armored troll kings were ridiculously powerful. His ability was not only to wake up people who were sleeping, it could essentially awaken anything. When the awakening ability was used on plants, flowers, and rocks, the effect was similar to the demon awakening technique. If he went deeper, he could also awaken the memories or talent hidden in the creature's body. The former could allow one to recall memories that they had long forgotten in their lives, even the memories in their mother's womb. The latter made the era where that king sat become the era with the highest awakening rate of the armored troll talent. In addition, he could naturally awaken the dead, even if they had been dead for a long time. The power that covered the sky and sun and the ability to contain everything did not come from the 3 million armored trolls. It was the power that the super-huge skeleton possessed after awakening. Now that the king was already dead, it was naturally impossible for the ark that was at least a medium-grade heaven rank but had not been completely forged to float again. However, no matter what, it was still a heaven rank treasure. Even if he tore it into pieces and reforged it, or perhaps directly absorbed the spiritual chi of the Northern Dark Ark, it could be of great help to him. Chapter 743 Backstab 1, 743 Backstab 1. It was actually not difficult to find the place where the Northern Dark Ark was stored. Before the armored troll queen truly became the queen, and Duin Gold was also a prince at that time, so he naturally lived in the royal court since he was young. In addition, beside him was an old housekeeper who had lived for countless years and had been following the Anduin family since the birth of the armored troll court, Alfred. They all had a considerable understanding of this largest, strongest, and most luxurious city in the prosperous Ox continent. Although there were some important secret places that they could not enter casually, There were not many places that could hide such a huge ark and saw. One could roughly guess. Even without the internal space, the ark was already extremely huge. It could be said to be even larger than the entire royal territory. Therefore, no secret room or warehouse could store it. The northern dark ark was now under his feet, or rather, buried under the entire royal territory. In the royal court, there were only a few ancient tunnels connected to it. According to the records, ever since the ark could not fly, descendants had tried to use it. The largest attempt was to use the internal space to build a huge underground farm. If he could completely use the space inside, it was enough to satisfy the needs of all the citizens of the armored troll court. However, after losing the powerful awakening ability, the internal space of the northern underworld ark was completely separated from the outside world. He had also lost the ability to interact with the outside world. Due to the fact that there was no sunlight all year round, plants could not grow. It even caused the humans living inside to be very prone to illnesses and stunted development. To the armored trolls, not only did they need to spend a huge amount of effort to maintain it, but the food produced was also not delicious. Naturally, it became useless. Later on, it was slowly abandoned. Most of the original main passageways had already been completely sealed, leaving only one passageway that could still be entered and exited. They were really rich and imposing, wasting natural resources. Alfred, how many years have you been with the Anduin family? After taking advantage of the situation to rob the royal court's treasure vault, Anduin Gold walked openly in the palace with his hands behind his back. It was a place that he could not step into with his status. As if the familiar environment reminded her of the past, she asked the old housekeeper beside her. The housekeeper, Alfred, held a brand new Prime Minister robe in his hand and followed respectfully beside the Grand Duke. His master, the Golden Duke, had just squeezed out the Prime Minister and he had already prepared decent clothes. It could be said that he sat very well in the position of housekeeper. Lord, I can't remember clearly anymore. Perhaps it's been 8,000 years. But now, I am only a housekeeper of the Gold Duchy. The housekeeper expressed his loyalty. He could recognize his identity very well. Since he was already the personal housekeeper, he had to prioritize the Grand Duke. As for the others, be it the Anduin family or the entire armored troll court, they no longer had much to do with him. This could be seen from his brazen attack on the royal court guards. No one disliked loyal people. The Golden Duke nodded and entered with the housekeeper. All the guards they met on the way bowed. Originally, a large number of powerful guards that covered the interior of the royal court had been sent out by Jiang Li with the excuse of protecting the royal territory. He wanted them to carry out some of the most dangerous missions. They also left behind their excellent equipment for the people of the Golden Duke's mansion to wear and temporarily form a royal guard. Therefore, almost everyone in the entire royal territory was his, Anduin Gold's, people. They would not be stopped from doing anything. Of course, once the queen returned, she would definitely be furious and settle the score with him. However, why would Jiang Li care about this? In the end, they stopped in a dungeon deep in the royal court. There were many passageways that led to the flying ship. However, as the underground farm plan failed, the value of the underground space decreased and was finally abandoned by the royal family. Only such a passage was left to deal with some prisoners of low value. In the depths of the dungeon, they saw a huge hole firmly locked by chains and iron doors. The bottom was bottomless. He took the key from the newly replaced prison guard and opened it. A gust of evil wind immediately surged out. The airflow continued for a long time without stabilizing. It could be seen how large the space below was. He casually picked up a rock and threw it down. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. In the end, Jiang Li did not hear the sound of the rock landing. In this dungeon, if there were mortals who did not want to see them again, as long as they were thrown into this well, they would never come out again. Lord, please let me scout the way first. Housekeeper Alfred wanted to take the risk personally. Such loyalty was commendable. However, the Golden Duke did not do that. He used the spiritual pearl in his hand to open all the seals in the passageway below and let the guards above guard the well. He jumped down first. Alfred followed closely behind. This passageway was very long. They did not slow down in the air. Even so, it took them a long time to see a little fluorescent light below. Chapter 744 Backstab 2 744 Backstab 2 In the deep underground space, there was also a faint light source. After passing through the bottom of the passageway, the surroundings immediately became clear. He glanced around and could not see the end even with Jiang's vision. It seemed that the records left behind by the royal court's ancestor were not bragging. They were in an extremely vast desolate plain. In the distance below, there were several ancient buildings. It looked like it had been abandoned for a long time, but it could be seen that the scale was indeed not small back then. It should be the ruin left behind by the abandoned farm. In this space, what emitted a faint fluorescent light were the pearls decorating the dome above. However, it seemed that because the energy was exhausted, more than 90% of the pearls were no longer bright. The remaining ones were also very dim and could barely provide some light. Without sunlight and the illumination of these pearls, the internal space of this northern dark arc naturally became dim and lifeless. Jiang Li landed on the ground and grabbed a handful of soil. Sure enough, it was loose and emitted a rotting smell. Due to the fact that there was no sunlight all year round, there was naturally no natural phenomenon like clouds, rain, or lightning here. The soil that had lost its moisture had long turned to sand, and all the plants had withered. Only some dried plant roots and some small insects were still mixed in. The environment was indeed quite harsh. This was the reason why this space was abandoned. However, if this ark was placed in the azure cloud continent, it would not be difficult to find a medium-sized sect. Even if it could not solve the problem of flying, it would not be difficult to let it achieve an energy cycle again. The method was very simple. It was just like most sect bases, connecting the earth vein through array formations to receive the power of the earth vein. If Jiang Li personally took action, he would be able to revive this space in less than half a day. Connecting a sufficiently large earth vein and emitting light through the pearl was enough to allow the plants and creatures in the space to live normally. Using the array formation as a human to stir up the wind and clouds and simulate a natural phenomenon could make people live more comfortably than the outside world. However, due to technical limitations, the armored trolls did not understand the profundity of array formations. Lord, be careful. Something is coming. At this moment, rustling sounds came from all directions. Clearly, something was approaching quickly. Under the faint light, one could still see that they were all wearing tattered prison clothes. Clearly, they were armored prisoners who had been thrown down over the years. However, some of them were still running on their feet, while others were on all fours. They roared repeatedly, and it did not look like an intelligent race at all. In the cultivation world, all foundation establishment cultivators could abstain from eating. They could survive very well with only the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and a small amount of water. Although the armored trolls were different and would usually satisfy their desires, they were also creatures of the 9 provinces who relied on spiritual chi to become stronger. The principle was not much different. After reaching a certain level of strength, it was impossible to starve the experts to death. However, the armored nobles among these prisoners were better. They could maintain their rationality and human form for a long time. Those armored commoners with extraordinary strength and ordinary bloodlines were unlucky. After being thrown into this space, they would not starve to death, but under the circumstances that they could not obtain food for a long time, their rationality had long disappeared, and they had become wild armored trolls again. The ones rushing over were basically crazy wild armored trolls. The housekeeper, Alfred, who was originally standing behind the Golden Duke, took a few steps forward and blocked the master who was theoretically much stronger than him. Then, he decisively tore open his sleeve and reached out to scratch the large pustules on it. Sizzle, sizzle. Immediately, the thick liquid in the large pustules spewed out and splattered on the ground in front of him. It continuously swelled and quickly transformed into blurry human figures. This move was called pus soldiers. Although the appearance was a little disgusting, its might was much stronger than the wood demon soldiers that Jiang Li had used the demon awakening technique to awaken on a large scale. It could also cause mental and physical damage to the enemy. At least 90% of the female cultivators would probably turn around and run when they saw such soldiers. The prisoners who rushed up were not the banishment army's match. However, there were clearly more of them, and they were temporarily entangled in chaos. From afar, more people heard the commotion. The monster was rushing towards them. Alfred wanted to tear open his clothes and continue exploding. The Grand Duke hurriedly stopped him. This move was really too disgusting. Instead, Anduin Gold stood in front of him, condensing a merciless sun in his hand and raising it high above his head. The scorching sunlight immediately spread. It had been a long time since the prisoners who had stayed in the northern dark space for dozens or hundreds of years had seen such scorching sunlight. They covered their eyes and instinctively retreated in fear. Under the huge difference in strength, the quantity was meaningless. The Golden Duke was prepared to release the sun rain that could cover thousands of monsters and kill them all. However, at this moment, he felt a chill in his heart. A sharp blade pierced through his heart from behind. He slowly turned his head. Behind him, the housekeeper, Alfred, who still had a gentle smile on his face, was stabbing a sharp blade into the back of his master's torso. Chapter 745 Backstab 3 745 Backstab 3 The sharp blade was clearly not ordinary. The body of the dignified Golden Duke was comparable to an ordinary Earth-rank artifact. If his strength was slightly weaker, even if he stood still, ordinary items would not be able to injure him at all. However, a sword tip was coming out of his chest. The Golden Duke's body was easily pierced by this. Moreover, the sharp blade carried a special power. It made the Golden Duke's strength quickly flow away. The sun above his head became smaller and smaller. In just a few breaths, it was completely extinguished in his hand. Anduin Gold tried to condense a sun fireball in his palm, but unfortunately, the flames had just ignited when they were extinguished again. I want to ask why being stabbed in the heart by the trusted person was the most infuriating thing in the world. Under the armor, the Golden Duke did not show much anger. Instead, he was surprisingly calm. The armored troll's neck was agile. It was not a problem to turn 270 degrees in one direction. Immediately, he turned his head and looked down at the housekeeper who was much shorter than him. "What do you want to ask, Lord?" Why did I betray you? Human Emperor's successor, you must be joking. Not the Golden Duke. The corners of Alfred's mouth curled into a sinister smile. In an instant, he seemed to have become a different person in this body. He seemed to be extremely confident in this sharp blade. After thinking that the outcome was set, his shocking words exposed the huge secret. The pupils of the Golden Duke, who had his body pierced by the sharp blade, constricted. The Fengdu city lord who had come from afar had actually exposed his identity at some point in time. He always thought that the enemy was in the open and he was in the dark, so he had the advantage. He did not expect that he would be so naive. In the blink of an eye, he was attacked first. No. It's not just that. If I was Anduin Gold, you would still stab me, because you're indeed one of them. Who are you? With such strength, why are you hiding in the royal court? The Golden Duke was naturally referring to Marquis Yeaman, the Prime Minister of the royal court, and many others who held powerful forces and were secretly plotting something. As for how Jiang Li discovered it previously, he had used appraisal to inspect every noble he saw. He discovered that at least 10 of them had rare dual ability talents. Moreover, one of the two abilities was always longevity. This strange situation was too ridiculous to say that it was all a coincidence. Jiang Li naturally had doubts. Under his secret observation, he discovered that there was indeed something wrong with them. That was why they attacked under the throne room. However, he did not expect their move to come so quickly. Moreover, this slash was really ruthless. Junior, the severing of the human emperor's bloodline is an irreversible trend of heaven and earth. Those who carry this fate will not have a good ending. If you die here, your path will end. Alfred did not answer the Golden Duke's question. He twisted the dagger in his hand, and blood rolled out of his chest. However, Alfred's nose twitched. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. He reached out to take a few drops of blood that flowed out of the Golden Duke's chest and placed them in his mouth to taste. His expression suddenly changed. There was actually no human smell in the blood. In front of him was the true Golden Duke. Where was the successor of the human emperor? Chapter 746 746 Longevity 1. 746 Longevity 1. Alfred, you really make me sad. The one who was stabbed in the back was indeed Alfred, the master who had been wearing clothes for 1,000 years. The originally calm expression on the Golden Duke's face looked like he was still pretending to be calm. However, from the looks of it, they had already expected this to happen and everything was under their control. The main goal of taking the initiative to be stabbed by him was to lure the other party to reveal information. Unfortunately, this ambitious fellow was unwilling to tell the truth when facing a dying person. In the end, they even discovered the true identity of the Golden Duke. Alfred, all these years, what I admire the most is your meticulousness. It's really not easy to find a satisfactory housekeeper without you in the future. Today is your last day as my housekeeper. Tell me, what's the name of your faction? Why are you hiding in the royal court? The Golden Duke sighed and gave his last order. In the current situation, Alfred was clearly holding a knife in his hand, and the Golden Duke's heart had been pierced. The former should be holding the latter's life in his hands. However, in terms of aura, it was completely the opposite. So what if not the successor of the human emperor? Today is your death day. After tearing apart his true appearance, Alfred no longer had the elegance and composure of a housekeeper. A rare look of panic appeared on his face. He exerted strength in his hand, wanting to twist the dagger and crush everything in the Grand Duke's chest. However, his wrist was stiff and he could not move at all. Not only his wrist, but from head to toe. Other than his eyeballs and mouth, the housekeeper of the Duke's mansion could not move at all. What a pity. After you lost your elegance and composure, you no longer became meticulous. Alfred, do you think you can see shadows in such dim light? The old housekeeper, who had stabbed his master in the back, suddenly recalled something and his eyes darted down desperately. Sure enough, he saw a circle of shadows under his feet that was especially clear and dense. Only then did he recall that the circle of shadows had unknowingly arrived at the Golden Duke's feet. It was the sun from before. The reason why he released that sun was not to attack those prisoners but to take the opportunity to move the shadows. The shadow beneath Alfred's feet was undoubtedly Jiang Li. It turned out that after the Fengdu city lord tricked the group of armored trolls with longevity earlier, he met the prime minister of the royal court. He had guessed that they would definitely take revenge on him. Therefore, he immediately made some preparations to guard against such a sudden situation. It just so happened that with the help of the Divine Judgment Hall, the war between Fengdu City and the Ten Directions region went very smoothly. After killing a few demon kings at the beginning, the remaining fellows very obediently chose to surrender. After all, they were not a match for the Golden Duke and the two Hall Masters to begin with and were surrounded by the experts sent by the Divine Judgment Hall. They could not fight or escape. Under the pressure, it was as if the entire world was targeting them. If the cultivation world wanted to eliminate them completely, they naturally could only fight to the death and bite off a piece of flesh. However, Fengdu City was a huge faction formed by demons and ghosts. After becoming famous, this group of demons had the intention of forming an alliance or joining them. Now that Fengdu City had offered an olive branch and was willing to let them live to officially take over, other than a few stubborn donkey spirits, the other demons decisively chose to abandon the darkness and join the light. The demon kings who joined them became the best guides. They more or less held some secrets about their neighbors. Since they had already defected, they naturally had to pull the rest down with them. Therefore, with their cooperation, the war ended much faster than expected. Most of the time was spent on trivial matters like naming a large number of demons in the 10 Directions region. In the end, it only took less than 2 months before this poisonous tumor that was originally marked as a red danger on the map was forcefully removed by Fengdu City. Therefore, Jiang Li simply called the Golden Duke back to help him. Sure enough, he blocked a blade for him. From the power of the dagger, even his main body would probably be injured. On the ground, the shadow Jiang Li began to exert strength. He controlled Alfred and pulled out the dagger from Anduin Gold's back bit by bit. The dagger left his body, and the Golden Duke spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed twice before he barely stabilized himself. If his status was displayed with digitized health points, his current health points would probably have fallen to less than half of his full value. The power of that dagger was really a little too ruthless. There were no other dangers around. Only then did the true Jiang Li appear from his shadow and seize the dagger from Alfred. Just looking at this dagger made him feel terrified. A sharp pain continuously came from between his brows. This thing could definitely injure him, and it was not a light injury. After using appraisal, Jiang Li immediately gasped. The dagger here was actually called horse poisoning needle sealed. The appearance of this dagger was actually not the key. Instead, it was a seal that limited the power of the item inside. Chapter 747 Longevity, 2, 747 Longevity, 2. The most important and powerful thing was the poisonous scorpion tail sealed inside, the horse poisoning needle. This name sounded a little strange. However, its achievements were almost peerless in the legends of the journey to the west. That was a terrifying divine art that had once swollen Tathagata's middle finger and pierced through the stone monkey's flesh. It was specially used to break through the indestructible Vajra body and made even top-notch Buddhas feel pain. These guys had taken out the immortal binding rope earlier and used the powerful yellow light screen earlier. Now, there was actually such a divine item that was considered first-rate in ancient times. Where did they find the treasures? What method did the ancient mighty figures use to keep so many powerful treasures until now? However, because of the cultivationless age, these treasures had all suffered huge irreparable damage. Some could barely be used and were extraordinarily effective. For example, this horse poisoning needle was even more fragile. If it was used with all its might, it would probably shatter on the spot. Therefore, they sealed it with a brilliant method and only used the bit of power that leaked out to cause damage. However, this bit of leak power easily pierced through the Golden Duke's body. If it was not for the seal, even Jiang Li would probably suffer extremely terrifying injuries. How many good things do you still have? After putting away this dagger, Jiang Li became more and more curious. Up until now, with Jiang Li's knowledge and experience, there were only 3 types of supernatural power that could still exist in the cultivationless age. One was the Black Stone Monument that Jiang Li had seen before. It was the largest plan carried out by those ancient mighty figures. They sacrificed the dragon race, demons, and a large number of low-level immortals and gods without status and strength to preserve a chance of survival for themselves. Although it was really only a chance of survival, most of the reincarnated immortals and Buddhas in the current cultivation world came from here. The second was the lowest level of the 9 nether. When the world first opened, the clear chi floated up and the turbid chi sank. The cultivationless age mainly targeted the clear chi. The higher one went, the faster they died. The deeper one went, the longer they stayed. In the deepest depths of the netherworld, there had always been a wisp of yin chi that had not dissipated. This also allowed the spiritual root of heaven and earth, the 9 netherwood, to live from ancient times until now. The third was the providence of the human race condensed from the billions of lives of countless ordinary humans. This power was ethereal and invisible, and it really existed. This providence would condense in places with human merit. Jiang Li had gone to several places related to the human race. The things inside were far more intact than in other places. This group of people could leave behind powerful immortal artifacts like the immortal binding rope, the powerful yellow membrane of light, and the horse poisoning needle until now. Moreover, from his words, he clearly knew that the title of the human emperor, which was almost only used in the primordial world and had disappeared after the divine investiture tribulation, retaining knowledge of such an ancient name, in a sense, was even more difficult to preserve an immortal artifact. He did not know what method they used to do this. Who could create such a huge plot behind the scenes? Let me see who you are. Jiang Li reached out and grabbed Alfred's armor, slowly exerting strength. Fine cracks quickly appeared on the armor. After shattering, a wrinkled face was revealed. He looked like an old man. However, that armored troll appearance was not disguised. It was the first generation original armored troll. In the early days, the ancient Lingzi would not corrode creatures into armored trolls as thoroughly as now. This was Alfred's face before he became an armored troll. It was only for decoration now. Jiang Li's right hand grabbed the old face, and his fingers transformed into roots that twisted and entered his head. The 9 netherwood counted souls to begin with. In the past, whenever there was anything like searching souls, he basically handed it to his 2 9 nether clones. After fusing with the 9 netherroot, Jiang Li's ability in this aspect also quickly increased, and its might had already surpassed the 2 clones. The 9 netherroots ruthlessly broke through his soul defense and took root in his mental world. A large number of colorful dream spiders crawled out and wreaked havoc in the other party's mental world. He weaved the power of dreams to reduce resistance. The roots began to extract the other party's soul power without any fear, causing this mental world to visibly wither. Some fragmented images surged into Jiang Li's mind. Alfred was the earliest armored troll born from the birth of spiritual chi. His life was really too long. It was the longest Jiang Li had ever seen. His long life of nearly 10,000 years caused him to have too many memories. Most of them were trivial lives without much meaning. A long time ago, he had already joined the armored troll court and started to live a repetitive life. In his long life, the only change might be serving different masters. He quickly skipped these useless memories. Jiang Li gradually began to discover that his memories were always blank for a period of time every day. It was not obvious for a day or two, but as time passed, it became quite suspicious. During that period of time, what Alfred had seen and done might be the secret of those people with longevity. The mental cultivation of the armored trolls was generally extraordinary, and their control over their memories was even stronger. It seemed that there was nothing useful in the outer area. The most important secret must be hidden in the deepest depths. With a thought from Jiang Li, the brown roots quickly spread out and coiled towards the center of his mental world. The 5 roots suddenly stabbed into the core area of the mental world. Some different images finally appeared. Those were his memories before he became an armored troll. Wait, how could those images have happened in the Azure Cloud continent? Jiang Li discovered something quite wrong. The birthplace of this group of people with longevity is actually not the prosperous Ox continent, and it's also the Azure Cloud continent like me. Long before the Qin dynasty became the immortal Qin dynasty, their people were already active in the Azure Cloud continent. No wonder they were so proficient in using artifacts. Most armored trolls did not know this. Runes, alchemy, and weapon refinement. Perhaps they had more. This faction might be even more terrifying than he had imagined. Gasp! That stitched beast was actually their doing. So they were behind the rise and fall of the immortal Qin dynasty. They can actually do this. Who are they? He became more and more shocked. He continued to go deeper and continuously dug out more things violently. His soul-searching technique was actually very brilliant. After being searched by him, Alfred's outcome was either death or stupidity. This was the result of soul-searching. In the cultivation world's righteous sects, unless one encountered a great villain, they would rarely use such sinister methods. No matter what, Alfred could not be considered innocent. However, just as his roots touched the deepest secret, a pale old face suddenly appeared in front of him. This was the first time Jiang Li had seen this face, but it was not the first time the owner of this face had seen him. At that time, the phantom that appeared under the inverted 9 provinces was this person. Obviously, Jiang Li's actions under the 9 provinces cauldron had already fallen into his eyes. The reason why the identity of the human emperor's successor was exposed was also because of this person. The pale old man with white eyebrows, beard, and hair, waved his sleeve in Alfred's mind. Golden lotuses surged out and suddenly repelled Jiang Li's 9 nether roots. In the next moment, Alfred's head exploded. Jiang Li, who had his palm on the other party's head, took a few steps back. He held his head and a line of blood flowed out from his nose. Chapter 748 748 The First Immortal, 1, 748 The First Immortal, 1. Jiang Li held his head. The faint shadow of the old man had made him suffer a little. The other party's mental methods were very powerful. He caught Jiang Li off guard and directly blew up Alfred's soul. Jiang Li, who had allowed the power of his essence soul to enter deep into it to search the soul, also suffered a considerable shock. Fortunately, he had never relaxed in his cultivation. He obtained the 9 nether earth fruit in time and did not use it to increase his cultivation. Every step on the path of cultivation was incomparably solid. His Tao foundation was stable and his essence soul was powerful. He also had the merit runes of the human race to protect his body. He had only suffered a small injury. With the help of many statuses, he recovered to his original state in a breath. Jiang Li casually wiped away the blood, and a sword light flashed between his brows. In an instant, he completely dissected the corpse that had fallen to the ground, splitting it into countless small pieces. This was not to vent his anger but to guard against any backup plans. Energy scattered in all directions. The corpse that was about to self-destruct no longer had any chance. After searching through the fragments a few times, he only found a grey and simple pearl. He looked up and used appraisal. Longevity seed. What is this? The other attributes were all question marks. He squeezed it. This thing was neither metal, jade, wood, nor stone. It was impossible to tell its origins. Jiang Li could only speculate from the name that this pearl might be related to these fellows' talent in longevity. Who are you guys? The more he knew about these fellows, the more vigilant Jiang Li became. Why were a group of people with long lives and powerful strength gathered together? What were they trying to do? Destroy the world or become the ruler of the 9 provinces? Alfred was clearly not very famous among the people with longevity. The images that appeared in his memories were mostly transmitting information and receiving orders. The only important things he knew had been tampered with. Once it was touched by an external force, it would directly explode and destroy all the secrets it knew. However, from the words he saw, Jiang Li guessed that this was probably a terrifying organization that had existed since ancient times. In the cultivationless age, the stronger one was, the more targeted they were. Immortals and Buddhas could not survive that kind of calamity. One could tell from the reincarnation of Ksitagaba. Even if the other mighty figures did not completely die, there would at most be a few left. Moreover, they could barely appear 8,000 years after the spiritual chi recovery. It was impossible to be active at the beginning of the spiritual chi recovery. However, if it was not an immortal or god, who could have the ability to play such a huge game? City Lord, what should we do now? The Golden Duke, who was still holding his chest, had already dealt with those crazy prisoners and returned to Jiang Li's side. They already know my identity. Next, you will be the Golden Duke and continue to organize the royal court's forces to resist the flesh calamity. We'll talk about everything after we gather all the farm humans. Jiang Li had left him a large number of 9 nether earth fruits. As for how to organize the power of the royal court, the Golden Duke knew very well. The current situation in the prosperous Ox continent was 2 sides. On the surface, the flesh and blood calamity wreaked havoc, and the armored troll court desperately stopped it. However, with the Golden Duke holding them back and their race being countered, if nothing unexpected happened, the armored trolls would be defeated sooner or later. In the shadows, Fengdu City and the Immortals floated in the royal court to carry out their plans. Both sides looked at each other and already knew a little about the other party. However, they still tacitly maintained their restraint. Jiang Li temporarily needed a relatively stable royal court to gather farms and save as many humans of the prosperous Ox continent as possible. The people with longevity had prepared for many years and clearly had their own plans, for their own goal. The two sides did not fall out. If they were exposed to the armored troll court together, who knew how chaotic it would be? However, he still had to take precautions. He got the Shadow to follow the Golden Duke closely to guard against any more assassinations. As for the Fengdu City Lord, he still had a big guy to deal with. If Jiang Li's appraisal was not wrong, this flying ship was built with the bones of the ancient immortal demon, Kunpeng. It was the Kunpeng that had made a name for itself in the stories of his previous life. With that mighty figure's ability, it was not strange for its bones to have lasted from ancient times to today. Jiang Li also wanted to continue building this northern dark ark and complete the incomplete artifact left behind by a certain armored troll king. At that time, once a dignified heaven rank artifact appeared, just relying on its huge body, one of the 9 provinces would probably tremble 3 times. However, after carefully investigating the interior of the entire northern dark ark, Jiang Li discovered that he was still a little too naive. After the ark lost its awakening talent, it was considered useless. That king had invested a huge amount of resources, be it the Kunpeng or the 3 million armored trolls. They were all treasures that were difficult to find in the world. It was difficult to not make something good with them together. However, it turned out that the technology was not good enough. Using so many good things to build this ark was really a headache. Chapter 749 749 The First Immortal, 2, 749 The First Immortal, 2, Jiang Li scratched his head and could not think of any suitable way to save such a good thing. What a pity, what a pity, what a pity, what a sin. Isn't this a waste? Who built such a thing? If I see it, I'll definitely hammer him to death. Jiang Li could not think of a good solution himself, so he simply used the demon awakening technique and summoned more than 2,000 wood demons. Then, through the dream world, he pulled over all the rune weapon refinement masters in Tragic Death City. If they were to study it together, was there any possibility of saving this ark? Then, the reactions of this group of masters were exactly the same as Jiang Li. They beat their chests and felt heartache. In the end, after discussing for 3 days and 3 nights and overthrowing thousands of modification plans, everyone, including Jiang Li, felt that this thing had powerful energy, but the internal structure was nonsense. The foundation was already extremely crooked. With this ark as the foundation, it was impossible to continue refining it successfully. Otherwise, the armored troll court would not have abandoned such a huge thing here. The best solution now was to completely dismantle the ark. After turning it into raw materials, its value would increase by many times. At that time, it would be easy to refine anything again. After making up his mind, Jiang Li summoned more wooden soldiers and asked them to start dismantling this huge thing under the command of the 2,000 masters. This was also a delicate technical task. How could they dismantle it? To minimize the losses, Jiang Li used the 9 nether wood to hold up a huge space underground, exposing the outside of the northern dark ark, and saw millions of dream wooden puppets and the 4 hands that Jiang Li had temporarily pulled over started working from the inside and outside, dismantling this huge ship bit by bit. The yin burial coffin transformed into a huge door that unceremoniously swallowed all the materials on it. Outside, under the extreme control of the Golden Duke, the armored trolls and the flesh and blood calamity were retreating step by step. However, the war did not affect many farms. The humans inside were transferred in an orderly manner and gradually gathered in the king's farm in batches. After 10 days, the huge ark had completely lost its original appearance, leaving only an extremely huge Kunpeng skeleton that looked like a fish or bird. This was the most precious thing in the ark. When dismantling it, they would rather damage some other materials than injure this set of bones. Jiang Li stretched out his hand and pressed it. Relying on his talent, spirit essence absorption, he could vaguely sense that there were wisps of strange power in this pile of bones. These bones alone could support a huge space. It was hard to imagine what terrifying power this skeleton had when it was alive. Let's start according to the design plan, everyone. A huge artifact design unfolded. It was the disgusting work of Jiang Li and many masters during this period of time. Due to the fact that he had the only 7-color Tao body in the world, his head turned quickly as spiritual light continuously appeared. Coupled with the complete immortal artifact blueprint as a reference, the process was very smooth. In the end, what appeared on the blueprint was a coffin. It looked extremely similar to the Yin burial coffin because it was a strengthened version. This coffin had accompanied Jiang Li for a long time and had almost been ruined by the Mother River from the beginning. After being refined by Jiang Li, as he continuously threw in a large number of spiritual chi materials, he finally successfully broke through to the Earth rank. Up until now, it was already a powerful high-grade Earth rank artifact. However, due to the restrictions of the basic materials, the coffin could no longer advance. Moreover, even the artifact spirit had not been born. Although it was huge, it was still greatly inferior to the dragon imprisoning lock and the immortal slaying flying sword. Now, Jiang Li planned to throw Kunpeng's skeleton into it. He would build it again inside so that it could support an even larger and more stable internal space. This was also a qualitative change for the Yin burial coffin. After bringing it here, he might not be 100% confident in advancing to a heaven rank artifact, but 90% was not a problem. Everyone, be careful. Don't damage the skeleton. Due to the fact that Kunpeng's skeleton was too big and exploded the coffin lid, he could not directly put the bone in. He could only dismantle the bones completely and send them into the coffin before piecing them together. This time, he did not dare to let those apprentices attack again. More than 2,000 masters worked together with Jiang Li. Just thinking about personally creating a heaven rank artifact made these old fellows' hearts surge. All of them worked hard, wishing that they could have 26 hours a day. On Jiang Li's side, he was working hard. In the holy land of the armored trolls, in the forest of origin, the origin ceremony was also being prepared. This was more like a forest of flesh. This was because, within 1,000 miles, there was a lingzi that was blooming like a lotus flower and slowly wriggling layer by layer. This was the source of the armored trolls. The lingzi was very large. If one cut it open, one would discover that the outermost layer was brown, the inner layer was pink, and the core was red flesh. According to Gallenfron's research, the first ordinary trolls were formed by the infection of the brown lingzi on the outer layer. Their strength was harder to increase, the probability of awakening their talent was lower, and the talent they awakened was weaker. Moreover, every once in a while, they had to eat nourishment to stabilize their body. Otherwise, they would fall into the form of a wild armored troll. The noble troll was infected by the pink lingzi flesh inside. Their talent was generally outstanding, and their descendants would never lose their minds. Moreover, the flesh and blood of nobles could continue to assimilate outsiders like brown lingzi. The earliest noble, Anduin, was formed from the core of this lingzi, the red flesh. They were powerful, and almost every clansman could awaken powerful innate abilities that made people envious. Moreover, every king could communicate with the lingzi to a certain extent. In every origin ceremony, as long as they offered enough sacrifices, they could obtain a small portion of the pink lingzi. This could create a new group of armored nobles. Moreover, the royal family could also tamper with the pink lingzi. In the future, they would be able to restrain the armored troll nobles that they had given glory. Because of this, the veteran nobles with long histories in the royal court would be even nobler than the new nobles. This was also the reason why the royal family of Anduin could always rule this large continent. The sacrifice this time was clearly the stitched monster tied up by the golden rope not far away. 11 people with longevity that Jiang Li was extremely afraid of were gathered here, each sitting cross-legged around the stitched monster. They each stretched out a palm, which flickered with a bright rune. Under the light of these 11 runes, the stitched monster's struggles gradually weakened. The method that had been buried in the stitched monster's body since it was created played a role at this moment. No one knew what the people with longevity wanted to do to this fused monster. Alfred is dead. After the 11 people slowly stopped, one of them spoke. That person was Marquis Yeaman, who had fled from the armored troll court. In the royal court, he was a criminal who was beaten up and killed, but here, he could appear at will. It could be seen that the two places had already been completely separated and were respectively in the hands of the human emperor's successor and the people with longevity. He can still fail with a horse poisoning needle. What trash! He's just a substandard product. It's normal that he can't do it. The two of you, go retrieve the longevity seed. Our plan is about to succeed. The oldest-looking person with longevity looked up at the sky. Back then, you didn't let me become an immortal. Now, I want to be the first immortal in the world. Chapter 750 My name is Chaos. 1. 750 My name is Chaos. 1. Observing from the sky, one could discover that the current prosperous Ox continent seemed to have a terrifying skin disease. The entire huge map was covered in large red spots. This was a terrifying calamity that swept through the entire continent. Its scale was unprecedented. It was not that this world did not exert strength. From the beginning until now, there had always been wild armored trolls active in the desolate forest, driven by the will of heaven and earth. They charged towards the invaders of the Azure world without fear of death. Unfortunately, this method was no different from being suicidal. In fact, if not for the will of heaven and earth controlling so many wild armored trolls to fall into the net, the flesh calamity would not have spread so quickly. Somewhere in this huge territory, in front of the largest red dot, there was a white cloud trying to block the spreading footsteps of the flesh calamity. The person who used such a method was an armored troll called the Fog Duke. At this moment, he was leading his subordinates to stand on a towering city wall and look at the thick fog ahead with a solemn expression. He could sense that something was approaching through the fog. He found it. Suddenly, a young boy's voice sounded from the corrosive fog ahead. The expressions of the armored troll experts standing on the city wall changed drastically. Damn it. They passed through. Where are the reinforcements? Where are the reinforcements? Why haven't we seen the Queen yet? In front of those flesh and blood, they had already failed too many times. Panic quickly spread among this group of experts. The place they were in was the last barrier before the Forest of Origin, the armored troll Holy Land. It was called the Heart of Morning Dew that would never wither. However, from the looks of it, this beautiful city that symbolized faith was about to wither. Most of the current armored trolls were divided into two parts. 60% of the forces were led by the Golden Duke and occupied the king's territory. The other 40% followed the queen in name, but they were actually controlled by the people with longevity and guarded near the Forest of Origin. Both sides fought on their own, hoping that the flesh calamity could eliminate the other party first. Unfortunately, this calamity was not fair from the beginning. The calamity that enveloped the entire continent was actually caused by the successor of the human emperor and was completely under his control. As such, the intensity of the calamity suffered by both sides was naturally worlds apart. On the royal court battlefield, they only maintained moderate attacks and acted together with the Golden Duke. Their main goal was to continuously injure and weaken the remaining Grand Dukes before using various methods to force them to join Fengdu City. On the stubborn side of the Forest of Origin, there was no such thing. The corrosion of flesh and blood was as ferocious as possible. In any case, with the Azure world as his backing, the expenditure could be completely ignored. As long as they occupied more land, they could make up for anything. The armored troll army that was forced back suffered another huge defeat 10 days ago. In the end, they would guard this city and continue to resist the flesh and blood calamity. If they retreated further, they would reach the Origin Holy Land that they had sworn to protect. In the end, they decided that the Fog Duke would spread the acidic fog and stall the flesh monsters. Then, he would lay other experts from other directions in an attempt to turn the flesh calamity around. However, compared to their long lives, in a short 10 days, The armored troll experts that were sent out as bait had actually lost contact so easily. The current prosperous Ox continent had no way to escape. The only possibility was that they had all been killed. All the experts present felt pity for them because it was very likely their turn today. Whoosh! A long tongue suddenly flew out of the fog and wrapped around an armored troll on the city wall before quickly dragging it back. Only a pool of dirty saliva was left on the spot. The other armored trolls hurriedly scattered, afraid of being tainted by the liquid. A huge head that looked like a little boy became clearer from the fog. The words just now came from his mouth. A long tongue wrapped around the armored troll and was swallowed by him. A satisfied smile appeared on his chubby and harmless face. However, behind the boy's head was not a human body. Instead, it was a large lizard with a large number of ulcers because of the acid fog's corrosion. Behind him, more and more strange monsters walked out of the fog. The taste of the armored trolls was naturally far inferior to humans, but to these monsters who had never seen the world, it was already completely delicious. Jiang Li's Flesh Mountain clone defeated Vimacitrin and became the Lord. He immediately opened dozens of spatial cracks that led to the Lamb world. After this news spread in the Azura world, the result was sensational. The 13 strongest Azura lords desperately expanded their territory in his direction, hoping to take a share of the loot. Countless other powerful Azura lords were also restless. They wanted to form an alliance and attack from the geocentric passage to take its place. To them, the Flesh Mountain clone was only a new lord. If he was weak, wouldn't he be easily controlled?